Chapter 1185. On the plane, Lin Fei retorted with a single sentence. Fu Yun frowned. Be careful that you won't be able to go back. Lin Fei said, You don't have to worry about that. It's my business whether I can go back or not. You should worry about whether you can go back or not. The mountains and rivers opened up and crashed towards Fu Yun. This was called reciprocity. Shameless. Fu Yun had seen everything that had happened earlier. He cursed Lin Fei for being shameless. Lightning descended from the sky, and the thunder domain appeared, blocking the mountains and rivers. The pressure here was like a mountain. Even he couldn't bear the damage to his treasure. Bang, bang, bang. The mountains and rivers were made of starlight, divine metal. They charged forward and allowed the lightning to land on them. Damned ancient treasure. The mountains and rivers were getting closer and closer to Yin Tianjiao. Fu Yun didn't expect Lin Fei to attack in public. How would dare a country bumpkin from the great metropolis world attack him? Frustrated, Fu Yun's outstanding talent had no choice but to perk up. Blocking the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers was very taxing. Fu Yun had a deep understanding of the Thunder Dao. He barely managed to block the mountains and rivers, but he was exhausted. The mountains and rivers weren't easy to deal with. Lin Fei, if you have the ability, don't rely on the mountains and rivers. Let's fight one-on-one. Fu Tianjiao was furious. He had never hated someone so much. He was a disciple of the Thunder Palace. The lightning that was said to be the most domineering in the world couldn't even destroy a treasure. Instead, it tortured itself. How could Fu Yun not have encountered such a thing before? Lin Fei chuckled. One-on-one, do you think I'm a fool? Who doesn't know that the lightning of the Thunder Palace is the most domineering attack in the world? Only a fool would fight you one-on-one. Fu Yun's expression turned even uglier. The other heaven-defying geniuses couldn't help but pay attention to Lin Fei from the small world. Most of the time, he was studying the mountains and rivers. Even with their eyesight, they couldn't tell what material this treasure was made of. It was extremely mysterious. Such a thing had never happened before. It was just a treasure, yet it was able to block the lightning energy so easily. Just what kind of material was it made of? The strength of Fu Yun's elite was obvious to all. Even the mountains and rivers couldn't beat him away, let alone them. Lin Fei was not someone to be trifled with. Fu Yun was helpless and could only continue forward. He was secretly on guard against Lin Fei's 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Who knew when Lin Fei would attack him again? For the time being, everyone had to restrain themselves. As long as one wasn't an idiot, no one would make a move at this moment. 5,000 kilometers, 20,000 li, 30,000 miles. After reaching 50,000 li, on the plains, a huge dark red hill appeared. It was much larger than the hill from before, like a towering mountain. Look, there's something on a mountain. Those with sharp eyes saw something on the hill. Everyone focused their gazes, and everything on the hill appeared in front of them. No, this was not a hill. It was a huge mountain. Everyone was shocked. Previously, when he used his spiritual sense, this mountain did not appear. Now, a dark red mountain appeared inexplicably. Sacred mountain. This is a sacred mountain. The dark red mountain was like an endless mountain that no one dared to climb. It was like an unstoppable behemoth. Sacred mountain? Lin Fei's heart stirred. The situation on the mountain appeared in front of him. On the majestic mountain, a towering tree stood at the peak. Multicolored light filled the sky, reflecting the plain's red. Blood fruits hung from the towering tree, exuding a shocking divinity. Inconceivable. This is a divine tree that inherited divine blood. A divine tree that grew out of it has produced divine fruits. Lin Fei said in disbelief. Senior, do you know about these fruits? Ji Kuan's heart raced. Let me think about it. I think I've seen some records about it in some ancient book. A sacred fruit that contains divinity. Could it be that the eternal, immortal emperor and the others besieged the God realm experts? Otherwise, how could a sacred mountain appear and search for the aura of the god's blood? I've come to the right place. Whether it's a sacred fruit or not, I believe everyone will go crazy for it. Lin Fei was tempted. I remember now. I know what it is. Ji Kuan stared at the sacred tree in shock, speechless for a long time. Senior, what on earth is this? Lin Fei could not wait to find out. Ji Kuan took a deep breath, clearly very excited. This is a sacred tree. If I'm not wrong, this sacred mountain was formed from a piece of flesh and blood. This sacred tree absorbed all of the essence, qi, and spirit to grow. The dark red fruit is called the fruit of the heavenly god. The fruit of the heavenly god is said to come from the corpse of fallen god. Only a very powerful god with an extremely high bloodline can grow a fruit of the heavenly god. According to the ancient books, the fruit of the heavenly god contains the essence of the god's corpse. Once consumed, it will have heaven-defying effects, such as increasing one's divine power. The eternal immortal emperor really did leave behind something good. The first group of experts were the clones of the immortal emperor and the demon emperor. They were looking at the sacred mountain with fanatical eyes. They were tempted. The fruit of the heavenly god. The clones of the immortal emperor and the demon emperor, as well as some of the experts who had been cultivating in seclusion, had learned some secrets when they had first arrived. After seeing the fruit of the heavenly god, their suspicions were confirmed. Rumor has it that the fruit of the heavenly god contains divinity and is very useful to us. The Emotion Monarch's clone said, "What we lack the most is divinity." I used my divine sense to take a look. There are a total of 32 fruits of the heavenly god hanging on the sacred tree. Why don't we split them evenly? The Flower Monarch's clone said, "I agree. Everyone here is fated to have such a treasure, and it belongs to us all." The first group of experts quickly agreed to split the fruit of the heavenly god equally. Seal. With a wave of the Flower Emperor's hand, the sea of flowers that filled the sky spread across the plains, forming an isolation belt, blocking the path of the people behind. There were only a limited number of fruits of the heavenly god, and they did not want outsiders to take them away. Flower Monarch, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to take the fruit of the heavenly god for yourself? Don't think we don't know. A heaven-defying prodigy among the second group of experts shouted and revealed the origin of the fruit. Only then did everyone understand the origin of the fruit. The fruit of the heavenly god has appeared. Not everyone can have it. It depends on everyone's ability. I will be the first to disagree. A person rushed out from below and slashed at the sea of flowers. You're just clones. What right do you have to take it for yourself? I won't agree either. Another heaven-defying prodigy charged at the sea of flowers. Dong, 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 the heavenly drum appeared, shaking heaven and earth. The sea of flowers collapsed. War Sky made his move. I don't agree either. The heaven-defying prodigies were naturally arrogant. The fruit of the heavenly god was a rare treasure, so how could they allow it to be taken by someone else? Even if it was the clone of the demon emperor, they still had to fight it. The sea of flowers collapsed, and the wind howled. The heaven-defying prodigy attacked with all his might, but he was not threatened by them. Let's go up too. Lin Fei was very tempted by the fruit of the heavenly god. Mountains and rivers appeared above his head. He activated a speed 100 times that of sound and charged toward the sacred mountain, avoiding the battlefield. He charged toward the sacred mountain. The Flower Emperor said calmly, "I didn't expect these heaven-defying prodigies to be so disrespectful. They're all quite strong now. If we were at our peak, we could kill them with a single breath. Now that we are restricted, the fruit of the heavenly god is limited, so it will depend on everyone's luck." As soon as he finished speaking, the Flower Emperor charged toward the sacred mountain. Shameless. The Qing Emperor cursed in his heart. He unleashed a great divine ability and turned around to charge toward the sacred mountain. The immortal emperors and demon emperor clones present, as well as the veteran experts, secretly cursed the Flower Emperor for being shameless. He had attracted the attack of the heaven-defying prodigies, causing them to fight on their own. The Flower Emperor had tricked everyone. The heaven-defying prodigies used their trump cards and chased after the Flower Emperor. Their battle prowess was not inferior to that of the immortal emperors and demon emperor clones. The immortal emperors and demon emperor clones also had to use their full strength to prevent themselves from falling into a trap. Boom! Boom! The flower emperor charged into the sacred mountain and entered its range. His expression suddenly changed as he fell from the sky and smashed into the sacred mountain. The immense pressure caused him to vomit blood on the spot. A sea of flowers appeared in the sky and exploded one after another. The flower emperor took the opportunity to charge a distance away. The second one to rush in was the Qing emperor. Seeing the flower emperor in a sorry state, he was already prepared. He calmly blocked the pressure. My strength has been suppressed. A moment later, the faces of the flower emperor, Qing emperor, and the other demon emperors and immortal emperor clones darkened. Their strength had been suppressed to the immortal emperor level. This is the pressure of the sacred mountain. We all cultivate the great Tao and have the power of the great Tao. The sacred mountain is suppressing our power of the great Tao. The flower emperor was the first to speak. This sacred mountain should be formed from the flesh and blood of the god corpse. The Qing emperor said, "It is specially used to suppress our power of the great Tao." After being suppressed by the power of the great Tao, their strength was greatly affected. The immortal emperors and demon emperor clones had serious expressions. Don't worry, the power of the great Tao in our bodies has been suppressed. It is the same for them. We are all at the same level. It is not certain who will kill who. Let's go up. As soon as the flower emperor finished speaking, the Qing emperor waved his hand. A fairy descended from the void and stabbed at the flower emperor. The sea of flowers in front of the flower emperor blocked the sea of flowers and surged towards the Qing emperor. Shameless. Flower emperor, our strength is suppressed. This emperor wants to know who is stronger. The Qing emperor laughed and shook his sword. After their strength was suppressed to a certain level, the immortal emperors and demon emperor clones had different thoughts. Those who had a grudge against each other attacked immediately. Some even rushed to the peak of the sacred mountain. Their target was the heavenly god fruit. Great, they're fighting among themselves. Lin Fei was 100 times faster than supersonic speed. With the protection of the mountains and rivers, he rapidly closed the distance. A moment later, he saw the immortal emperor and devil emperor's avatars fighting each other. Lin Fei might have felt pressure if they didn't fight among themselves, but now that they were fighting among themselves, the pressure was much less. Lin Fei, an angry shout came from behind. Lightning flashed in the sky. It was unknown when Fu Yin had caught up. The 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers blocked the attack. Aren't you tired? Lin Fei laughed and plunged into the sacred mountain. His body trembled, and he landed at the foot of the sacred mountain. He could see many figures rushing to the peak of the sacred mountain. Lin Fei quickly checked, and everything was fine. The expression of Fu Yun, who had caught up from behind, suddenly changed, then returned to normal. Stinking brat, your chance is here. Ji Kuan laughed. The sacred mountain suppresses the power of the great Tao. You know it. The power of the great Tao is suppressed. Chapter 1186. Divinity. The divinity mountain is suppressing the power of the great Tao. After entering the range of the divine mountain, Fu Yun was suppressed by the divinity mountain. The lightning in his body was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. No matter how Fu Yun tried to break through, the boundless divinity mountain couldn't shake it off. The lightning was suppressed to a corner and couldn't be controlled. Not good at all. If the power of lightning had not been suppressed, I would not have been able to do anything to Lin Fei. However, now that the power of lightning has been suppressed, my strength has been suppressed by 50%. Taking care of Lin Fei is simply impossible. Fu Yun felt uncomfortable all over because of the accident. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Fu Yun, we haven't had a good time. Lin Fei rushed forward to block Fu Yun's path. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he smashed down from the sky, shattering the void. His great Tao was suppressed. If he didn't attack now, then when? Tenfold burst. His fist stirred up a gust of wind. Fu Yun raised his hand to block, suppressing the lightning. Originally, his attack could reach 3 to 4 trillion dragon divine force after being supported by the lightning. But now, without the support of the lightning, Fu Yun's strength barely reached 5 trillion dragon divine force. After blocking for a while, Fu Yun's blood boiled. Lightning God's pillar, Fu Yun shouted, and a pillar of light shot into the sky. It was a powerful secret art. Suppress. The mountains and rivers suppressed the lightning pillar. The mountains and rivers were colorless and silent, blocking the lightning pillar's attack. Fantion Seal. Lin Fei pressed down with a flip of his hand, and the upgraded sky flipping seal smashed into Fu Yun's body with a rumble. The lightning shattered, and Fu Yun staggered back several steps. I'll smash again. With his opponent's strength suppressed, Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure. Boom, 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 the Fantion seal smashed one seal after another on Fu Yun's body. Every time Fu Yun used a secret art, the mountains and rivers suppressed the attacks, causing him to vomit blood. There was no way to fight. Lin Fei was faster than Fu Yun. What was worse was that the Fantion seal was made of unknown materials. The lightning couldn't break it, which made Fu Tianjiao extremely depressed. Thunder Palace disciple, I'm here to help you. Fu Yun coughed up blood as he defended in a sorry state. Lin Fei's power was boundless and unending like the sea. Yun Tianjiao was having a hard time suppressing the lightning, and his power was greatly reduced. It was extremely strenuous for him to defend. Myriad Saint Celestial Emperor, help me quickly. The Myriad Sage's immortal emperor was a deacon of the Wind Palace. The genius of Fu Yun had no choice but to seek help. If this continued, he could only suppress his hatred and refuse. Old thing, you came at the right time. The 10,000 mountains and rivers flew out, and with a loud boom, they slammed onto the Myriad Saint's immortal emperor. The Myriad Saint's immortal emperor thought he was smart, and used 50% of his great Tao energy to suppress the 10,000 mountains and rivers. Just as he executed his secret technique, he was instantly smashed to the ground by the 10,000 mountains and rivers, unable to move. The people who rushed and later saw this scene and looked at each other, not daring to interfere. Lin Fei was unbelievably cruel. So what if you're a disciple of the Thunder Palace? Show off again if you have the ability. Let's see who kills who. Fu Yun was forced to retreat again and again. If he wasn't careful, he would lose all his face. Lightning Shield. Fu Yun coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Lightning exploded in front of him as he executed a secret technique of the Thunder Palace. The lightning in his body immediately regained its freedom. Boom, 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 the spear trembled, and the lightning surged towards the divine mountain, disintegrating in the middle. Get out here, Lin Fei, get out here right now. Fu Yun roared. His clothes were covered in blood as he pointed his spear at Lin Fei. Rage, the wrath of lightning. Lin Fei laughed. Fu Yun, are you an idiot? Do you think I'll go out? Fu Yun roared outside. Lin Fei didn't care and landed on the mountains and rivers. The Myriad Saint Celestial Emperor struggled and roared. Let me out, let me out. Lin Fei stomped down, and blood blossomed from the Myriad Saint Celestial Emperor's body. Old thing, you were very excited just now. You didn't expect things to turn out like this, right? The Myriad Saint Celestial Emperor didn't expect the Grand Tao energy to be suppressed within the Divine Mountain and suffered a great loss. At this moment, he was filled with bitterness. If you have the guts, kill me. The Wind Palace won't let you off. The Myriad Saint Celestial Emperor roared. Lin Fei's sky flipping immortal seal smashed onto the Myriad Saint Immortal Emperor's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Immortal light shone from his body. It turned out that the heaven's might immortal armor on his body was suppressed by the divinity. Lin Fei laughed. Kill you? No, who would kill you? I don't want to be hunted by the Wind Palace. Your immortal armor is not bad. The Myriad Saint Celestial Emperor roared. What are you trying to do? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with him. He took off the heaven's might immortal armor on the spot, along with the storage ring, and took everything from him. In the end, he took out a crystal stone and slapped it onto the naked Myriad Saint Celestial Emperor. Old thing, I advise you not to go against me. If you dare to go against me again, I will release your naked image and let everyone in the universe admire it. At that time, your wind palace will definitely lose face. Lin Fei, you bastard. You devil. The myriad Saint Celestial Emperor originally wanted to escape and contact his brothers in the 12 palaces to kill Lin Fei together. But after hearing this, he instantly felt sullen. Lin Fei put away the 10,000 miles of mountain and river and the Fantion seal and rushed to the peak of the mountain. Without the suppression of the 10,000 miles of mountain and river, the myriad Saint Celestial Emperor used his immortal energy to form an immortal armor and wrapped it around his body. His face turned green and looked extremely ugly. Lin Fei, this seat won't rest until one of us is dead. But when he thought about how he, a deacon of the Wind Palace, was stripped naked and robbed by a devil like Lin Fei, it was too late even if he wanted to vomit blood. Lin Fei's mood was very good. Unknowingly, he had grasped another offensive technique of the 10,000 miles of mountain and river. I'm really muddle-headed. The 10,000 miles of mountain and river was refined using Starlight Divine Metal. And not only is the Starlight Divine Metal indestructible, even a 4-step Immortal Emperor expert can forget about breaking it. Furthermore, the Starlight Divine Metal is extremely heavy, and it's perfect for smashing people. Lin Fei chuckled. The myriad Saint Celestial Emperor and Yun Fu's geniuses were defeated by Lin Fei one after another. During this period, no one dared to make a move. There was no need for that. Lin Fei's journey was more daunting than dangerous. A few geniuses tried to make a move to test his strength, but he smashed the Fantion seal over, scaring them into scattering. The peak of the mountain was getting closer and closer. The shockwaves from the battle became stronger and stronger. Boom! A divine rock fell from the sky, and a genius punched it. The divine rock smashed down, and the genius vomited blood as he fell to the foot of the mountain. The battle continued on the mountain. Divine rocks flew everywhere, smashing down from the sky. Heavenly God fruit. Lin Fei avoided the divine rock, and he was only about 10,000 miles away from the divine tree. He could reach the tree in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The heavenly God fruit was protected by the power, and it wasn't affected at all. At the peak of the mountain, an empty space had become a battlefield. The might was even greater. The moment Lin Fei arrived, he attacked with a fist light, and the 10,000 miles of mountain and river blocked it. Immediately, he almost knelt down. Ji Kuan, this emperor has been waiting for you for a long time. A bone spear appeared in the sky, and white bones appeared, stabbing toward Ji Kuan. Bailey, long time no see. Ji Kuan's expression didn't change. He grabbed with one hand, and a vortex appeared in his palm, summoning the other party's spear. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. Brat, this emperor's enemy is here. Protect yourself. On the mountain peak, it was a scene of chaos. Almost all the strongest experts were here, and the pressure made everyone even crazier. A middle-aged man rushed out from the crowd. His expression was gloomy and cold, and he thrust his spear again and again. Ji Kuan, everyone's strength is being suppressed. Today, either you die, or I live. Ji Kuan laughed loudly and clapped his hands toward the spear. Even if you didn't come, this emperor would still look for you to settle what happened back then. You slaughtered this emperor's entire tribe. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. Bailey too said coldly. As an expert of the heavenly demon race, you chose to remain neutral instead of leading your tribe into battle. This is a humiliation to the heavenly demon race, and you deserve it. Lin Fei couldn't help. I'd better snatch the heavenly god fruit. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he stared at the heavenly god fruit on the divine tree. At this moment, there were at least 1,000 strongest experts on the mountain peak, and they were fighting each other. Divine abilities swept out, and blood flowed like a river. Charge! Lin Fei activated the 10,000 miles of mountain and river to protect himself, and he rushed toward the heavenly god fruit. 8,000 miles, 7,000 miles, 5,000 miles. When he reached more than 4,000 miles, Lin Fei was locked on by someone. Little bastard, go to hell. An old man in the crowd shouted, and a destructive light beam shot out from his eyes. At this distance, anyone who took a step closer would be surrounded and killed by everyone, and they would lose their lives in the group attack. Die. In the void, a saber light slashed out. Then, another sword light and palm print came rumbling over. Lin Fei activated the 10,000 miles of mountain and river with all his might, and he rushed forward with all his might. Kill him. Stop him. The 10,000 miles of mountain and river. He blocked all the attacks. From a distance of more than 4,000 miles, Lin Fei took advantage of the momentum and rushed to more than 2,000 miles. The divine tree appeared in the sky above, and he was already under it. Boundless divinity descended, forming many mystical runes. Lin Fei, this emperor has been waiting for you for a long time. A figure dashed out from under the divine tree and threw a palm strike, sweeping up a strong gust of wind that swept across the mountains and rivers. Old thing, you really have a bad memory. Fantion seal. Lin Fei raised his hand, and the Fantion seal appeared in his hand, and he threw it at the person with a hideous expression. What a lucky bastard. The person with a hideous expression dodged to the side, and the Fantion seal landed on the mountain peak. The person was none other than the Sky Demon Monarch. He was injured, and it was obvious that he had been surrounded. The fact that he was able to last until now showed his extraordinary strength. Fantion seal flew toward the Sky Demon Monarch again after his attack failed. He then charged at the Heavenly Demon Monarch and slashed at the Heavenly God Fruit closest to him. Getting the Heavenly God Fruit was his top priority at the moment. Little brother, the Heavenly God Fruit isn't something you can take. The moment Lin Fei charged toward the Heavenly God Fruit, he raised his brows and felt a chill down his spine. In an instant, he was locked onto by a terrifying aura. Great terror and great danger. Below the divine tree, Lin Fei immediately became the first bird to stand out, and countless attacks greeted him. Even the clone of an immortal emperor or a demon monarch did not dare to stand out, especially when his strength was being suppressed. Chapter 1187. P.S. Today's minimum is 2 chapters. Adding one more chapter means that you still owe 1 chapter. Plus the monthly votes, it means that you still owe 2 chapters. Let's go all out. An attack as heavy as a mountain came crashing down. Lin Fei realized that this was an opportunity. He used all his strength to summon the mountains and rivers. We must block it. Under the divine tree, the experts made their moves. No one dared to snatch the god of heaven fruit in front of them. There were some geniuses who tried to snatch it, but they were killed on the spot and turned into a river of blood. Lin Fei is so arrogant. This is a situation where he will definitely die. Even if the strength of the immortal emperors is suppressed, they will still be able to kill him in seconds. There will be another corpse under the divine tree. It's good to kill him. He's just a brat. How dare he snatch the god of heaven fruit? The clones of the immortal emperors and demon emperors were not in a hurry. Their combat strength was the strongest. Although they were suppressed, in terms of persistence, no one dared to say that they were the strongest. No one was optimistic that Lin Fei would succeed. Subconsciously, anyone who dared to snatch it was their enemy. The treasure in Lin Fei's hand was rumored to be an ancient treasure. With so many experts attacking together, the ancient treasure would be destroyed and turned into fragments. The palm print was the first to attack. Boom! The palm print blasted on the mountains and rivers. An extremely strong, heaven-defying genius attacked, shaking the mountains and rivers. The powerful force was about to blast the mountains and rivers away. Block it, block it! Lin Fei broke through to 1,300 miles. The mountains and rivers were shaking nonstop. The clones of the immortal emperors and demon emperors attacked Lin Fei one after another. Lin Fei was not confident that he could block everyone's attacks. The power of the immortal emperors was indeed extraordinary. Their comprehension of power had reached the limit. The first to arrive was a flower. It was very bright and suddenly exploded. A torrent attacked. Puff! The torrent attacked fiercely and domineeringly. The mountains and rivers dissolved most of the attack, but the powerful impact still made Lin Fei vomit blood, and his body began to crack. The starlight, godly metal, was indestructible. Whether it was the attack of an immortal emperor or a devil emperor, the result was the same. It couldn't break through 10,000 li of mountains and rivers. The rebound ability couldn't be stopped. 700 li, 600 li, 100 li. The distance between them got closer. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood as he charged toward the heavenly god's fruit. Damn it, we've all neglected the ancient treasure. Lin Fei blocked our attack. All the immortal emperors and demon emperors, as well as the experts who had attacked, were dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? What kind of treasure was this? How could it block their combined attacks? Lin Fei rushed to the foot of the tree. His 3 heads and 6 arms spread out, and the 6 heavenly god fruits that were closest to him fell into his palms. He quickly stored them in his space and suppressed them. Put down the deity's fruit. The experts behind felt like their hearts were dripping blood. A moment of carelessness had allowed Lin Fei to obtain 6 heavenly god fruits in one go. Originally, there were 32 heavenly god fruits, but now 6 were gone. They were going crazy. Good stuff, good stuff. As soon as the heavenly god fruits were in his hands, Lin Fei felt a sense of familiarity from the heavenly god fruits, as if they came from the same body. Again, taking advantage of their hesitation, the 6 arms once again grabbed the heavenly god fruits. How could they miss out on such a good opportunity? If they didn't grab it, they would be struck by lightning. The immortal emperor and demon emperor clones couldn't take it anymore. The flower emperor took the opportunity to charge toward the nearest heavenly god fruit and took it without saying a word. Sinister. Lin Fei didn't know that by being the first to break through the blockade, he had given others a chance. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and broke through. With that grab, he obtained another 3 heavenly god fruits. He had a total of 9 heavenly god fruits in his hands, which accounted for a relatively large portion. The other immortal emperor and demon emperor clones took the opportunity to snatch the heavenly god fruits. Without the heavenly god fruits, the heavenly god tree began to wither. Boom, 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 the heavenly god mountain cracked, and divine stones flew everywhere. Let's go. The heavenly god tree withered, and the pressure began to weaken. Without another word, Lin Fei rushed toward the palace at the end of the hall. He knew without a doubt that he would be surrounded by the immortal emperor and demon emperor's avatars, since he had taken the first place and taken the 9 heavenly god fruits. Lin Fei, leave the heavenly god fruits behind. The lightning hell in front of him blocked his only path. Fu Yun's prodigy charged out, and with a shake of his spear, a lightning dragon attacked. Leave the heavenly god fruits behind, and we can let bygones be bygones. Fu Yun's prodigy was tempted. Impossible. Lin Fei dodged the attack, and Fu Yun's prodigy recovered his strength. Spear after spear. The power of each spear reached 5 trillion dragon god power. Even with the protection of the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, Lin Fei's body was constantly injured. 9 Dragons Palace. Without the support of the Great Tao, Lin Fei didn't fear Fu Yun's prodigy. Seeing that there were pursuers behind, Lin Fei took out the 9 Dragons Palace, a treasure personally refined by the eternal immortal emperor. As soon as the 9 Dragons Palace appeared, its aura soared into the sky. 9 divine dragons pulled an immortal palace. Lin Fei had consumed 30% of his immortal power, and the 9 dragons roared, deafening the ears. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning exploded, and Fu Yun's prodigy was crushed by the immortal palace. His body exploded, and the lightning hell in front of him collapsed. That's the 9 Dragons Palace, the supreme treasure refined by the eternal immortal emperor. The immortal emperors behind were greedy. As soon as the 9 Dragons Palace appeared, it attracted a lot of exclamations. Lin Fei succeeded in breaking through, and Fu Yun's prodigy had to use the Lightning Palace Immortal Talisman to block the attack. Otherwise, he would have died. 9 Dragons Palace, Lin Fei has obtained the 9 Dragons Palace of the eternal immortal emperor. Fu Yun's prodigy was seriously injured, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. The 9 Dragons Palace consumes too much immortal power, but its power is terrifying. Fu Yun's prodigy seems to have used the immortal talisman, but it can't kill him. Lin Fei felt that it was a pity. It would be great if he could kill Fu Yun's prodigy. As soon as he broke through the lightning hell, petals fell from the sky. This was the flower Thearka's attack. Young man, hand over the god's fruit, and I will protect you from death. In the sea of flowers, the flower Thearka's phantom appeared, proud of its success. Lin Fei didn't believe the immortal emperor's words. 9 Dragons Palace. The 9 dragons roared again and whistled. Another 30% of immortal power. The flower Thearka's phantom projection naturally couldn't block the 9 Dragons Palace's immortal power. Lin Fei broke through again, and the huge black immortal palace appeared in front of him. Boom! Boom! The mountains and rivers resisted with all their might. Lin Fei still vomited blood, and his speed slowed down. His body was covered in cracks, and his injuries were very serious. The great Tao power in his body was ruthlessly wreaking havoc. If I don't remove this great Tao power, my body won't be able to recover to its peak. If he hadn't cultivated the true self-body, Lin Fei's body wouldn't have been able to withstand it and would be in a state of explosion. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a very dangerous situation. Sky Demon Sword. Suddenly, a cold voice filled with resentment rang out. A sharp sword broke through the mountains and rivers and pierced through Lin Fei's body. Demonic chi filled his body, revealing the sinister face of the Sky Demon Emperor. Let's see how you die this time. Your body is filled with the power of the Great Tao. When the power of the Great Tao fights, your body will become a battlefield. Let's see how you will subdue the power of the Great Tao. The Sky Demon Emperor knew better than anyone that Lin Fei's body couldn't withstand it all. The Immortal Emperor and Demon Emperor clones present had extremely powerful Great Tao power. 9 Dragons Palace. The Sky Demon Emperor's sword once again caused Lin Fei's body to be severely injured. Lin Fei summoned the 9 Dragons Palace. The 9 dragons roared, and the Sky Demon Emperor was severely injured on the spot. Previously, he thought that Lin Fei's immortal power was almost exhausted, and it was difficult for him to summon the 9 Dragons Palace. His sword could aggravate the other party's injuries and obtain the god's fruit. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei spat out a large mouthful of blood. After looking inside, there were hundreds of great Tao power in his body. They were fighting with each other, and his body was constantly collapsing. Now, he was desperately holding on. Lin Fei understood the defense of the mountains and rivers. He had ignored the impact. Lin Fei was in a very dangerous situation at this time. If he was careless, he would die on the plains. Not good. The power of the Great Tao has expanded the battlefield. Lin Fei coughed up blood again. The battlefield was expanding towards his sea of consciousness. Lin Fei tried to suppress it, but he couldn't. The power of the Great Tao surged into the depths of his sea of consciousness. There, the most mysterious place. At the same time, that was the most dangerous place. That guy's speed has slowed down. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could a brat snatch the 9 gods' fruits? Fortunately, his strength is not enough to block the attack of the Great Tao power. The Demon Emperor's clone caught up. Seeing Lin Fei injured, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei's mountains and rivers had an amazing defense. Everyone attacked together, but they couldn't break a treasure. This was enough to shock them. In addition, there was the 9 Dragons Palace. Of course, to the experts, this was nothing. No matter how precious the 9 Dragons Palace was, it couldn't display its true strength in Lin Fei's hands. The mountains and rivers were different. If it weren't for the mountains and rivers, they would have torn Lin Fei to pieces. Lin Fei was injured, and the god's fruit was in their hands. 9 gods' fruits, everyone coveted it and wouldn't let it go. The power of the Great Tao was enough to tear Lin Fei's body apart. No matter how strong his body was, he couldn't withstand their power. The result was destined. Lin Fei was powerless against the power of the great Tao. He prepared to summon the giant god. Subconsciously, that giant god should be able to suppress the power of the great Tao. When the power of the great Tao surged into the depths of his sea of consciousness, it tried to tear this area apart. A terrifying power turned into a vortex. A change occurred. As soon as the black vortex appeared, it devoured the power of the great Tao. True self great Tao, Lin Fei cried out. The power of the great Tao that was constantly damaging his body went crazy again, as if it had encountered a fierce tiger. The true self great Tao turned into a huge vortex, devouring the power of the great Tao. Lin Fei saw clearly that after devouring, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, golden liquid appeared drop by drop beside the true self great Tao. How could I forget this? Chapter 1188. Devour. The great Tao of truth opened up a vortex and devoured the great Tao power mercilessly. The raging great Tao energy seemed to have seen something horrifying. After struggling for a while, it fell into the whirlpool. Golden liquid appeared in the depths of his sea of consciousness. The golden liquid in the depths of his sea of consciousness kept increasing, surrounding him. Lin Fei vaguely felt that something was about to break out of the ground. It was ready to move. That's great. Thanks to a series of coincidences, their power of the great path has indirectly contributed to me. After some time, Xiao Qian's messed up physical body recovered to normal. All the great Tao energy was gone, and his body was now empty. His physical injuries began to recover. The damage to his body was caused by the great Tao power. Once the great Tao power disappeared, his body returned to normal. With a thought, Lin Fei could recover his physical body. Whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei, who had slowed down, opened up a large distance again. Everyone's expression changed. Something had happened. Stop him. All kinds of great Tao power attacked mercilessly again. Although they did not know why Lin Fei could block the great Tao power, they could not let Lin Fei go at this critical moment. The mountains and rivers were blocking like before, but they discovered something shocking. Once the great Tao power reached Lin Fei's body, it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it was devoured by some mysterious existence. The Immortal Emperor and the Devil Emperor's clone didn't believe that they couldn't stop Lin Fei. Things were that strange. No matter how they attacked, their great Tao power could not do anything. It disappeared when it landed in Lin Fei's body. Not good, something's wrong. Everyone reacted. The disappearance of the great Tao power raised a huge question. Lin Fei, who had recovered his physical body, left them far behind and entered the huge palace at the end of the plain. He ran away. The Immortal Emperor and Demon Emperor clones were the most shocked. They said that they were clones with extraordinary combat strength. Coupled with their comprehension of the great Tao, their combat strength was terrifying. In the end, they could not stop a young man and let him run into the palace, completely disappearing. Chase, the heavenly god fruit is mine. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, this emperor will find Lin Fei. Of the 32 heavenly god fruits, other than a few immortal emperors who managed to snatch them, the majority of the cultivators ended up empty-handed. As the biggest winner, Lin Fei snatching 9 heavenly god fruits in one go was no less than a slap to their faces. No immortal emperor or devil emperor would be willing to miss out on the heavenly god fruit. A large group of experts rushed into the palace to kill Lin Fei. We're all old. Flower Emperor chuckled. You schemed against me, I schemed against you. And in the end, Lin Fei took advantage of it. We were wrong because we schemed against each other. Qing King laughed mockingly. Because of our calculations, no one dared to steal the sky god fruits. But we didn't expect Lin Fei to be so audacious as to steal all 9 of them right in front of us. Just the thought of 9 heavenly god fruits made his heart bleed. Qing King had only snatched 1 sky god fruit. Flower Emperor smiled nonchalantly, turned around, and rushed towards the palace. Old woman, you have a good plan? Qing King did not stop her. He used his immortal power to summon his disciple to his side. Master, The passionate young master had overcome many obstacles along the way to reach this stage. Lin Fei snatched the sky god fruit in front of everyone. The passionate young master was very envious. If it was him, he would not be able to do such a thing. You saw what happened just now, right? Qing King said, Lin Fei is very surprising. 9 heavenly god fruits have godly effects. While he is injured, we must find him no matter what. We cannot let him refine the sky god fruits. The passionate young master replied, Disciple will find him right away. Everyone saw Lin Fei's display of power and snatch 9 heavenly god fruits. The immortal emperors, demon emperors, and heaven-defying geniuses were very tempted. They rushed to the palace on the plain, wanting to snatch the sky god fruits from Lin Fei's hands. At this moment, Lin Fei was like a piece of fat meat in everyone's eyes. Everyone wished that they could take a bite out of him. First, the sky god fruit grew from a piece of the god corpse's flesh. Its effects were unimaginable. The second was an ancient treasure that could block the attacks of a group of experts. He was very satisfied with obtaining such a treasure. Regardless of whether they had a chance or not, everyone rushed into the palace. The palace in the depths of the plain was definitely good stuff. They had to be suspicious. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei dodged the last attack and entered the palace. The moment he stepped into the palace, his heart trembled for no reason. A boundless, terrifying aura enveloped his body. He had never felt so terrifying before. The auras of the immortal emperors and demon emperors were not as strong as this aura. Is that sky, fiend celestial, suppressed in the depths of the palace? Lin Fei learned from Ji Kuan that there was a sky, fiend celestial, on this floor. Apart from the sky, fiend celestial, no one should be able to release such a terrifying aura. I'd better avoid it first. At this moment, a pitch-black door appeared not far away from Lin Fei, emitting a boundless aura. Figures rushed over from behind. Lin Fei knew very well that they were here for his sky god fruits. Now that he had obtained the 9 sky god fruits, there was no way he would hand them over easily. He checked his direction and dashed toward a small door on the far left. The palace was huge. Lin Fei passed through one small palace after another. He thought there would be some treasures, but it was empty. It was as if someone had beaten him to it and plundered it all. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Lin Fei was even more careful. He couldn't be careless in the sky, fiend celestial's place. He might fall into a pit. A long corridor appeared in front of him, extending all the way. In the empty palace, there was a long corridor filled with vicissitudes of life. It was indeed very strange. It was impossible for Lin Fei to turn back. He rushed in and spread out the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers to protect himself. The only thing he wanted to do now was to find a safe place to refine the sky god fruits. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he entered the corridor, the sky was filled with rumbling sounds. Cough, cough. Lin Fei's blood and qi surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and there was a rare fear in his eyes. Just now, the rumbling sound had almost killed him. More importantly, the rumbling sound wasn't directed at him. It was released randomly. There was something strange about the corridor. Even the stupidest person could tell that there was something strange about the corridor. Lin Fei coughed up blood and forced himself to go down. Before long, the corridor disappeared, and he appeared in the starry sky. That is, suddenly, Lin Fei's eyes widened. A powerful aura erupted at the end of the starry sky. Lin Fei was shocked. Was this the battle from before? In the depths of the starry sky, the battle was faintly discernible. Lin Fei could vaguely see an expert making a move in the depths of the starry sky. His attacks, moves, and the power of a casual strike caused the starry sky to tremble and stars to fall. A battle between super experts. Chapter 1189. Author's note. There were only 2 updates today. The Battle of the Stars. Lin Fei could not see clearly. All he could see was a large group of people attacking the giant. Any attack from one of the super experts would cause stars to fall and planets to explode. But none of them could harm the giant. Every time the mysterious giant slammed his palm down, A super expert would either die or vomit blood. It was a fierce battle. The super experts risked their lives to fight the mysterious giant. One by one, the super experts perished. But the giant's body did not fall. In the starry sky, Lin Fei already knew what it was. It was most likely the battle all those years ago. The battle against an immortal expert. I can't believe it. So many powerful experts attacked the immortal expert back then. They were all fourth-step immortal emperors, the most powerful beings in all the realms. It was a long battle. Lin Fei, who was standing in the starry sky, felt like he had experienced a long time. In the end, there were not many super experts left. The giant was covered in wounds, but it did not fall. Lin Fei saw one of the super experts, who seemed to say something. He burned his immortal power and used a forbidden mystique to destroy hundreds of stars and planets. Even though a long time had passed, the boundless aura made it hard for Lin Fei to breathe. He suspected that he would die from the shockwaves of the divine ability in the next second. Whoosh! The next second, Lin Fei was standing in the palace again. Was that a dream? Lin Fei rubbed his temples, his heart pounding as he thought back to what had happened. Too powerful. In the end, Lin Fei could vaguely see that there were less than 10 experts left. The other super experts had all fallen in the starry sky. It had been a fierce battle. Why did the eternal immortal emperor leave behind an image like this? Lin Fei could not think of a reason. He wanted to go back and see it again, but he could not. He could not know the outcome of the battle. He could not help but feel disappointed. The eternal immortal emperor left an image here. Logically speaking, the giant should have been killed. Lin Fei thought, whatever, I'd better get out of here first. After learning some secrets, Lin Fei was curious as to why the super experts had besieged that giant in the past. Was he really slaying a god? At the end of the corridor, Lin Fei passed through another group of palaces. Even now, he still had not found a safe place. According to his plan, he would have to leave this palace. It would be best if he could teleport to the fourth stage, which would save him a lot of trouble. Lin Fei knew very well that this was a luxury. Hua hua hua. At this moment, in the void, a strong divine sense swept over, looking for someone. The divine sense of an immortal emperor or a devil emperor. No matter how big the palace was, it couldn't hide his tracks. The avatars of the immortal emperors and demon emperors would discover his tracks sooner or later. Over here, Lin Fei, hand over the heavenly god fruit. Very soon, the angry roars of the immortal emperors and demon emperors could be heard in his spiritual sense. They were celestial emperors and demon emperors, yet they were unable to obtain the heavenly god fruit. In the end, a young man had taken the lead instead. This was unacceptable. Say that again when you catch me. Lin Fei punched out. The wind from his fist tore apart the divine sense and rushed deeper. Although he had the protection of the mountains and rivers, facing so many celestial emperors, demon emperors, heaven-defying geniuses, and veteran experts, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel pressured. He had to get rid of them first. Inside the palace, after going around in circles, a black gate appeared in front of Lin Fei. In front of the gate, a powerful aura turned into many demon generals guarding the gate. As soon as Lin Fei appeared in front of the gate, the demon generals in the sky drove their demonic chi, which was extremely ferocious. There's something strange here. Lin Fei fiercely rushed forward, and the power of his blood and chi surged, colliding with the demon generals, crushing hundreds of them. Wherever he passed, the demon generals would crumble. He rushed all the way to the gate. Open! He smashed the gate with one hand. The gate opened. It opened just like that. The gate opened, and the wind howled. The demon generals returned to the demonic chi. Lin Fei hurriedly used the mountains and rivers to block in front of him, protecting his vital parts. At the same time, he looked forward. There was a stairway to heaven in front of him, and below it was an empty space. The wind howled. Lin Fei looked at the wind and was shocked. The wind gave off a terrifying aura. The mountains and rivers were made of top-grade materials, which was why they could block it. At the end of the stairway, there was a giant pool. In the pool, runes flashed and blood flowed. God blood? Lin Fei looked over. The pool wasn't big, and the blood in the pool had a seal on it. Even so, runes charged out of the blood pool, trying to break the seal. Lin Fei cultivated the true self-body, and his blood and qi were strong, like the ocean. Against the weaker ones, just the power of his blood and qi was enough to kill them. But now, facing the pool of blood at the end of the stairway, the powerful qi and qi stopped, and an oppressive aura enveloped his body. What Lin Fei was facing was no longer a pool of blood, but a supremely terrifying existence. He had no doubt that as long as the god's blood came into contact with the seal, it would be able to kill him instantly. They were not on the same level. This is strange, Lin Fei guessed. The blood in the blood pool should have come from the giant's body. Perhaps this was god blood. God blood. It contained a unique divinity. Could this be the god blood that the immortal emperors and demon emperors had come for? God blood. Lin Fei stood on the stairway, shocked. He couldn't help but sigh. The eternal emperor was awesome. Not only did he manage to get his hands on something like God's blood, he even created an entire pool of blood. This was simply too terrifying. This was God's blood. Lin Fei didn't doubt it. The eternal emperor was a fourth-step immortal emperor, a super expert, and they had teamed up to fight a giant. This giant was probably a mighty god. More importantly, this deity was very powerful. It was worth it for them to join hands to attack it. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. Lin Fei rushed toward the pool of blood. The god blood that flowed in the body of a god expert had to be a mighty existence. This is a good thing. Sinister laughter echoed around the stairway. Lin Fei's heart went cold. He was being stared at by a terrifying existence, and his hair stood on end. It was a terrifying aura, and he couldn't resist it even if he used all his immortal power. Heavenly Fiend God, Lin Fei said in a low voice. In this place, only the Heavenly Fiend Celestial could give him such danger. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since someone called me by that name. A wind blew through the void, and a faint voice sounded. In the void, a huge throne appeared, and a giant sat on it. Very tall, very big. As soon as the throne appeared, a powerful aura turned into an endless gust of wind, accompanied by endless majesty. Even though the Heavenly Fiend God's strength was sealed, its powerful aura proved that it was very powerful. Lin Fei took a deep breath, calming himself down. Chapter 1190. The Third Trial. The blood of a god had appeared. For Lin Fei, this outcome was a little too early. According to the plot, the blood of a god should have appeared in the last trial, not in the Sky Fiend Labyrinth. Treasure. Was this the treasure that the Eternal Emperor had mentioned? With the appearance of the heavenly demon god, Lin Fei was certain of one thing. The blood flowing in the blood pool should be divine blood. The treasure of the third trial. The blood of a god had appeared in the third trial. Lin Fei couldn't imagine what other treasures would appear in the next two trials. God blood, god corpse? Divine weapon? Ah, I finally found you. Run again if you dare. Lin Fei didn't dare to move. No one knew what the demon was planning, so it was best to be careful before he knew what was going on. So fast, a demonic saber slashed down, and Lin Fei dodged to the side with his 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The Demon Emperor was very excited. He had finally found Lin Fei. Anyone the 9 fruits of the heavenly gods was tempting. Rumor had it that they contained divinity and were of great help in becoming a god. Only by chance would one know of the miraculous effects of the fruit. After seeing Lin Fei, the Demon Emperor made the first move. He didn't want anyone to beat him to it. All 9 fruits of the heavenly gods belonged to him. The Demon Emperor sneered and slashed down with his demonic saber. Saber light flashed, and demonic energy filled the air. You can't run, Lin Fei. Lin Fei blocked the demonic saber attack and chuckled. Old thing, before you attack, don't you want to look at your surroundings? Don't try to fool me. I won't be fooled by your flowery words. The Demon Emperor sneered and slashed down with his demonic saber again. A mere Demon Emperor clone dares to attack me? You must be tired of living. I'll fulfill your wish. The celestial devil emperor's heart shuddered as he saw a giant palm smashing down from the sky, shattering everything within millions of miles. His scalp went numb. Senior, spare me. The powerful demon emperor clone's body exploded with a single blow. Dead? Lin Fei's eyebrows were twitching. Thinking about it, there was no exception. The Sky Demon Emperor was just a clone. In front of a four-step demon, Overlord Sky Demon God, with only 1/10 of his combat power, this palm would also kill him. The clone of such an expert had fallen just like that. Fortunately, I didn't act recklessly. Otherwise, I would have been killed with a single slap. Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. Young man, you're smart. You didn't make a move in front of me. The heavenly demon god was expressionless. I hate people who talk nonsense in front of me the most. You're right, senior, Lin Fei hurriedly added. Who knew what kind of temper this kind of supreme expert, who had always been suppressed, had? If he were to be killed with a single slap, it would be a huge loss. The heavenly demon god enjoyed this sentence very much. I can kill a bunch of puny demon emperor avatars with a single breath. Heavenly demon god was heroic. What second step demon overlord? Third step demon overlord? I'll kill as many as they come. I was really lonely back then. Lin Fei listened obediently for a while. The heavenly demon god's temper was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't do anything. He just listened quietly. I remember now. I was too busy chatting with you that I forgot my duty. The heavenly demon god laughed sinisterly. Young man, you must have come for the blood pool. Eternal immortal emperor bastard. He only knows how to do stupid things. Isn't just God's blood? There's no need to scheme. God's blood? Lin Fei heard it clearly. The blood pool was God's blood. It really was God's blood. God's blood left behind by a god. Yes, it should be. Lin Fei braced himself and answered. The heavenly demon god sat on the throne. His deep demon eyes swept across Lin Fei casually. It was as if he could see through Lin Fei. It's actually very easy to go to the blood pool. As long as you can withstand my palm, you could go to the blood pool. Withstand my palm? This rule, Lin Fei was almost speechless. He suspected that the heavenly demon god was deliberately trying to kill him. Lin Fei, you're here. Let's see how you run. The heavenly demon god had used a demonic secret art. Compared to the others, he was much faster, and he was the first to find Lin Fei. They were a step behind. There was no lack of heaven-defying geniuses and avatars of immortal emperors. When they saw Lin Fei, they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. Shut up. Boom, 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 just as they were about to attack. Demonic thunder rumbled and exploded above their heads. Everyone coughed up mouthfuls of blood, their faces filled with horror. Heavenly demon god. When they saw the heavenly demon god on the throne, their eyes twitched and their bodies began to tremble. Why was the heavenly demon god here? They looked at Lin Fei with endless resentment. You're really evil, kid. No wonder you had to run. You were trying to trick us. They really didn't dare to act rashly in front of the heavenly demon god. 1/10 of his battle strength wasn't something they could withstand. Facing these gazes, Lin Fei shrugged. What did it have to do with me? They were all blind. They were much luckier than the heavenly demon god. You should be content. The heavenly demon god has been eliminated. He threw out a bomb. Eliminated? The heavenly demon god made a move. How is that possible? Could it be that Lin Fei knows the heavenly demon god? Everyone's expressions changed, and their eyes flickered. If he really knew the heavenly demon god, the situation would be very bad. After Lin Fei finished speaking, he sneaked a glance and heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly demon god's temper was quite good. No matter what they thought, they would definitely feel pressured. It was good to add to their pressure. Young man, do you dare? If you can withstand my palm, you will have a chance to enter the blood pool and absorb the god's blood. This is a great opportunity. This is a great god, but he was killed by those bastards. This is the only chance. What? The blood pool is God's blood? A noble god's blood that can increase the chances of becoming a god. The immortal emperor's avatar was the first to be shocked. Their goal was the god's blood. Senior, I would like to know if God's blood can increase the chances of becoming a god? A demon emperor's avatar asked respectfully. Hee hee, you'll know after you try. The heavenly demon god threw out a vague answer. The demon emperor's avatar didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. As long as you can withstand my palm, you'll be able to enter the blood pool and enjoy the miraculous effects of God's blood. It's a rare opportunity. The heavenly demon god's voice echoed in the void. At the end of the heavens, the blood pool flowed with crimson light, and strange runes flashed. With the eyesight of the immortal emperor and demon emperor, they could tell that the runes were extraordinary and not immortal runes of the heavens. Senior, can any treasure be used as long as it can withstand the power of your palm? Another immortal emperor's avatar asked solemnly. Of course, I will only use one palm. The heavenly demon god smiled. After a few short sentences, the immortal emperor and demon emperor were the first to hesitate. With the god's blood in front of them, how could they not be tempted? They were even more tempted than the heavenly god fruit in Lin Fei's hands. Junior will go first. The immortal emperor's avatar from before was the first to step forward. This immortal emperor's Taoist name was Mortal Emperor. He had been immortal to reach this step, and he had always kept in mind that even mortals could reach the pinnacle. Courageous. I like it. The heavenly demon god laughed. Mortal Emperor was truly shameless. He had taken advantage of their hesitation to be the first to step forward. The immortal emperor and demon emperor cursed inwardly. They couldn't be sure if the blood pool contained God's blood, which was why they were hesitating. Through some clues, they had learned that the eternal immortal emperor had left behind a treasure called God's blood, which would be of great use to them. The only thing they hadn't expected was that there was so much God's blood in such a huge pool. It was obvious that the blood pool wasn't ordinary. It had to be a treasure. The authenticity of the God's blood was questionable. Mortal Emperor was very pleased with himself. I'm the smartest. The heavenly demon god has been sealed for so long, and his strength is almost gone. How strong can he be? I have a few treasures that contain heavenly might. I have at least a 70% chance of blocking the heavenly demon god's palm. A canopy of heavenly light appeared above Mortal Emperor's head, and streams of heavenly might fell like curtains of rain. Runes flashed, and the heavenly might was vast and mighty. Shameless. That's a heavenly might immortal treasure. It contains at least 30% of the heavenly might. What a powerful defensive immortal treasure. Mortal Emperor hid it well. Seeing the canopy open, everyone cursed again. At least 30% of the heavenly might. With the power of the heavenly might and other means, they should be able to block it. Another treasure flew out of Mortal Emperor's body. It was a star that had been refined into a starry immortal armor, which landed on Mortal Emperor's body. It was an immortal armor he had found in an ancient immortal's grotto. It had been damaged, and Mortal Emperor suspected that it was an emperor's immortal armor. After putting on the immortal armor, Mortal Emperor was brimming with confidence. Junior is ready. Here comes my palm. Everyone was sweating. This was completely against the rules. The heavenly demon god flicked his finger and light shot out. Runes flickered and runes flew out, forming a long saber that slashed through the starry sky. Bam! It was the sound of a star shattering. Mortal Emperor was cleaved in two, and his head was still murmuring, "How come I can't block one move? It's been a long time since I've fought. My saber has become blunt. It's not easy to kill." The heavenly demon god flicked his finger, dissatisfied. Who's next? The heavenly demon god's voice was like that of a terrifying demon. Mortal Emperor's umbrella and starry immortal armor were both defensive treasures. The heavenly demon god seal's power was only a tenth, and yet he could kill Mortal Emperor with one slash? This was simply too terrifying. They had guessed that Mortal Emperor would at most be injured and not killed in one slash. Not only had he lost a clone, but he had also lost two treasures. This was truly a huge loss. The heavenly demon god flicked his finger, and runes formed a long saber. They knew that the heavenly demon god was invincible. Just in terms of runes, no one here could compare to him. The casual formation of runes was filled with endless profundities, and its power instantly increased. This was the true Tao of runes. The heavenly demon god used Tao runes to form an offensive technique, and it was a truly domineering attack. If their main bodies were here, and they went all out, they might be able to suppress the sealed heavenly demon god and obtain god blood. Chapter 1191. P.S. There are only 2 chapters today, 7,000 words. Including the monthly votes, I owe 3 chapters in total. I'll make it up in 3 days. Outside the Nirvana world, in the starry sky, the immortal emperors and devil emperors moved a star over and sat cross-legged on it. On a deathly still star, a certain person spat out a large mouthful of blood. His expression became dispirited, and his aura became much weaker. This emperor's clone is dead. Boom, boom, boom. The deathly still stars rumbled and exploded. A demon emperor walked out with bloodshot eyes that were filled with resentment. This commotion was noticed by all the grand cultivators sitting cross-legged on the planet. Sky Devil Emperor, have you gone mad? On a nearby star, a demon emperor opened his eyes and roared. Lord Soul Emperor, please quell your anger. My avatar just died in the land of inheritance. The Sky Devil Emperor was filled with rage and was about to vent it out on someone. However, he subconsciously suppressed it upon seeing the other party. Who killed you? What's the situation inside? The Soul Emperor had been famous for a long time, but he didn't have the qualifications to enter the land of inheritance, so he had come on behalf of the dark forces. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was a rising star of the younger generation and just happened to meet the qualifications to enter. The Soul Emperor was very satisfied, but who would have thought that his avatar would be killed? That wasn't a good thing. I was tricked by Lin Fei and was attacked by the Heavenly Demon God. At the thought of this, the Celestial Demon Emperor gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's warning, he wouldn't have been attacked by the Celestial Demon God. He couldn't even withstand a single palm strike and was killed instantly. He had missed a great opportunity. The nearby Demon Emperors and Immortal Emperors were astonished. The Sky Devil Emperor was attacked by the Sky Devil God. His luck was too bad. At this moment, they wanted to know the situation of the inheritance ground. After hearing the 2 words Lin Fei, they couldn't help but be startled. What kind of tricks did Lin Fei play this time? The Sky Devil Emperor was tricked? The Celestial Demon Emperor's resentment towards Lin Fei couldn't be expressed in a few words. God blood, heavenly God fruit. No matter which one it was a divine item that they could only dream of obtaining. Now, they were left empty-handed, and they had even lost a clone. It would take a long time for them to recover. Lin Fei, this is all because of you. If you don't advertise it properly, this emperor won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. Having lost his chance, the Sky Devil Emperor felt helpless and had to find someone to vent his frustration on. Lin Fei was the best choice. This emperor, the Celestial Demon Emperor, was very shameless, and he described in detail what had happened in the 3rd trial. He talked about how Lin Fei had snatched 9 heavenly god fruits, saw god blood, and even had the opportunity to enter the blood pool to obtain god blood, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei was really lucky. Just as the Celestial Devil Emperor had expected, the heavenly god fruit and the god blood had shocked everyone outside the Nirvana world. The heavenly god fruit grew from a god's corpse. God's blood flowed from the body of a powerful god. This time, everyone went crazy. The Nirvana world had been enhanced by the supreme means of the eternal, immortal emperor. Their clones had gone in and cut off all information. For the time being, they had no idea what was going on in the land of inheritance. The Celestial Devil Emperor's words undoubtedly told everyone that Lin Fei had temporarily taken a lead. Even if he couldn't obtain the god blood, the 9 heavenly god fruits alone would benefit him immensely. Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, had been outside the whole time. Even Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor's scalp was numb under the gaze of the Immortal Emperors and Demon Emperors. If he didn't handle it well, the Divine Heaven Academy would be removed from a list. This Celestial Devil Emperor is narrow-minded. His nonsense is extremely disadvantageous to junior brother Lin Fei. Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, frowned. Junior brother's ability has improved. You can stir up big trouble. The heavenly god fruit grew from a god's corpse. Shang Kuang, immortal emperor, had no doubt that once his junior brother was brought out, he would be besieged by the immortal emperors and demon emperors and die. What to do? The celestial devil maze. The celestial devil emperor casually slashed an immortal emperor clone and sent him out of the land of inheritance. Everyone's heart sank. How could they continue like this? With the god blood in front of them, they hesitated again. In the face of the temptation of the god blood, there were still some people who couldn't control themselves and wanted to give it a try. Emperor Fan's slash might be the only combat power that the celestial devil emperor had, and the power of the next slash might be reduced. Because of this, they had to give it a try. After Emperor Fan, more than a dozen immortal emperors and demon emperors tried to try their luck. But luck was too illusory. The celestial devil emperor sat on the throne and used one slash every time. One slash from the great Tao runes could cut people down with one slash. Heaven's might fairy artifacts and treasures couldn't withstand the power of one slash. After more than 50 immortal emperors and demon emperors died one after another, everyone was terrified. One slash, an eternal slash attack. But this slash was like a chasm, blocking in front of everyone, making it impossible for them to cross it. Boring, really boring. The celestial devil emperor tapped his fingers and looked at the people in the void. Isn't it just a doppelganger? If I were you, I'd give it a try even if I have to risk my life. God's blood is a supreme treasure and earth-shattering change. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The celestial devil emperor sneered. The immortal emperors and demon emperors rolled their eyes. One clone consumed a large amount of essence, chi, and spirit, and it would take a long time to replenish it. Everyone thought about it, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Not long later, they could see that the celestial devil emperor on the throne had a fickle temper and was hard to grasp. He casually sat on the throne and gave off a feeling of invincibility. They were afraid that the celestial devil emperor would kill them with one slash. Challenge? Leave? Everyone had the same question in mind. The celestial devil emperor's slash is really domineering. Lin Fei stood in the void and wholeheartedly observed the celestial devil emperor's slash. As for the other immortal emperors and demon emperor clones, he didn't care much. The celestial devil emperor wouldn't let them make a move. Otherwise, they would end up like the demon emperor. The great Tao runes form a long blade that is invincible. None of the immortal emperors and demon emperors here are a match for this secret skill alone. A demon emperor of 4 steps is terrifying indeed. Lin Fei's heart sank. The celestial devil emperor's power was even more terrifying than he had expected. Killing was always done with one slash. If the demon emperors and immortal emperors were here in person, they would also be killed in one slash. There would be no other result. That was what Lin Fei thought. The celestial devil emperor doesn't seem to like the immortal emperors and demon emperor clones very much. He seems to be deliberately eliminating them. Could it be that the eternal immortal emperor doesn't want them to get the god blood? Lin Fei thought about it. He thought it made a lot of sense. The eternal immortal emperor had set up this place to find a successor. That successor would definitely not be an immortal emperor or a demon emperor clone. It was clear that the celestial devil emperor was doing this on purpose. No matter which immortal emperor or demon emperor made a move, they would be eliminated as soon as they made a move. The celestial devil emperor eliminates the immortal emperor and demon emperor. It should be the same for us geniuses. Lin Fei was secretly anxious. Just from the runes on the blood pool, there is no doubt that the god blood is real. But how am I going to block the celestial devil emperor's attack? This was a question worth studying. Let's go. With the god blood in front of them, some of the weaker geniuses chose to leave the place. The immortal emperors and demon emperors left reluctantly. Some of them wanted to take the celestial god fruit from Lin Fei, but as soon as they made a move, they were killed by the celestial devil emperor and thrown out of the celestial devil maze. This was another result that they had not expected. Lin Fei, count yourself lucky. Don't come out if you dare. We will wait outside. As long as you come out, I don't believe you can keep the celestial god fruit. The celestial god fruit is destined to be ours. They could not attack in the void. They decisively went out. They found that there were no other passages in this area except the one they came from. If they could not get the god blood, could they not get the celestial god fruit? They changed their target and set their eyes on the celestial god fruit that Lin Fei had. If they could get one celestial god fruit, this trip would not be in vain. After leaving, they stood guard outside, waiting for the hare to come to them. Of course, there were also people who extended an olive branch to Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei was willing to hand over the celestial god fruit, they were willing to protect him from any harm. To these promised benefits, Lin Fei only told them one word: scram. Protect him? As long as he handed over the celestial god fruit, the next sentence would be to hand over the mountains and rivers, and he would be killed outside. Those people had ugly expressions. Lin Fei really did not give them face. He still dared to play the hero in this situation. They were determined to get the 9 celestial god fruits, and no one could stop them. As for Lin Fei being qualified to enter the blood pool, it was impossible. Not even the clone of an immortal emperor or a demon emperor could do it, let alone Lin Fei's strength. I'll give you one more hour. If no one comes out to accept the challenge, I will throw all of you out. The heavenly fiend celestial roared. Everyone's faces turned pale. Let's go. We'll die if we stay here. We might as well go out. We can go to the next level with the heavenly fiend celestial card anyway. There's no need to waste time here. After weighing the pros and cons, they chose to leave. In the meantime, a few of them used their own treasures to block the heavenly fiend celestial's attack. At the same time, they used their mystic powers to resist the heavenly fiend celestial's attack, trying to take a shortcut. The result was the same. They were killed with one slash. They were truly dead. There were fewer and fewer people in the void. They had lost confidence under the constant setbacks. It was not worth it for the god's blood. Before they left, everyone subconsciously turned to look at Lin Fei. The 9 heavenly god fruits were still within their reach. Lin Fei didn't leave like them. He stood there quietly and didn't dare to take half a step, as if he was frightened by the people outside. Got it. Looks like that's the only way. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. He finally found a way. There was a 30% chance of success. Brother Lin, are you really not going to go out? The Flower Empress had a bewitching figure and wore colorful flowery clothes. She appeared not far away from Lin Fei and asked with a smile. Lin Fei was not used to the sudden change in the way she addressed him. I'm not going out. Lin Fei was very straightforward. You all want my heavenly god fruit. Why should I go out? I might as well stay inside. It's the same result anyway. The Flower Emperor frowned. She could understand why Lin Fei was so stubborn and unwilling to go out. Could it be that he could break through? Was it possible? It was simply impossible. Aren't you going to listen to the benefits this emperor has offered? Lin Fei shook his head. I don't want to hear it. Since we're all going to die anyway, it's fine if the heavenly god fruit is gone. The Flower Emperor tried to say a few more things, promising some benefits to Lin Fei, but the result was the same. In the end, he retreated helplessly. The Flower Emperor wanted to see how Lin Fei was going to leave this place. There were already people outside who had sealed off the space. It was truly impossible to escape. Analysis successful. Disassembling. Reassembling. Lin Fei dealt with it while waiting for the result in his heart. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. Following the system's notification, he heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei analyzed for a long time. If he wanted to withstand the heavenly demon god's blade, relying purely on the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers would definitely not work. The power of the vibration was enough to tear him apart. If he wanted to block the fatal slash of the heavenly demon god, he had to break the power of the slash. The power of this slash was extremely terrifying, even if it was 1/10 of its power. If he were to fight it head-on, there would be no benefit at all. Lin Fei thought of the system and used it to analyze that slash. The great Tao runes formed a long blade and realized the importance of it. As long as he could break this slash, it would mean that he would be able to grasp the method of using this slash. After spending a large amount of points, the system finally succeeded. Simulation training. Lin Fei opened up the virtual space, and his divine sense entered the virtual space. He then activated the passage of time. The latter was a tool he bought from a store to speed up time. How much he could learn would depend on his luck. Young man, aren't you planning to leave? Not long after. In the air, Lin Fei was the only one left. Zhang Tian and the others aren't here? After looking around, the few mysterious people were not here. He was very surprised. Subconsciously, Zhang Tian should have fought against the heavenly demon god to obtain the qualifications to enter the blood pool. Now that he was the only one left, how could Lin Fei not be surprised? Without the unnecessary people, the air was quiet. Sweeping out with his divine sense, he saw that there were dense arrays sealing the air. It could be said that it was an inescapable net. Junior doesn't plan to leave. Not only that, Junior also wants to accept Senior's test. Lin Fei raised his head, his eyes filled with difficulty. Senior said it yourself. The effects of the god blood are heaven-defying. Of course, this Junior wants to give it a try. The ancients say that riches are found in danger. This Junior wants to give it a try. The heavenly demon god laughed. Your courage is commendable, but do you know what will happen if I go down with my slash? Immortal Emperor, Demon Emperor, no. Do you think you can? Lin Fei laughed. Men can't say that they can't. How will you know if you don't try? What if I go through? The heavenly demon god was originally not interested, but hearing a young man say such words, he laughed. How is that possible? No one has ever been able to pass through my hands. Based on your words, if you pass, I will give you a piece of news, a news that will be extremely useful to you. Chapter 1192. No way. It was a dead end. There was a chance of survival if he gave it his all. Lin Fei would rather choose the latter. The existence of the upgrade system would give him a chance of survival. Outside the door, the array formation was like a mountain densely packed. Even if Lin Fei's defense was strong, it was not as easy to break out of the array formation. Fight! Success or failure depended on this one move. Lin Fei agreed readily. As for the news, he did not listen to it. In the virtual space, the Lin Fei formed by the divine consciousness was continuously learning the heavenly demon god's attack. With the help of the upgrade system, it was not too difficult to master the slash that split the heavenly demon god, especially the structure of the great Tao runes, which was clearly presented in front of Lin Fei. At this moment, Lin Fei felt that he was infinitely close to the immortal Emperor realm. It's much worse than the primordial chaos runes. The great Tao runes were not as easy to understand as he imagined. In the past, Lin Fei had learned the primordial chaos language in the Hongmeng sacred land and learned the 18 primordial chaos clones. With the unique clones, he broke through the limit, and his divine power reached 1 trillion dragon divine power. Although the great Tao runes were profound, they were not on the same level as the primordial chaos language. Lin Fei really won't come out. Crazy, is this guy going to die? Crazy, really crazy. He would rather die in the hands of the heavenly demon god than hand over the heavenly god fruits. What a pity, 9 heavenly god fruits. Those are divine fruits from a god's corpse. Outside the heavy door, powerful existences were entrenched in the void, constantly checking with their divine senses. When they heard Lin Fei's words, they were really dumbfounded. This was completely out of the ordinary. Knowing Lin Fei's choice, they were helpless. The heavenly demon god, this powerful existence, was a threshold that they could not cross. They did not want to get involved with the immortal Emperor Demon God's clone, so they could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei has always been cunning. Everyone, don't fall for his tricks. Maybe he will say one thing, and when we are not paying attention, he will take the opportunity to leave this place. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was indeed possible. In their eyes, Lin Fei was nothing more than a lucky fellow. He had offended a devil emperor before becoming an emperor, so it was questionable whether he could survive in the future. No one could have imagined the result. Lin Fei had managed to survive time after time. First, he had taken the celestial demon monarch's fruits by surprise, and then it seemed like he had caused the death of the celestial demon monarch's clone. If he wasn't careful, he might really fall for it. We have set up a large formation outside. Even an immortal emperor or a demon emperor wouldn't be able to break out of the formation in a short period of time. As long as Lin Fei is trapped in the formation, he won't be able to escape. 1 hour. It was neither too long nor too short. In Lin Fei's eyes, an hour was too short. He had never felt that time had passed so quickly. Young man, an hour is up. I want to see how you're going to pass this test. The heavenly demon god chuckled. Huff, Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. It's still too short. If I had more time, I would be able to fully comprehend this saber. Although this requires the great Tao runes to execute. My system has a powerful analytical ability. Although I don't have the great Tao runes, I have the god power runes. As long as I change the structure, the power of my god power runes will increase by more than 100 times. In his heart, Lin Fei was very excited. The attack of a supreme expert like the heavenly demon god was the most ordinary attack. It wasn't something that a first step or second step immortal emperor could master. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was right. The heavenly demon god's attack could only be comprehended when he was at least a third step immortal emperor. The reason why a third step immortal emperor was so powerful, more than 100 times stronger than a second step immortal emperor, was because he had mastered the ability to use the great Tao runes. Lin Fei could be considered to be secretly learning from the heavenly demon god. With the help of the upgrade system, he had mastered a way to use the power of the runes. The way I used it in the past was too crude. I couldn't unleash its true power. As long as I change the god power runes, they will be extremely powerful. I have 80% confidence in this round. At this moment, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. I'm ready. Lin Fei's aura soared to the sky. He was absolutely confident. I thought you would leave at the last minute. It seems that you are not. You are full of confidence. Let me see what kind of heaven-defying abilities you have. Swoosh! As the heavenly demon god spoke, he flicked his thick finger. A large expanse of light and the great Tao runes flashed. The rune saber swept across the sky and shook the earth. It was a simple saber, just like the previous attack. Fair. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers appeared above Lin Fei's head. His eyes were filled with confidence as he faced the saber of the heavenly demon god. I'm dead. 9 heavenly god fruits. It's over. No matter who it was, they shook their heads when they saw Lin Fei taking the initiative to face the heavenly demon god. They did not expect this to be the result. The heavenly demon god flicked his finger and a rune saber appeared. The power of the great Tao permeated the void, causing the void to tremble. Young man, you are indeed amazing to have such a treasure. However, you have not become an emperor, and your physical body is not strong enough. The recoil force will shatter your physical body. You can't withstand it. The heavenly demon god casually glanced at it, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was very shocked. Good lad. Who was behind him? He used the supreme-grade material starlight, divine metal, to refine 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. No wonder those immortal emperors and demon emperors were helpless against this lad. With his 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, he can withstand most of the power. No wonder he is so confident. However, he doesn't know that even 1/10 of my strength is not something his physical body can withstand. What a pity, what a pity. It's all that Bastard Eternal's fault for insisting on such a rule. The heavenly demon god was shocked. Anyone who could become a 4th-step demon emperor was not simple. He quickly calmed down. Although the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers was good, his physical body could not keep up. If the other party became an emperor, he could rely on this treasure to block it. Wherever the saber light passed, the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers completely collapsed. A terrifying aura instantly shrouded Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a deep breath and suppressed his violent blood chi. He was going to attack. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers soared into the sky, colliding with the saber light of the heavenly demon god. The saber light was slightly deflected, and the pressure was reduced. Divine power runes, break, 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 Lin Fei shouted. Divine power runes flew out from his body. They were as resplendent as stars. Once these runes appeared, they illuminated the void. What followed was a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. 6 divine power sabers appeared in Lin Fei's hands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 1193. 6 beams of light shot out. A destructive power swept through the entire void. The first to be affected by the terrifying aura were the immortal emperors and demon emperors outside the gate. Pung, pung, pung. The power of the saber light tore through array after array, but it was unable to stop the aura from leaking out. Pu. Many immortal emperors and demon emperors did not expect that the inconspicuous Lin Fei would be able to unleash such an attack. They were instantly affected by the saber light. They suffered a small loss, but everyone's expressions changed as they fled the gate. The saber light's power did not stop, overturning mountains and seas. The array flags of the array turned into fragments, and everyone was bleeding. While their hearts were bleeding, they looked at Lin Fei through the gate, their eyes filled with disbelief. Why was that attack so familiar? Did he use a Dao talisman? Otherwise, how could he unleash such power? This is definitely not the power of a Dao talisman. It seems to be the attack of a sky demon god. This, impossible. Only a third-step immortal emperor can use it. He is an immortal king, at most an immortal emperor. How could he comprehend such power? The immortal emperors and demon emperor clones did not know what to say. The aura was too terrifying. 6 beams of light shot out like venomous snakes. Lin Fei put his life on the line and unleashed the move he had just learned. The power of this move was beyond imagination. The god power in his body flowed out like a flood. In the blink of an eye, 100% of his god power was gone. All of it was on the 6 saber lights. An unprecedented fatigue shrouded his body, and he could not help but tremble. This was the first time he had used up 100% of his god power. Looks like I can't use this move carelessly next time. Lin Fei knew that the power of the god power runes would increase greatly when he changed them. With this slash, Lin Fei believed that if he met a Sky Demon Emperor again, this slash would definitely take the other party's life, unless he had a powerful treasure. Bang, bang, bang. The saber lights clashed, shaking the heavens and earth. The aftershocks of the saber lights collided. Lin Fei hurriedly retracted the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers to protect his physical body. Even so, his blood and chi were churning. He estimated that this power was at least 100 trillion dragon god power. Fortunately, not only did Lin Fei have god power, but he also had immortal power. Even so, it was extremely strenuous to resist. The attack of a 4-step demon overlord was too terrifying. Whether he succeeded or not, he could only leave it to fate. Even though Xiao Chan had some understanding of the great Dao runes, he did not have much time to learn them. He did not have much confidence in the outcome of executing 6 saber strikes in one go. Young man, I really suspect that you are one of those ancient existences. The saber light dissipated, and the heavenly demon god appeared before him once more. At this moment, the way he looked at Lin Fei had already changed. It was no longer casual and nonchalant. Instead, it was serious. This young man had just unleashed the power of the great Dao runes that only a 3rd-step immortal emperor could master. The Great Path runes required the power of the Great Path, but the young man in front of him had opened up another path, changing the structure of the divine power runes, instantly raising their level. Unimaginable, truly unimaginable. The heavenly demon god was no genius. He had seen many geniuses, but this was definitely the first time he had seen someone like this. Lin Fei said, "Senior, how can I be the reincarnation of an ancient existence?" The heavenly demon god said, "Your luck is not bad. You have passed this round and obtained the chance to enter the blood pool." Outside the door, everyone pricked up their ears. Hearing this, they were all dumbfounded. Lin Fei passed. How is this possible? They really couldn't imagine what that final attack was. How did Lin Fei manage to pass, while their clones couldn't? Instead, it was a brat who managed to pass. Blood pool, god blood. They went completely crazy. Rumble, the heavy stone door slowly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. I can't sense it anymore. Lin Fei entered the blood pool. He obtained the god blood. This time, everyone was speechless. The stone door closed, and darkness shrouded the place. Everyone stared at the stone door and shook their heads helplessly. They did not dare to attack the stone door, afraid that the heavenly demon god would come out. Is this all we can do? Everyone was unwilling to give up. In their eyes, Lin Fei had once again become mysterious, especially the explosive power of the attack. Even if they encountered it, they would have to use all their strength to block it, and they might even die if they were careless. What else can we do? Based on the explosive attack just now, none of us can think about it. After obtaining the god blood, Lin Fei will definitely come out from the stone door. We still have a chance. Everyone knew that these words were actually to comfort themselves. They had learned a little about the effects of the god blood from ancient books. Its terrifying effects were unimaginable. When Lin Fei came out again, his strength would increase again. At that time, they would not be able to do anything to him. It would be even more difficult to obtain the heavenly god fruit. This emperor heard that the god blood comes from the noble god. The god blood contains supreme divine effects, but is still not something that Lin Fei can withstand. Naturally, Lin Fei could not hear these words. I passed. Hearing the heavenly demon god's words, Lin Fei felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He had finally succeeded after expending a large number of system points. You're very lucky. The way I see it, no one can pass this trial. The heavenly demon god sighed, his expression changing. You passed this trial, and I will keep my promise. I will tell you a piece of information that no one else will know. In truth, Lin Fei did not care much about this information. Since the heavenly demon god had said so, Lin Fei naturally wanted to hear it. This supreme expert would not lie to him, would he? Please speak, senior. I'm listening. The heavenly demon god said with a smile. Do you know why that bastard eternal immortal emperor left his legacy here? Lin Fei said, wasn't it because he wanted to find a personal disciple? Ha, what a joke. That bastard was so powerful that he participated in that battle. Do you think it would be so easy to find a personal disciple? Only people like you would believe this to be true. Senior, you must be joking. Lin Fei was taken aback. Someone as important as the eternal immortal emperor would not do such a thing. Lin Fei was shocked to hear this news. Didn't he leave behind a legacy to find a successor? If it wasn't to find a successor, then what was going on? Lin Fei was confused. Why? Is there some secret behind it? Lin Fei asked. He really wanted to know the reason. From the beginning, Lin Fei had thought that the eternal immortal emperor wanted to find a successor. Otherwise, why would there be such a rumor in the universe? Why? I won't tell you. If you use your brain to think about it, that bastard eternal immortal emperor was unparalleled back in the day, especially when it came to the Tao of eternity. No one could compare to him. Do you think that there would be no third step or fourth step immortal emperors in this place of inheritance? Lin Fei thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. Outside the Nirvana realm, there were many immortal emperors and demon emperors, but they were all first step immortal emperors. The fact that those second step and third step immortal emperors had yet to show up was suspicious. This was not very realistic. The eternal immortal emperor had been unparalleled in his battle prowess, and the treasures he had collected were rare. Once the legacy appeared, those peerless immortal emperors should have appeared. But none of them had appeared. Lin Fei had not paid much attention to this at first, but now it dawned on him that there was something strange about the legacy. Could this really be a trap set up by the eternal immortal emperor? Lin Fei pondered this. I've been alone for too long. How can I chat with you? The heavenly fiend god said darkly. Young man, you'd better keep what you said to yourself. If you dare spread it, ha. This was a secret. Only someone from the upper echelons would know. Lin Fei nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, senior. I will keep my mouth shut about what happened today. I won't tell anyone. Young man, I'll tell you now. If you were in that bastard eternal's shoes, you wouldn't pass the 5 trials. You're not strong enough. I can go down. The heavenly fiend god laughed. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Once you reach the fourth and fifth trials, you'll die. If you're not the eternal immortal emperor, you'll be wasting your time. You might even die there. Not the eternal immortal emperor? Had the eternal immortal emperor left the legacy land to wait for someone? Lin Fei thought to himself. If this was true, it would be terrifying. Why are you willing to tell me? Lin Fei asked suspiciously. Haha, you're so young, but you've already comprehended the power of runes. Your future is limitless. You'll definitely surpass that bastard eternal immortal emperor. There is something else that the heavenly fiend god had not said. Today's good karma would be of great help in the future. Everything had karma. Today was the cause, and there would be karma in the future. Thank you for your praise, Senior. I don't know how far I'll go in the future. Lin Fei said. The heavenly fiend god said, to be able to comprehend it so calmly, you're indeed a monster. I'm happy today, so I'll give you another piece of news. He pointed to the pool of blood behind him. Do you know, no matter who comes, they can't pass the blood pool. It's already been taken. You're the only exception. This, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He could no longer remain calm. The pool of blood had already been taken. If he had not heard it with his own ears, Lin Fei would not have believed it. The pool of blood had already been taken. Who was this person? Who was so capable that they could pass the trial and obtain the divine blood in the pool? Lin Fei had suspected that the heavenly fiend god's every move was meant to kill, not giving anyone a chance to pass. It was to prevent anyone from passing. Since the heavenly fiend god had said so, no immortal emperor or demon emperor avatar would be able to pass. Instead, he had become the exception. If not for the system's recent update, which provided analysis and other functions, he would not have been able to pass this trial. Young man, you're on your own. Chapter 1194. Secret. Definitely a secret. Lin Fei had not expected to hear such a shocking secret from the mouth of a four-step demon emperor. The pool of blood had long since been chosen. It would have the ability to do so. The fourth and fifth tests were still a dead end. No matter which secret it was, once it got out, it would cause a huge uproar. Lin Fei did not think that the Sky Demon God would lie to him. He had everything he wanted, so why would the Sky Demon God lie to him? The Sky Demon God had nothing better to do. The Sky Demon God's words could not be false. Whatever, the God's blood in the pool of blood is in my hands. It will not fall into anyone else's hands. Whoever it is, I'll get the benefits first. Lin Fei chuckled. Goo-goo-goo-goo, the runes danced in the pool of blood. This was even more mysterious than the great Tao runes. It must be God's blood. Lin Fei withdrew himself and stood next to the pool of blood. The dark red God's blood flowed, exuding boundless might. Divine might. Having absorbed divinity, he could tell at a glance whether the God's blood was God's blood or not. The God's blood in the pool of blood was indeed unique. I wonder who the eternal immortal emperor left the God's blood for. Now it's mine. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go down. The God's blood was not ordinary. It took him a day. Lin Fei's mind was restored to its peak. The system scanned the God's blood in the pool. It was indeed the legendary God's blood. The God's blood had come from the giant's body. The God's blood contained endless mysteries. Rumor has it that the God's blood has nature-defying effects. I wonder how far it will take me. Will it really be nature-defying? After a day's thought, Lin Fei easily figured things out. The God's blood in the pool of blood had indeed been prepared for someone. That person must have been extraordinary. The God's blood in the pool of God's blood would have unimaginable magical effects. Perhaps that person wanted to use the pool of God's blood to obtain supreme magical effects. Now the magical effects of the God's blood would fall on him. Plop! Lin Fei strode up and jumped into the God's blood. Goo 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 goo. Hua hua hua. Runes filled the sky. Lin Fei's immortal armor shattered into pieces. The power of runes enveloped his entire body and drilled into his flesh. Ah! The God's blood surged and engulfed Lin Fei in his flesh and blood. A pain he had never felt before engulfed him. This kid is not bad. Let's see how much of this pool of God blood he can absorb. The more he absorbs, the higher his achievements will be. In the void, a huge head popped out. Its eyeballs turned and stared motionlessly at the pool of blood. No one would have thought that their painstaking plan would end up helping someone else. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The giant head shrank back into its body. The giant head shuddered. In the blood pool, the sky full of runes turned into a huge whirlpool. In the whirlpool, a naked figure appeared. One by one, the runes drilled into the other party's body. That's strange. This kid mastered the absorption method. What monster? I thought he couldn't refine much God's blood. It seems I was wrong. In the blood pool, Lin Fei's face was ferocious. One by one, the runes drilled into his body. Runes were formed from the god's blood and had extraordinary effects. It was not easy to master these runes. However, at this moment, the runes were submerged in his body like a great river flowing into the sea. With each runes entering his body, Lin Fei, who was in the whirlpool, had a large number of runes vanish. Then, new runes were formed. Once these runes were formed, they broke away from the previous runes and became a different kind of runes. The runes were filled with a faint aura of divinity. They were no longer ordinary runes. I finally understand. Ha ha, so that's how it is. It's a pity that some people are going to fail at the last step and benefit someone else. This time, the giant head finally disappeared. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In this half a month, the god's blood in the blood pool continuously erupted runes and drilled into the other party's body. At first, there were not many. As time passed, large numbers of runes were integrated into the other party's body. Boom, boom, boom. Half a month later, on a day, the blood pool exploded, and the god's blood turned into a pool of clear water. On the blood pool, a person was sitting cross-legged. The runes around him were like clouds. The runes flowed in and out like a part of his body. Ha ha! I finally refined all the god's blood. The person sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. In his left and right eyes, the runes were jumping. Endless power was like a god descending. Lin Fei leapt out of the pool of blood, and a large number of cloud-like runes exploded. This is the true power of the god's talisman. With a thought, a 5-colored flower appeared in front of Lin Fei. This 5-colored flower was bright and dazzling. It was formed by the power of the god's talisman. Although it looked like a flower, its power was extraordinary. Even a first-step immortal emperor would not dare to take it head-on. It turns out that my previous divine power was not true divine power. After refining this pool of God's blood, my divine power runes have been reborn. Now, with a thought, the God's talisman can be used by me. Lin Fei could feel the power of the God's talisman. The God's talisman returned to his body and turned into surging divine power. A dark red divine mark appeared on his forehead. God's blood is indeed heaven-defying. Fortunately, I learned the 18 primordial clones, which allowed me to use all the divine power for myself and achieve supreme divine power. My current God force has broken through from 1 trillion dragon divine force to 500 trillion dragon divine force in one go. My main body's God force has reached 10 billion dragon divine force. My 18 doppelgangers are absorbing the remaining God force, which means that each doppelganger contains more than 20 trillion dragon divine force. Now, when I punch out, the power will reach 500 trillion dragon divine force. With the God's talisman's power, I can slash out trillions of dragon divine force with one saber. My true self-body, which originally had a small success, has reached great success after absorbing the God's blood. Only a third-step immortal emperor can break my defense and make me vomit blood. At this moment, Lin Fei's body was filled with endless power. Although the pool of God's blood did not increase his cultivation level, his combat power had completely broken through the heavens. Other than heaven-defying immortal emperors, very few people could reach this level, right? Young man, congratulations on reaching the heavens in a single step. In the void, the heavenly fiend Celestial stretched his head out again with a smile. In fact, the heavenly fiend Celestial himself was extremely shocked. After refining and absorbing a pool of God's blood, He was not afraid of exploding from the power. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help." The heavenly fiend Celestial did not refuse. He accepted it with a smile. "Not bad. At least you have a conscience. You know who to thank." If not for the heavenly fiend Celestial's saber, Lin Fei would not have been able to learn the power of the great Tao runes through the system. He would not have been able to improve his god power runes and gain the right to enter the blood pool. Who to thank? Lin Fei knew. While you were in seclusion, the fourth stage opened, and an even more intense battle began. Did you feel that it was a pity? A pity that you lost the chance to enter the next stage? Lin Fei did not feel sad. He smiled. "Senior, you said that the next stage would be filled with danger. In that case, why should I go? Besides, I have gained more than I expected. I'm very satisfied." He was indeed satisfied. In fact, Lin Fei had entered the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance ground to make a breakthrough. If word got out about what he had gained from the blood pool, everyone would be envious. With such battle prowess, no heaven-defying geniuses would be able to compete with him. This battle prowess was comparable to a heaven-defying first step immortal emperor. Contentment brings happiness. "You are very good," the heavenly fiend Celestial said. "You have indeed gained a lot. With your strength, you can reach 500 trillion Dragon Divine Power Points with one punch, and 1 trillion Dragon Divine Power Points with the power of the Divine Talismans. You are truly a heaven-defying genius. Your battle prowess is comparable to that of a heaven-defying first-step immortal emperor." Lin Fei knew that those heaven-defying first-step immortal emperors could fight a second-step immortal emperor. They were truly monstrous geniuses. He was very satisfied with what he had gained. Lin Fei already knew that the eternal immortal emperor had his own reasons for leaving the inheritance ground. It was impossible for him to inherit the eternal power. There was no need to take the risk. "Senior, can you tell me where I can get out? I am ready to leave." "Smart," the heavenly fiend Celestial chuckled. "I thought you would run out like an idiot. The moment you step out of the door, the eternal immortal emperor's projection will kill you instantly." Lin Fei broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost done that. If he had done that, he would have been the one to suffer. You guessed right. This space was specially set up by the eternal immortal emperor. It is isolated from the outside world, and there is a teleportation array inside that will take you out. The heavenly fiend Celestial flicked his finger, and with a flash of saber light, the void was split open. A small teleportation array appeared in the void. You hit it well. From beginning to end, Lin Fei had not been able to tell that there was a small teleportation array hidden in the void. Lin Fei decided not to participate in the next round. Even though his strength had improved greatly, he was still at a disadvantage in front of that unknown person. Now that he had gained something, there was no need for him to take the risk. "All right, you may go." Lin Fei walked towards the teleportation array, then stopped. "Senior, if you let me go, what if that person asks?" "Huh, I'm not that person's subordinate. I did all this for a promise. Now that I've fulfilled it, of course I have to go. Who can stop me from staying in this godforsaken place? It's time to get out." Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. "Young man, you have benefited from the divine blood, and your immortal body has changed. Once you leave, all sorts of trouble will follow. You must be prepared. I hope that we will meet again." The heavenly fiend Celestial vanished. This time, he really did disappear. Lin Fei could no longer sense his aura. Chapter 1195. Outside the Nirvana Realm. Powerful divine consciousnesses scan the entire Nirvana world at all times. If anything happened, the super experts sitting cross-legged on the stars will be able to sense it immediately and react as quickly as possible. Recently, more and more immortal emperors and demon emperors were eliminated and lost the right to enter the next level. Mortal Monarch, Sky Devil Monarch, and the others had sent their clones out. Their real bodies did not leave, and they would not leave until the very end. Half a month ago, there was news. After the Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei tricked the Sky Demon Monarch, he displayed his might and obtained a chance to enter the blood pool. The news caused an uproar outside. He really had no idea how lucky he was to obtain all 9 heavenly god fruits. And now he got god blood. What kind of logic was that? Be it the heavenly god's fruit or the god's blood, they were both peerless treasures. Lin Fei was just someone from Small World. What right did he have to possess such treasures? Eldest senior brother, what should we do now? Outside the Nirvana realm. The first elder, Saint 33, sent a voice transmission to Zhang Xian. Don't be impatient. We can't rush this. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang closed his eyes and comforted his junior brother. Ever since the news came out a few days ago, life had been tough. They had a chance to enter the 4th level, but they were besieged by a group of people indiscriminately. Saint 33 had to give up the chance. Now that they came out, the situation was not good. The people of the Holy Heaven Academy were being watched. All of them, without exception, had come for the heavenly god fruit and were currently monitoring them. Saint 33 hadn't become an immortal emperor yet, so he was very nervous under the surveillance of so many people. We can only be watched by them. For now, we have no other choice. We can only stay still. Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang sighed. As long as junior brother Lin Fei doesn't come out, they won't dare to do anything. They are here for the divine god fruits. Saint 33 had a wry smile on his face when he heard this. Junior brother Lin Fei is so powerful that he managed to snatch 9 heavenly god fruits in one go. I heard that the Emotion Emperor and the Flower Emperor only managed to snatch 1 each. He was happy. He had unknowingly offended a lot of people. This was something that Saint 33 had not expected. At this moment, the Holy Heaven Academy was like a big piece of fat meat that was being eyed by a pack of wolves. The slightest movement would cause the wolves to attack. If things really reach a point of no return, I will prepare for the worst. When that time comes, the Academy will depend on you. Senior brother, it's been so long. Lin Fei still hasn't come out? On a certain star, the celestial devil emperor's cold light flickered. One of his clones had been destroyed, and it took him a few days to recover. Hearing that Lin Fei had obtained the right to enter the blood pool again, the Sky Devil Emperor was even more displeased. He was a devil emperor, but he didn't even have this opportunity. God's blood. It was rumored to have heaven-defying effects. It was a divine object that immortal emperors yearned for even in their dreams. The blood pool was filled with godly blood. Even if a pig went in, it would become a flying godly pig, let alone a genius like Lin Fei. Once he emerged from the pool, he would truly be reborn. How could this be? The Sky Demon Emperor was only a first-step demon emperor. After cultivating for so long, he still couldn't cross over to the second-step demon emperor. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through in one go. In the end, his hatred for Lin Fei was indescribable. Why does a junior like him get all the benefits? If that brat really dies in there, I will go and destroy the Divine Academy. This guy has ruined my plans time and time again. He should be cut into pieces. The Sky Devil Emperor was thinking about when he would make a move on them. I can't destroy Lin Fei, but can I destroy an academy? In front of the dark forces, the Holy Heaven Academy only had an immortal emperor overseeing it. Lin Fei is really finished this time. In another place, in the Nether Palace's area, the Sky Devil Maze. The Nether Palace's group had suffered heavy losses. Apart from a few elders who escaped, the rest had all died. The Nether Palace had suffered heavy losses. Traceless Nether had no choice but to withdraw from the 4th stage. The 4th stage was too terrifying. It wasn't something he could go to at his level. He heard that after the Divine Academy was targeted, Traceless Nether wanted nothing more than to destroy the Divine Academy. The last time he brought people over was equivalent to falling out with them. This time, the Nether Palace had suffered heavy losses. Anyone would come up to take a bite. Traceless Nether didn't care about anything else. What he cared about the most was Lin Fei. He had acted irrationally and survived time and time again. In the end, he became a headache for the Nether Palace. He took the heavenly god's fruit and obtained the god's blood. As long as Lin Fei dares to show himself, he will definitely be destroyed. For the heavenly god's fruit, everyone will make a move. Traceless Nether had been waiting for this day to appear. Time passed day by day. More people were eliminated. Heaven-defying geniuses also started to fall. What? A hidden heaven-defying genius appeared in the fourth stage? He killed an immortal emperor's clone? A demon emperor was killed by a heaven-defying genius with one sword strike? The power of the great Tao runes. The fallen immortal emperors and demon emperors brought shocking news. In the fourth stage, a heaven-defying genius appeared among the unknown geniuses. His battle prowess was heaven-defying. He killed several immortal emperors and demon emperors with one move. That heaven-defying genius is called Nameless. Not long after, another heaven-defying genius voluntarily withdrew and brought back even more shocking news. Nameless is suspected to be an ancient existence. Then more news came. In the fourth stage, another few heaven-defying geniuses appeared. Their battle prowess could kill immortal emperors and demon emperors. They changed their previous low profile and advanced triumphantly. No one was a match for them. It was that ancient existence again. War Sky is too terrifying. He killed heaven-defying geniuses one after another. It should be Nameless who is stronger. Outside the Nirvana realm, there were people discussing the situation inside the Inheritance ground every day. More people were concerned about whether Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei was dead or not, and why he hadn't shown up yet. Some people said that Lin Fei had exploded and died. They didn't see him in the fourth stage. He died just like that. Everyone was very unwilling. They wouldn't give up until they saw it with their own eyes. The heavenly god's fruit was too important to them. If Lin Fei came out, he would definitely give up on the fourth stage. It was inevitable that he would appear outside the Nirvana realm. This would be their only chance. Another day passed. Outside the Nirvana realm, near a dead planet, space rippled and a gap opened up. Someone came out. It's not the normal way. The ripple was immediately detected by the divine sense. Many powerful existences left the planet and appeared near the spatial ripple. This damned passage is finally out. Chapter 1196. They were the most sensitive to the movements outside the Nirvana world. When the spatial fluctuations appeared, the experts sitting on the stars were the first to know. Hua, hua, hua. They rushed toward the spatial fluctuations like running water. There was a special exit outside the Nirvana world. Those who came out would come out from there instead of appearing elsewhere. Abnormal. Very abnormal. Everyone was curious who would come out of the passage. Oh no, it's junior brother Lin Fei. As soon as the spatial passage opened, Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, who was sitting cross-legged, was the first to notice, and his expression changed dramatically. Why did Lin Fei come out at this time? A group of immortal emperors and demon emperors, as many as 100, were all waiting for junior brother Lin Fei, trying to snatch the divine god fruit from him. If there was divine blood in his body, they would even refine junior brother Lin Fei to death and deprive him of the divine blood. Junior brother, go. Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, transmitted his voice and moved. Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, you look so anxious. The person who came out should be Lin Fei, right? Swish, two forces came and blocked in front of Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, forcing him to stop. Sky Demon Emperor appeared and said with a smile, if it weren't for Lin Fei, how could an immortal emperor like you be so anxious? Both of them were first-step immortal emperors, and Sky Demon Emperor was stronger. Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, didn't dare to underestimate the power of this palm. He was too anxious. So it's Lin Fei coming out. The Soul Emperor of the Dark Forces stood up and laughed. The starry sky shook and stars fell. Among the people present, the Dark Forces were the most powerful. The Soul Emperor was not weak, and he also had the battle strength of a second-step Demon Emperor. Lin Fei walked out of the passage leisurely. The oppressive aura dissipated, and the starry sky world appeared in front of him. It was still the same place, but Lin Fei's mentality was completely different this time. The divinity and divine blood contained magical effects, which made Lin Fei's mentality different. Is everyone welcoming me? Lin Fei joked. I'm afraid my heart can't take it, ha. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would have a grave expression on his face as he pondered over what to do. But now, his mentality was different. With his super strength, he was full of confidence. These first-step immortal emperors and devil emperors were no different from ordinary people in his eyes. The immortal emperors and devil emperors were all enraged. You're just a little country bumpkin, yet you still dare to stick gold on your face? Who do you think you are? Who would have thought that you, Lin Fei, would dare to come out from the inheritance ground? You got some guts. I was worried that you wouldn't come out, but look at you now. In the starry space, an immortal emperor made his move. Emperor Might filled the air as his hand reached out, wanting to capture Lin Fei and seize the heavenly god fruit. Humph! Lin Fei is not someone you can take. In the air, Jing Guang's figure flashed. Another immortal emperor acted, repelling the immortal emperor's palm, stopping the other party's actions. Clearly, this immortal emperor wasn't weak either. After a simple exchange of blows, both of them stopped. At this moment, Lin Fei was like a big piece of juicy meat. Based on their eyesight, Lin Fei's body was filled with divine light. Clearly, he had refined a large amount of god blood. If he refined Lin Fei, young man, we meet again. In the starry space, an immortal emperor opened his eyes and looked over. It was Mortal Emperor, who was the first to be eliminated. His current battle strength far surpassed his strength back then. You were able to pass through the heavenly devil god's hands, obtain his recognition, and obtain the god blood from the blood pool. I'm very curious. What did you rely on? As long as you can prove it to me, I won't interfere anymore. Mortal Emperor said indifferently. In fact, everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. At the last moment, what trump card did Lin Fei use to reverse the situation? Mortal Emperor was polite, so Lin Fei was naturally polite. Can you answer this question later? Sure. Mortal Emperor said, I believe that you won't lie. Mortal Emperor closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged on the star. Among the immortal emperors and devil emperors, not everyone was as easy to negotiate as Mortal Emperor. Lin Fei, this emperor's name is Tianqiang. The heavenly god fruit in your hand, this emperor wants it. I don't want a lot, just one heavenly god fruit. Will you give it to me or not? This emperor Dao Cohen also wants one heavenly god fruit in your hand. This emperor wants 3 heavenly god fruits. One after another, the immortal emperors and devil emperors stared at Lin Fei like wolves and tigers. They threatened and intimidated Lin Fei, using all sorts of methods. They all had one goal: hand over the heavenly god fruit. Scram to the side. Rumble. The sound of thunder exploded. Several immortal emperors and devil emperors were sent flying by the lightning palm. Then, the people of the Lightning Palace squeezed in. They had long received the news that many experts of the Lightning Palace had come. Their powerful strength instantly turned the surroundings into an empty space. The Grand Deacon of the Lightning Palace is here. It's rumored that the Grand Deacon was originally an outsider. Later on, he comprehended the Lightning Dao and was given the name Lei Ao. He's extremely domineering. The Lightning Palace's disciple Lei Guangzi died in the hands of Lin Fei. The Lightning Palace definitely has an excuse. Everyone talked at once. The Lightning Palace had a great influence in the 12 palaces. They had an ancient lightning ancestor. Everyone present was a first-step immortal emperor. Only a few were second-step immortal emperors. They couldn't compete with the Lightning Palace at all. They were not willing to offend such a powerful force. You're Lin Fei? Great. Hand over the heavenly god fruit. The person being surrounded was a middle-aged man. Lightning flickered around his body. His face was expressionless. The moment he opened his mouth, lightning rumbled and bolts of lightning surged. His mastery of the lightning Dao was very profound. Whoosh, one of the people beside the middle-aged man, received the order. A lightning whip flashed with lightning and whizzed towards Lin Fei, not giving Lin Fei any chance to speak. The people of the Lightning Palace had never taken Lin Fei seriously, especially immortal Emperor Lei Ao, who decided the outcome with a single sentence. The electric whip was like a venomous snake. It moved at the speed of light and instantly wrapped around Lin Fei's body, exploding with crackling sounds. What genius! In my eyes, You're just so. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao laughed. How could a mere Lin Fei fight against the Lightning Palace? He had to pay a huge price to kill Lei Guangzi. The Lightning Whip was a treasure refined by the Lightning Palace using the power of the Lightning Tao. Any immortal who was hit by it would be suppressed by the power of the lightning. It was a very overbearing treasure. Lightning Palace, you guys are really overbearing. Do you really think that I, Lin Fei, am a pushover? The lightning exploded. The lightning whip was already there. Lin Fei, who was in the lightning, trembled. The runes bounced back on the lightning whip like rays of light. They cracked inch by inch and disappeared in the runes. The person who used the lightning whip vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. This was one of his treasures, but it was shattered just like that. Lin Fei strode over. There were no injuries on his body. He looked straight at the Lightning Palace. I killed Lei Guangzi. Don't think that you guys are so powerful. Believe it or not, when I get angry, all of you will stay here today. None of you can go back. You're not qualified to act like a tyrant in front of me. He scolded them in public. 12 palaces. Was the Lightning Palace that great? Not necessarily. Chapter 1197. Were they really going to fight? The demon emperors and immortal emperors all laughed when they heard this. Fight with the Thunder Palace? How are they going to fight? The World Alliance and the 12 palaces were famous in the myriad heavens. The power of any one of the palaces was incomparable to ordinary forces. The Thunder Palace was one of the most powerful palaces in the 12 palaces. Lin Fei was just a rising star. Although he looked powerful, he couldn't compete with the Thunder Palace. He wouldn't even know how he died after boasting like this. Lightning shot out from Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's left and right eyes as he smiled faintly. The rumors outside say that you, Lin Fei, are arrogant and overbearing. You are young and look down on everyone. It seems that the rumors are true. Unfortunately, you don't know who you are going against. Everyone knew that Immortal Emperor Lei Ao was angry. All of you, go and suppress Lin Fei and escort him back to the Thunder Palace. He is a member of the Thunder Palace. He can't die in vain. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao really looked down on the rising star Lin Fei. No matter how talented he is, he will still fall into the hands of the Thunder Palace in the end. 9 heavenly god fruits. Among the disciples of the Thunder Palace, 9 powerful existences will be cultivated. Among the forces of the 12 palaces, the influence of the Thunder Palace will increase. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao thought happily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace were all half-step immortal emperors. They held thunder, Tao, immortal weapons, and exuded endless power of thunder. They were the official disciples of the Thunder Palace. Experts would know once they made a move. The 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace attacked together and activated their thunder, Tao, immortal weapons. The demon emperors and immortal emperors gasped when they saw this. The World Alliance, the 12 palaces, and the Thunder Palace. They were indeed powerful. They could reach the combat power of a first-step immortal emperor. Heaven-defying talent. Such combat power was comparable to their immortal emperors and demon emperors. If the first-step immortal emperor of the Thunder Palace attacked, their combat power would probably be swept away. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Leo, what do you mean by this? Some people were unwilling when the disciples of the Thunder Palace attacked. Ordinary immortal emperors and devil emperors wouldn't dare to act against the Lightning Palace. However, one mustn't forget one thing. Among the major factions present, there was a dark faction. The Soul Emperor was like a ghost. He sent out a palm, and a black fog containing the power of the great Tao blocked the 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace. He pointed at Immortal Emperor Lei Ao and said impolitely, this emperor was wondering who it was. So it's you, Soul Emperor. Could it be that you also want to interfere? Immortal Emperor Lei Ao waved his hand, and the thunder light hell appeared, colliding with the black fog. The black fog exploded, and the 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace escaped. They sent a voice transmission. Go and take down Lin Fei. The 3 Thunder Palace disciples possessed tyrannical combat strength. But, compared to the Soul Emperor, they were still a far cry away. Kill Lin Fei. Just give up and let us capture you. The three of them shouted loudly. The power of lightning rumbled, and streaks of lightning descended from the sky. Runes flickered. How could the Soul Emperor allow the people of the Thunder Palace to have their way? The 9 heavenly god fruits, as well as the god blood in that brat Lin Fei's body, were all supreme treasures. How could he allow them to fall into the hands of outsiders? You guys attacked too. The Sky Demon Emperor and the others had already received the news. The 5 first-step Demon Emperors attacked at the first moment. Demonic fog filled the sky, and the immortal weapons of the demonic Tao were taken out by them. Retreat. A great battle broke out. The Thunder Palace and the Dark Forces fought first. Whether it was the Thunder Palace or the Dark Forces, they were all top forces. Once they attacked, it would be terrible. The Immortal Emperor and the Demon Emperor immediately retreated to avoid being involved in the center of the storm. More importantly, the Soul Emperor and Immortal Emperor Lei Ao were similar in strength. That was the most terrifying thing when they fought. Lei Ao, rumor has it that you have refined an Emperor's divine weapon. I would like to see it for myself. The Soul Emperor laughed and attacked with all his strength. His demonic might shook the starry sky. A demonic saber flickered with cold light, and a saber slashed a star into pieces. As you wish. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao took out his Emperor's divine weapon. It was a huge thunder tree covered with thunder runes. As soon as this Emperor's divine weapon appeared, its aura rose again. In the void, the Soul Emperor activated the demonic saber. The saber radiance was billions of miles long, and the stars shattered. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao activated his Emperor's divine weapon, the Thunder Tao tree refined by the Thunder Palace's secret technique. Every time it was activated, violent thunder radiance roared. When the 2 strongest experts attacked, the area within 1,000,000 miles became a vacuum. Some people were slow to react and vomited blood on the spot, suffering serious injuries. Lin Fei, you killed junior brother Lei Guan. Let me see how powerful you are. One of the 3 Thunder Palace disciples shot out thousands of thunder radiance. Each thunder radiance was as thick as an arm, and they formed an inescapable net. The thunder radiance roared and covered the opponent. 8 experts whose battle prowess reached the first step Immortal Emperor realm attacked together. In an instant, Lin Fei was in the middle of a turbulent sea, and he would be swallowed by the endless waves at any time. All kinds of thunder, Tao power rushed towards Lin Fei like a vast ocean. A Lin Fei, who was surrounded, suddenly laughed towards the sky. His laughter spread across the starry sky, and the stars shook and fell into the starry sky, smashing into the planets. Many immortal emperors and demon emperors almost lost their balance. What? Lin Fei's strength can attract the stars. Something's wrong. The Thunder Palace disciples' attack was broken. Exclamations were heard, and their eyes widened. When Lin Fei laughed, the attacks of the 3 Thunder Palace disciples and 5 first-step demon emperors were all disintegrated when they were about to get close. They were shattered by a powerful force. I will kill immortal emperors today. An even more domineering flute sound shook down the stars. Some immortal emperors, sitting cross-legged on the stars, suddenly felt an endless power pressing down on them, and they lost control of the stars. Everyone was shocked. Lin Fei took a step and rushed towards the 3 Thunder Palace disciples. In his eyes, the 3 Thunder Palace disciples were nothing. Runes flew out from the sky, and with a long saber in hand, he slashed out, and a long river was formed. The long river of saber light was billions of miles long, and it was majestic. What an arrogant fellow, and he dares to kill immortal emperors. The 3 Thunder Palace disciples were infuriated by Lin Fei's arrogance. As soon as they finished speaking, the saber light came, and the runes danced. A terrifying aura came, and it instantly drowned them. The runes in the saber light exploded, and countless runes exploded, instantly obliterating the lightning. The 3 Thunder Palace disciples were killed on the spot. Lin Fei didn't even look at the 3 Thunder Palace disciples after killing them with a single saber. Sky Demon Emperor, we can settle our old scores now. This gaze was full of divine might, and when the Sky Demon Emperor met this gaze, his heart was shrouded in danger. How is this possible? A single gaze from Lin Fei made me feel danger? The Sky Demon Emperor thought in his heart. Settle our old scores? Ha ha! This emperor has been waiting for this day for a long time. As soon as the Sky Demon Emperor's voice fell, Lin Fei came in front of him, and a fist covered in runes came smashing down. The Sky Demon Emperor laughed. You dare to compete with this emperor in terms of physical strength. Bang! The power of the runes erupted, and the Sky Devil Monarch instantly felt a terrifying energy envelop him. He lost control of his body and was sent flying backward. His body continuously exploded, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as he smashed through more than 10 stars before crashing into an uninhabited planet. One saber to kill 3 Thunder Palace disciples? One punch to send the Sky Demon Emperor flying for billions of miles. Chapter 1198. P.S. Thank you, Zhao Huang, for the tip. It's the 3rd update again. Plus the monthly ticket. It'll be the 6th update. I won't forget it. Everyone thought that Lin Fei would be suppressed. Whether it was the Thunder Palace or the Dark Faction, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to fight against them. The combat power of a first-step Immortal Emperor was enough to suppress any expert, including Lin Fei. In the end, Lin Fei gave him a slap in the face. First, 3 Thunder Palace disciples were killed with a single slash, shocking everyone. One slash. Even if it was them, it would take them some time to break through the lightning protection. The most shocking thing was that the Sky Demon Emperor, a first-step Demon Emperor, was sent flying hundreds of millions of miles by a single punch from Lin Fei. How terrifying was the power of that punch? We've all misjudged him. Lin Fei must have refined the godblood, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone was shocked. Lin Fei ignored them, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers flew out. The mountains and rivers were like a painting, trapping the 4 demon emperors within it. In a few steps, he killed his way to the uninhabited planet. Old thing, you said that you wanted to kill me. Today, I will slaughter you, the demon emperor. On the uninhabited planet, there was a huge crater that was millions of miles wide. The Sky Demon Emperor was covered in divine runes, and his flesh and blood were constantly exploding. His powerful demon emperor body was crumbling bit by bit. How can you be so strong? The Sky Demon Emperor circulated the power of the Great Tao, trying to expel the power of the divine runes, but he couldn't do so. The runes wreaked havoc, and he vomited blood. He couldn't imagine how Lin Fei could be so strong. That punch alone had the power of 500 trillion dragons. The most difficult thing to deal with was the power of the divine runes. The Sky Demon Emperor had never seen such profound divine runes. Lin Fei descended from the sky and stomped on him, laughing. Old thing, are you afraid? A villain intoxicated by success. The Sky Demon Emperor vomited blood. Celestial Devil Overlord Body. A silhouette soared into the sky. It was the Celestial Demon Monarch, and his veins bulged as he turned into a giant demon. He threw a punch. The Sky Demon Emperor was injured, but he was still very powerful. Even though he knew that Lin Fei possessed monstrous talent and that his fighting prowess had been rising non-stop, he did not expect that he would be able to suppress him in such a short period of time. The Sky Devil Emperor felt disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. Now he finally understood why great terror enveloped him the moment he saw Lin Fei. Because Lin Fei had the ability to kill him. What a joke, what a huge joke. The Celestial Demon Emperor was unwilling to accept this. Now that things had come to this, Lin Fei already had the strength to kill him. Chaotic wind splitting. After the giant demon, the Celestial Demon Emperor grew 3 heads and 6 arms. The power of the Great Tao formed black demonic hammers on his 6 arms, and the 6 beams of black light were unbelievably fast. Let's see how you block this. Each hammer strike from his 6 arms contained 800 trillion divine dragons' divine power, causing the void to explode. Divine Talisman Power. Divine Talisman Power surged around Lin Fei, and he stomped down. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 beams of black light smashed onto Lin Fei's thigh, but the divine talisman power shot out and landed on the 6 demonic hammers, sending them flying. Your fleshly body. The Sky Devil Emperor had a bad feeling. His physical body, Lin Fei's stomp, was like a meteor crashing down. It contained the power of divine runes, and its might was unparalleled. It broke through the layers of barriers and stomped on the Celestial Devil Emperor's chest. The Celestial Devil Emperor's 6 arms were all blasted apart. Boom, boom, boom. The stomp landed on the Sky Devil Emperor's chest and exploded with trillions of divine dragons' divine power, piercing through the Sky Devil Emperor's chest. You haven't become an immortal emperor yet, so how can you have such power? The Sky Devil Monarch coughed up blood as he fell from the sky and smashed into the planet. Why not? Isn't a high and mighty demon emperor like you most willing to see others struggle? I'll satisfy you now. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei stomped on the Sky Devil Emperor's body and pierced through the uninhabited planet, leaving behind a huge crater. It all happened too quickly. The Sky Devil Emperor was at a disadvantage in just a few moves. That terrifying power made everyone's scalp go numb. The Sky Devil Emperor used the Sky Devil Tyrant body to activate the power of the Great Tao, but he couldn't shake Lin Fei's body. It was like a nightmare. The Sky Devil Emperor is going to die. That's a demon emperor. Lin Fei, you can't kill this emperor. This emperor is a member of the Dark Forces. If you kill this emperor, the Dark Forces will definitely not let you off. As long as you let this emperor go, this emperor can pretend that nothing happened. From now on, I'll avoid you whenever I see you and treat you as my boss. The Sky Devil Emperor's body was in tatters. Even after using the Sky Devil Tyrant body, he still couldn't withstand the power of Lin Fei's stomp, especially the power of the divine talismans. The power of the talismans was constantly destroying his life force. The Sky Devil Emperor felt his life force draining away. His blood was drying up, and his strength was weakening. The high and mighty Sky Devil Emperor was scared out of his wits. Lin Fei was like a giant god, and he couldn't defeat him anymore. It wouldn't be long before he died. The Sky Devil Emperor didn't want to see this result. He was a demon emperor. How could he die? Lin Fei's stomp was like a divine needle, suppressing the Sky Devil Emperor. He laughed. Old thing, you're a demon emperor. Didn't you want to kill me? Since when did you become afraid? This isn't your style. Lin Fei, I was wrong. I was really wrong. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to hand over all my wealth. I just beg you not to kill me. The Sky Devil Emperor didn't dare to call himself an emperor anymore. He was filled with hatred. As long as I don't die, I'll definitely incite the Dark Faction to kill you or find an assassin. I'll definitely kill you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The auras of 4 experts came whistling from behind. They shook the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Lin Fei chuckled. Old thing, what I want to do now is to kill a demon emperor to satisfy my craving. From now on, no one will dare to cause trouble for me. As he laughed, Lin Fei clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the Celestial Demon Emperor's head. The Sky Devil Emperor's head exploded under the punch. Bang, 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 bang. The talisman power surged in, and the Sky Devil Emperor's flesh exploded inch by inch. The Sky Devil Emperor is dead. Lin Fei killed a demon emperor. The Sky Devil Emperor didn't even have a chance to reform. Just what kind of power did Lin Fei use? How could he kill the Sky Devil Emperor with a punch? Cold sweat. Everyone was covered in cold sweat. Up until now, they could only see that Lin Fei's attack contained a terrifying power of runes, which was even more terrifying than their Grand Tao runes. Brother Sky Devil is dead. The 4 people who caught up were so scared that they forgot to make a move. A demon emperor died in front of them. The fight was so short, and the Sky Devil Emperor, a first-step demon emperor, died in front of them. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the mountains and rivers returned to his head. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Satisfying, really satisfying. I killed a demon emperor. Ha ha. His voice echoed in the starry sky. The soul emperors who were fighting with a mortal emperor, Lei Ao, stopped, and their expressions became complicated. Among them, the Soul Emperor's expression was the worst. The Sky Devil died? The Soul Emperor couldn't believe it. Lin Fei killed a demon emperor? This kind of thing was really hard to believe. The Soul Emperor was clear about the strength of the Sky Devil Emperor. Among first-step immortal emperors, he wasn't considered outstanding. However, with the Sky Devil Tyrant body, his physical body was incomparably strong, and his combat power became extraordinary. But at this time, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao frowned. The power that Lin Fei used just now contained divinity in it, and it killed all the vitality of the Sky Devil Emperor. What kind of power is that? Outsiders might be shocked by the death of the Sky Devil Emperor, but Immortal Emperor Lei Ao from the Thunder Palace saw the essence. The power of Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei killed a demon emperor? Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang, who was surrounded, looked at the scene of the Sky Devil Emperor's death with his mouth wide open. Demon Emperor. Lin Fei killed a demon emperor. Saint 33 was not calm, and he suspected that he had seen wrongly. The demon emperor was a powerful existence of another realm. Lin Fei killed the Sky Devil Emperor in a few moves. This was simply heaven-defying. Even those heaven-defying geniuses couldn't compare with Lin Fei's achievements. The death of an immortal emperor was such a sensational thing. A young man from the great metropolis world had killed a Sky Devil monarch of the dark forces in front of everyone. His name would probably spread through the entire universe, and not just limited to one world. Junior brother has grown to this level, but he killed the Sky Devil Emperor. What should we do now? The dark forces will definitely not let Lin Fei go. Saint 33 frowned after the excitement, and the pressure came with it. Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang smiled. Junior brother Lin Fei is indeed worthy of the old ancestors' attention. Your future achievements are unimaginable. After this battle, our great metropolis world will be lively. Lively? Saint 33 pondered. Lin Fei laughed. I have eaten all the divine god fruits and refined the god blood. If any of you still want to fight, come at me. At most, I will drag a few more immortal emperors and demon emperors down with me. They were originally hesitating whether to fight or not, but now they completely gave up. Previously, they doubted how Lin Fei's strength could improve so quickly. After all, he was chased by the immortal emperors and demon emperors a few days ago. If it wasn't for the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, who knew how many times he would have died? To increase his strength in such a short time, it must be the divine god fruit and the god blood. Extravagant. Too extravagant. The effect of one divine god fruit was heaven-defying. He ate a total of 9 divine god fruits. They almost said, "Why didn't you explode?" Lin Fei's words explained everyone's doubts. This was the most likely possibility. Since the divine god fruit was gone, they were not willing to sacrifice their lives. Their strength was not much different from the Sky Devil Emperor's, and they would be courting death if they went. Lin Fei became a heaven-defying genius, a terrifying existence that could kill a first-step immortal emperor. When Lin Fei became a first-step immortal emperor, his battle strength could probably kill a second-step immortal emperor, right? They couldn't afford to offend such a person. A demon emperor had fallen. With this as an example, who would dare to find trouble with him? No one would dislike living for too long. Chapter 1199. You dare to kill people from the Thunder Palace? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Your combat strength is at most a first-step immortal emperor. It's not enough in front of me. Lightning fell from the sky. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao strode over. His face was gloomy. Suppress. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao took out his Emperor Divine weapon, the entire tree of Thunderlight. Lightning surged. It suppressed the void. At this point, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao had to make a move no matter what. Lin Fei was someone that the Thunder Palace wanted to capture. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao couldn't let go of the loss of 3 disciples of the Thunder Palace. Soul Emperor, you won't stop me from suppressing Lin Fei, will you? Soul Emperor didn't look good either. The Sky Demon Emperor was a member of the Dark Forces. It wouldn't take long for the whole world to know that his people were killed. Any celestial king realm powerhouse killing a demon emperor would be a big deal. Lin Fei killing a demon emperor was a big deal. Even if a mortal emperor Lei Ao didn't make a move, Soul Emperor would. Just now, he noticed the difference in the divine talisman on Lin Fei's hand. That was a terrifying power. If you can't suppress Lin Fei, I will do it myself. Soul Emperor knew that he was a step too late. If the two of them joined forces to deal with Lin Fei, it would really be bullying. I will suppress Lin Fei once I make a move. You don't need to do anything. As soon as the Emperor Divine Weapon was activated, the power of the Great Tao suppressed the Void World. Tens of thousands of lightning arcs turned into lightning swords that filled the sky. They were so densely packed that they were uncountable as they shot toward Lin Fei. Everyone retreated. The Thunder Palace didn't intend to let Lin Fei go. They wanted to suppress Lin Fei. Come on. Lin Fei let out a long roar. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. Second step, Immortal Emperor. Could he fight against a second step Immortal Emperor? Lin Fei rushed to the sky. The divine talisman wall blocked in front of him. He let the lightning swords hit the divine talisman wall, and the sky of runes were destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei punched out, and a large number of thunder swords exploded, breaking through millions of miles, and arrived in front of Immortal Emperor Lei Ao. His 6 arms slapped out, and the destructive thunder light continued to explode. He laughed and said, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, your strength is not that great. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's expression became even more unsightly. He took out his Emperor's divine weapon and suppressed the Void World. Thunder rumbled, and any immortal who came into contact with his power would be suppressed by his physical strength. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao was shocked. His void-suppressing power couldn't hurt Lin Fei's body at all. It was unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Fei's body was stronger than that of a second-step Immortal Emperor? Immortal Emperor Lei Ao snorted coldly. Holding the Tree of Thunderlight, he waved it at Lin Fei and took the opportunity to attack. Let's see how powerful you are today. Lin Fei roared again. His 6 arms were covered with talismans, and he smashed at Immortal Emperor Lei Ao with his bare hands. Bang, 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 the two clashed head-on. The power of the void shook, shattering countless stars. The onlookers in the distance didn't dare to watch anymore. Lin Fei's strength was too strong. With his powerful divine power, he fought head-on against Immortal Emperor Lei Ao. The Thunder Palace cultivated the power of the Thunder Tao, which was extremely destructive. Unless his physical body was terrifyingly strong, how could he resist the attack? Lin Fei couldn't be defeated. The Divine God Fruit was really awesome. After taking it, one would really soar to the sky. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Lin Fei was a typical wolf in sheep's clothing. Even Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, a second-step Immortal Emperor, couldn't suppress Lin Fei. Is the Thunder Palace that great? You may not be able to suppress me. Lin Fei soared into the sky, and his divine power was shocking. After refining the divine blood, the divine power runes grew to the level of divine talismans, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Another important function of the power of divine talismans was to destroy the physical body. Any body-refining cultivation method, when faced with the power of divine talismans, will be facing a terrifying nightmare. Once the physical body was damaged, its combat strength would be greatly affected, affecting the performance of its strength. Lin Fei activated the power of divine talismans and attacked incisively. Although Immortal Emperor Lei Ao had obtained the Thunder Palace's secret arts, he didn't have time to use them. After being engaged in close combat, he could only activate the Emperor Divine Weapon to resist the fierce attacks. What kind of power is this? The power of my Thunder Tao is the most destructive power in the world. If the physical body comes into contact with it, it will be seriously injured. But it can't resist this terrifying power. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's lightning protection couldn't stop the mysterious power that kept invading his body. He could only release a part of the power to suppress the mysterious power. Lin Fei is a madman. How can the divine power in his body be endless? If this goes on, how can I fight? Immortal Emperor Lei Ao almost vomited blood. I can't go on like this. If this goes on, my physical body will be broken by this mysterious power sooner or later. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao activated the Emperor Divine Weapon and slashed at Lin Fei. The terrifying Emperor's might filled the air. The saber hit Lin Fei's body, but it only knocked Lin Fei away. Soul Emperor, didn't you want to deal with Lin Fei? I will let you have it. After knocking Lin Fei away, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao retreated to the side and said calmly. Soul Emperor said, Lin Fei is a rising star. I am a demon emperor. If I deal with him, it will be like bullying the weak. It will be inappropriate. He killed people in my dark force. Sooner or later, I will have to fight with him. He sneered in his heart. Lei Ao, you are really a piece of trash. You can't deal with Lin Fei, but you want me to go and embarrass myself. I'm not a fool. Soul Emperor saw the battle between Lin Fei and Immortal Emperor Lei Ao clearly. The mysterious power was too terrifying. It specialized in breaking the physical body. He couldn't get rid of this power for a while. In addition, Lin Fei's physical body was too strong. The power of the Emperor's divine weapon only shook Lin Fei away. It couldn't hurt him at all. Soul Emperor almost suspected that Lin Fei had a demigod physique. Soul Emperor himself didn't dare to resist the attack of the Emperor's divine weapon. Soul Emperor wouldn't be fooled by Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's good intentions. Lin Fei stopped. His blood was boiling. He suddenly stopped. He was not used to it. He had just fought with Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, who was a second step Immortal Emperor. Second step Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei laughed loudly. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, why don't you fight? I haven't even started. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's eyes twitched. He was really unlucky today. Not only did his disciple die, but he also couldn't take down Lin Fei. In less than half a day, everyone in the myriad heavens knew about it. Lin Fei, don't be too proud. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao said coldly, you killed my Thunder Palace's disciple. Sooner or later, the Thunder Palace will find you for justice. Let's go. With the power of the divine talisman in his body, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao waved his hand and left with the Thunder Palace's disciples. The Thunder Palace's disciples were shocked. They were the disciples of the 12 palaces. How could they let Lin Fei go? Puff, after flying for a long time. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then there was an explosion. His whole body exploded. After his flesh and blood reassembled, his face was pale. Chapter 1200. Cough, cough, cough. After his body was reconstructed, Immortal Emperor Lei Ao was still coughing blood. The disciples of the Thunder Palace opened their mouths wide. They couldn't believe that Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, a second step Immortal Emperor, was coughing blood in front of them. A second step Immortal Emperor was a powerful existence. Looks like I underestimated Lin Fei. He must have eaten a heavenly god fruit and refined all of it. That's the only way he could have such battle prowess. His power is enough to destroy my fleshly body. Immortal Emperor Lei Ao suppressed the mysterious power and didn't expect this result. No, Lin Fei's combat strength is heaven-defying. After he becomes a first-step Immortal Emperor, he will become a heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. I must report this to the Palace Lord and ask him to make the right choice. The power of thunder is indeed one of the most tyrannical powers in the world. If I hadn't refined the god's blood, allowing my body of true self to reach the great accomplishment stage and greatly increase my defense, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack of an emperor's divine weapon. Lin Fei's divine weapon had blocked the attack of the emperor's divine weapon 3 times in a row. It looked like it was easy, but in fact, it wasn't easy. He was only slightly injured. What did the dark forces say? Immortal Emperor Lei Ao took the initiative to retreat. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Now, only the sole emperor of the dark forces was left. He was also a powerful character. His combat strength was at the same level as immortal Emperor Lei Ao. The Soul Emperor clapped his hands and said, "Taoist friend Lin Fei, good job. Everyone knows that the people of the Thunder Palace never take others seriously. They are very arrogant and self-righteous. It's rare to make immortal Emperor Lei Ao leave obediently. I dare to say that after today, your name will be known by everyone. Even those heaven-defying geniuses are not as good as you. I believe that those who offend you will not be able to sleep well in the future." Strength was the most important. Lin Fei sighed in his heart. Previously, this Soul Emperor didn't take him seriously at all. He said that he would kill him every time he opened his mouth. Now the Soul Emperor called him Taoist friend and put him on the same level. Really? Your dark force is a major force in the myriad worlds. I can't afford to offend you. A trace of displeasure flashed through the Soul Emperor's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. He thought, shameless brat, if it weren't for your amazing strength and the fact that you could fight evenly with immortal Emperor Lei Ao, I wouldn't even need to show you any face and would directly suppress you. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, you're wrong. The Soul Emperor said, a heaven-defying genius like you is something that our dark influences welcome the most. I wonder if fellow Taoist has any interest in joining our dark influences? As long as you do so, I guarantee that your status will be above mine. Don't you care that I killed the Sky Demon Emperor? What's the big deal about the Sky Demon Emperor? If he didn't offer up the treasure back then, our dark forces wouldn't care about his strength at all. It doesn't matter whether we want him or not. The Soul Emperor sneered. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, you're different. A heaven-defying proud son of heaven like you. Not even 10,000 heavenly demon emperors would be able to stop you. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have such thoughts for the time being. I think I'll have to disappoint you. No, how could I? The Soul Emperor said. As long as fellow Taoist is interested, the door of the dark influences will open for you. A matter against Lin Fei. As Lin Fei displayed his strength, he slaughtered a demon emperor and fought to a draw with Thunder Palace's immortal emperor Lei Ao. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was not someone they could offend due to the goodwill of the Soul Emperor. Junior brother, you're awesome. Saint 33's heart was in extreme excitement. He looked in one direction and murmured to himself, Old ancestor, you can finally rest assured that an amazing guy has appeared in our academy. I've been away these days. I've troubled senior brother to worry about me. Lin Fei didn't leave, but came to the area of Holy Heaven Academy. After slaughtering a demon emperor, the powerhouses who were originally monitoring Saint Kwang, immortal emperor, gave up their surveillance. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, no one dared to appear. It was empty. The elders of Holy Heaven Academy were all in high spirits. They were unprecedentedly excited. A devil emperor died in front of them, just like that. Lin Fei, from now on, let's call each other fellow Taoist. Saint Kwang, immortal emperor, was also very excited. I, as your senior brother, am far inferior to your strength. Let's be fellow Taoist. Okay. After killing a demon emperor, Lin Fei's strength and status had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. Lin Fei was qualified to be on the same level as an immortal emperor powerhouse. At the immortal emperor realm, everyone pursued that supreme realm, so it was most appropriate to call each other fellow Taoist, because both sides could learn from each other and discuss the Tao. Saint Kwang, immortal emperor, was truly relieved. Let's go back. After exchanging greetings with Saint Kwang, immortal emperor, Lin Fei put forward his idea. The inheritance land of the eternal immortal emperor was actually set up for someone, and there was no interest in staying there any longer. It's good to go back. I believe many people in our world are restless. Saint Kwang, immortal, had never laughed so easily. The strength that could fight against immortal emperor Lei Ao made all the patriarchs in the great metropolis world restless. Lin Fei's huge divine sense swept across the stars, but he did not see traceless Hades. He knew that they must have taken advantage of the battle between him and immortal emperor Lei Ao to leave. The news that Lin Fei had fought against immortal emperor Lei Ao and killed a sky demon emperor spread quickly. In less than half a day, All the forces in the universe, big and small, knew of the rise of a newcomer with powerful combat strength. Under the Immortal Emperor realm, he had fought against Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, who was a second-step Immortal Emperor. A monster. A terrifying monster. Many people were skeptical about Immortal Emperor Lei Ao's ability to fight against a second-step Immortal Emperor. The fall of the Sky Demon Emperor could not be covered up. For some reason, the news that Immortal Emperor Lei Ao had returned to the Thunder Palace and announced that he would go into seclusion was spread. All the worlds in the universe were shocked once again. Lin Fei of the great metropolis world had reached such a level of combat strength. Was the legendary god's blood really so terrifying? Many people could not help but think about the god's blood. If it was really so terrifying, could they really break through the realm that had been bothering them in one step? This was undoubtedly one of the things that many people were thinking about. The great metropolis world. The news spread quickly. The 10 major forces were all shocked. At first, they did not believe it was true. A person's combat strength could not increase so quickly. The Sky Demon Emperor was notorious in the great metropolis world, and his combat strength was terrifying. How could he be killed just like that? What a joke. After the spies sent out kept sending back news, everyone had to believe that the rumors were true. Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy had proven himself to be invincible. Chapter 1201. Great Metropolis World. As the news about the inheritance ground spread, all the major forces were restless. Back then, old ancestor Sacred Heaven appeared and established Sacred Heaven Academy in Great Metropolis World, leaving behind an unimaginable influence. How long had it been? They had almost forgotten that there was a monstrous genius in Sacred Heaven Academy with heaven-defying battle prowess comparable to a second-step Immortal Emperor. No one could sit still. Grand Elder, what should we do next? In a huge palace, the group of people were not calm, and they were all talking at once. Nether Palace, Conference Hall. Most of the upper echelon elders of Nether Palace were gathered in the conference hall. The difference in strength between them and the upper echelon elders in the Legacy Land was huge. At this moment, some were stronger, while others were weaker. Nether Palace suffered a great loss. What else can we do? Let's go all out against Sacred Heaven Academy. At the front was a gray-robed elder with a cold tone. Sacred Heaven Academy's strength is average. Back then, Immortal Emperor Shang Kuang failed to become a great emperor and barely survived. He's not that strong. We only need to worry about Lin Fei. He was one of the few remaining hidden elders. Their influence was huge. Even Grand Elder Hades Traceless didn't dare to ignore their opinions. Third brother is right. Let's strike first before Lin Fei makes a move and destroy Sacred Heaven Academy. Once Lin Fei stabilizes his strength, our Nether Palace won't have an easy time. Another gray-robed elder said. He looked similar to the previous one. Nether, 3 Butchers. This was the nickname of the 3 of them. They were famous for killing back in Great Metropolis World and went into seclusion to cultivate. After so many years, their battle prowess was even stronger. Grand Elder, we can't hesitate anymore, the remaining gray-robed elders said. The other elders in the conference hall immediately responded. Grand Elder Hades Traceless was expressionless, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Lin Fei's strength had reached greater success. He wasn't an Immortal Emperor, but his battle prowess had reached second-step Immortal Emperor. He finally had the strength to fight against Nether Palace. It's time for an end. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would be able to tell with a single glance what was going on when the higher-ups of the Sky Demon Labyrinth died one after another. The death of the Elder must have something to do with Lin Fei. Everyone calm down. I'm partly responsible for Lin Fei's growth. At this point, our Netherworld Palace and Lin Fei will have to come to an end. I will personally contact the people of the Dragon League to deal with Lin Fei together. Oh, right. Also send someone to inform the Netherworld Sword God. Now that things have come to this, let him know about this. It would be best if he could arrange for a few experts to come back. Also, in order to prevent Lin Fei from attacking our Netherworld Palace, from today on, open the Palace Protecting Formation. This formation was set up by the Patriarch. If Lin Fei dares to break in, he will not be able to bear the consequences. The Nether Palace chose to be serious and open the gate formation. This secret quickly spread throughout the great metropolis heaven. With Lin Fei's growth to this point, the Nether Palace would face a huge mountain. For a moment, the sky above the great metropolis heaven was shrouded in dark clouds. A storm was about to arrive. The other major forces were ready to make a move. Holy Heaven Academy. As the news spread, the disciples of the Academy were all excited. Slaughtering a demon emperor was an unimaginable event. They were full of fanatical worship for senior brother Lin Fei. All kinds of things that happened in the past were constantly spread among the disciples of the Academy, to the point that everyone knew about it. In a secret chamber. Junior brother Lin Fei, won't you consider it? Saint 33's hands trembled. He couldn't digest the news for a while. Lin Fei said, "There's no need. Senior brother has been stuck in this realm for a long time. I believe that as long as he eats the divine god fruit, he should be able to break through the immortal emperor realm and become a first-step immortal emperor." 33. Hurry up and thank Taoist Lin. Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang said with a smile. Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang was very surprised when Lin Fei took out the divine god fruit. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Fei had such strength because of the divine god fruit and god blood. The appearance of the divine god fruit was, of course, shocking. Saint 33 was very clear that if there were no accidents, it would be impossible for him to enter that realm in this lifetime. The appearance of the divine god fruit gave him hope, even though it would be difficult for him to reach the second step immortal emperor realm after eating it. And the first step immortal emperor realm was his limit. Saint 33 had no regrets. Senior brother, you're welcome. Lin Fei hadn't thought about the use of the 9 divine god fruits for the time being. The divine fruit grown on the corpse of a god wasn't something ordinary people could eat. Taoist Sheng Kuang, this is for you. As long as you eat this divine god fruit, you should be able to break through the limit and your combat strength will also increase. Lin Fei took out another divine god fruit and handed it to immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang. "No, I can't accept this," Lin Fei said. "Without the Academy, there wouldn't be me, Lin Fei, and I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Moreover, I have offended many people outside, and there will definitely be people coming to cause trouble. If the Academy has 2 more immortal emperors, it will also be a form of influence." Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Back then, he had failed to become a great emperor. Although he had survived, he had borrowed treasures and wasn't a complete success, so his combat strength was naturally average. The benefits of eating the divine god fruit could be imagined. Lin Fei taking out 2 divine god fruits in one go was indeed shocking. How did junior brother Lin Fei achieve such strength? Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang accepted the divine god fruit after declining for a while and returned to his secret chamber to cultivate in seclusion. As long as he refined this divine god fruit, his combat strength would increase to another level. Saint 33 also took the divine god fruit and went into seclusion to prepare to become a great emperor. Lin Fei even lent the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, a defensive treasure, which would increase his chances of becoming a great emperor to 70%. About 70% chance of becoming a great emperor was very high. Half a year later, a shocking piece of news came from the eternal immortal emperor's inheritance. The heaven-defying geniuses in the inheritance had suffered heavy casualties. They had brought out a shocking secret, and they suspected that an ancient being had come back to life. This ancient being's strength was heaven-defying, and he had killed them with a single move. They suspected that he was after the treasure left behind by the eternal immortal emperor. During this time, an ancient expert used a projection to appear outside the Nirvana realm and attacked the inheritance. The Nirvana realm was destroyed with a single palm strike, and everything within hundreds of millions of kilometers was reduced to ruins. Later, there was another shocking battle in that area. No one knew who had done it. Later, an immortal emperor came to investigate, but was seriously injured by the shock waves, which caused a huge uproar. Who had done it? A year later, dark clouds covered the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy. The great immortal Emperor Tribulation shook the entire great metropolis. Chapter 1202. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Dark clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. Lightning flashed above the dark clouds, echoing in the sky above great metropolis world. The disciples were the first to be shocked. The dark aura made their blood boil, and they almost couldn't breathe. What a terrifying aura! What aura is that? They were tiny in front of the terrifying aura. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. It wasn't until the Academy's array formation was activated that the terrifying aura was suppressed. Even so, the fear in their eyes couldn't be concealed. In a snowy land in great metropolis world, a palace stood on top of the 3 million zhang tall ice mountain. As the wind and snow fell, it looked boundless. A white-robed old man sat on the stairway to the palace. One of them opened his eyes, and the snowflakes stopped falling. He looked into the sky, and the scene in Holy Heaven Academy appeared in his eyes. Someone is going to become a great emperor. Becoming a great emperor was a huge matter. The immortal emperor realm powerhouses were able to sense such a huge commotion immediately. Is that person going to become a great emperor? The white-robed old man stood up and stroked his beard. If that person is going to become a great emperor, I'd like to see how powerful he is. In another mountain range, there were many palaces. Someone from Holy Heaven Academy is going to become a great emperor. It can't be Lin Fei, right? I heard that his combat power is incredible. If he becomes a great emperor, there won't be many people left in great metropolis world who can suppress him. Let's go take a look first. The few immortal emperors in the palace turned into rays of light and left. Similar situations were happening in almost every superpower. Lin Fei, that was no longer an ordinary name. His appearance would bring unpredictable changes to the great metropolis world, and they had to take him seriously. If Lin Fei was really going to become a great emperor, there would be some doubts. Regardless of whether Lin Fei could fight a second-step immortal emperor, the rumors were pretty close. After all, there was a saying that might not be baseless. They had to take this seriously. In great metropolis world, rays of light shot towards Holy Heaven Academy. The results were clear. Senior Brother 33 is really fast. He became a great emperor in just a year, on Invincible Peak. In the secret chamber, Lin Fei opened his eyes and appeared on the Invincible Peak. He activated the school's array formation and looked up at the dark clouds that covered billions of miles. A terrifying aura. Over the past year, Lin Fei had consolidated his strength and studied the effects of the divine talismans. Compared to a year ago, his strength had improved tremendously. During this time, Lin Fei consumed 3 heavenly god fruits, and the god force in his body increased again, from 1 trillion divine dragon force to 5 trillion divine dragon force. The god force contained within the 3 heavenly god fruits was ferocious and tyrannical. His physical body was nearly unable to contain it. Fortunately, his 18 Grand Mist avatars were able to absorb it separately. At this point, each of the 18 primordial chaos avatars had more than 2 million dragon divine power. As Lin Fei refined the divine blood, the divinity on his body rippled, and he was full of majesty. Boom, boom, boom. In the dark clouds that stretched for billions of miles, lightning rumbled, as if it would fall at any moment. Lin Fei left the Invincible Peak and stood in the sky above the Holy Heaven Institute, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The great immortal Emperor Tribulation has yet to arrive, but it already gives off such a terrifying aura. No wonder so many people are stuck. Facing the great immortal Emperor Tribulation, fear rose from the depths of his soul. If it was in the past, Lin Fei's body and mind would be affected by such a terrifying aura. However, as his strength increased and he refined the divine blood, the great immortal Emperor Tribulation could no longer affect his mind. It was as firm as a mountain. Boom! A figure appeared in the sky below the Holy Heaven Institute, and his aura reached a peak. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers open. At this moment, Saint 33's aura had reached its peak. He took out the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers and faced the dark clouds. Boom! In the great immortal Emperor Tribulation, a bolt of lightning appeared and struck the mountains and rivers, causing them to crumble. Saint 33 was fine. In the sky, a powerful aura could be felt. When he saw the person who rushed out, he was slightly stunned. It's not Lin Fei. This person is the great elder of the Institute, Saint 33. I didn't expect him to become a great emperor. Could the treasure in Saint 33's hand be the ancient treasure in Lin Fei's hand? The 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers? What a powerful defense. In the sky, there was a spiritual sense exchange. Their goal was to see Lin Fei, but it turned out not to be. Naturally, they were disappointed. When they saw the ancient treasure, the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, they felt that this trip was not in vain. The 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers was indeed a good thing. It blocked 20 to 30 lightning bolts, 30 bolts, 40 bolts, 50 bolts, all the way to 90 bolts, 91 bolts, 92 bolts, 99 bolts. Relying on the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, Saint 33 was still in good condition, even though he vomited blood. Unbelievable! He blocked 99 bolts of lightning. Fortunately, I collected the starlight, divine metal, and refined the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. It's perfect to block the lightning bolts of the immortal tribulation. Although it looked easy, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. The power of each bolt of lightning was gradually increasing. After 90 bolts of lightning, the power had reached a terrifying level. Rumor has it that 99 bolts of lightning is a threshold. After that, one will become an immortal emperor. After that, there are 999 bolts of lightning. The more lightning bolts you block, the more difficult it is. Back then, immortal emperor Sheng Kuang had to withstand 99 bolts of lightning and attract the attack of the heavenly Tao treasure before he failed to become an emperor. But now, how could they not be shocked? They had seen Saint 33 before. It was very difficult to become an emperor. Now, with the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, he blocked 99 bolts of lightning and was only one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. The great metropolis heaven had another immortal emperor. After the 99 bolts of lightning, a ray of light appeared in the dark clouds. The most crucial moment had arrived. To become an emperor, one needed to block the attack of the heavenly Tao. If one succeeded, one would become an immortal emperor. If one failed, one would die. Within the ray of light, a 5-colored lotus flew out. This lotus contained the runes of the heavenly Tao and carried a destructive aura. When the 5-colored lotus appeared, everyone's expression changed. A heavenly Tao treasure, the 5-colored sky lotus. Rumor has it that this treasure is extremely destructive. It is ranked 99 among the 99 heavenly Tao treasures. Normally, a treasure ranked 99 or 98 will appear when one becomes an emperor. It will never appear in the 99th or 98th rank. Saint 33 is in danger. Chapter 1203. The legendary Heavenly Supreme Treasure. Lin Fei focused his gaze. This was the first time he had seen a legendary Heavenly Supreme Treasure. It was only a phantom attack, but it was already terrifyingly powerful. Rumor has it that every immortal who becomes a martial monarch will have to face the attack of a heavenly supreme treasure. There are a total of 99 heavenly supreme treasures, and each of them is the most powerful treasure in this world. Just the 5-colored sky lotus alone is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful the top 10 heavenly supreme treasures are. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Heavenly supreme treasures were treasures that came from the hands of the strongest experts. As for why a heavenly supreme treasure would remain in the heavenly Tao, it was not something he could find out for the time being. Lin Fei knew that the projection of the heavenly supreme treasure was too powerful. It was beyond his imagination. Saint 33, I wonder what kind of luck he has to encounter the 90-ranked 5-colored sky lotus when he's achieving the martial monarch realm. He'll die to the attack of the heavenly supreme treasure without us having to do anything. Inside a dark palace, Traceless Hades laughed. Scouts had long been stationed outside the Holy Heaven Academy. They immediately noticed the commotion caused by the martial monarch realm. Initially, Traceless Hades was planning to kill Saint 33 secretly to prevent the Holy Heaven Academy from gaining another immortal emperor. There was no need for him to make a move personally when the heavenly supreme treasure descended. It's good that he's dead. Logically speaking, Saint 33's accumulation is far from enough to become an immortal emperor. How could he achieve the martial monarch realm within a year? Could it be that Lin Fei is hiding the heavenly god fruit? Someone doubted it. Even if Saint 33 could become a martial monarch, it wouldn't be that fast. It seems like we've underestimated Lin Fei. He must have encountered some fortuitous encounter in the inheritance ground. It must be Lin Fei's doing that Saint 33 was able to become a martial monarch. Traceless Hades gritted his teeth. The immortal emperor realm. Even he, as the first elder, was still a distance away from that realm. With the 99 lightning bolts and the attack of a heavenly supreme treasure, no one would forcefully make a breakthrough unless it was absolutely necessary. Saint 33 was forced to retreat again and again under the vast mountains and rivers. The attacks of the Heaven's Path utmost treasure were simply way too strong. Suppressing and rebounding, the physical body of Saint 33 exploded time and time again. Every time it was reconstructed, Saint 33's immortal energy would be greatly depleted. The five-colored sky lotus continued to attack. Saint 33 activated the power of the great Tao, but he was unable to defend against it. His attacks were shattered the moment they were unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Saint 33 was in an extremely dangerous situation. It wouldn't be long before he would be killed by the heavenly Tao treasure. Even though Saint 33 had 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers protecting him, the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. He was unable to shatter the phantom of the heavenly path treasure. Not good. Senior brother is in danger. The more Lin Fei looked, the more uneasy he felt. The power of the heavenly Tao treasure was enough to destroy the world. If not for the 10,000 li of mountains and rivers, Saint 33 would have been killed many times over. Senior brother, take this. If someone interfered in the process of becoming a martial monarch, the power of the Heaven's Path treasure would increase. Lin Fei took out the True Self Apocalypse sword and sent it towards Saint 33. It was the only way now. Let's take a gamble. Lin Fei gambled that the heavenly Tao treasure had a limited time. The True Self Apocalypse sword could be activated with immortal power. Its power would be terrifying, and it should be able to resist the heavenly Tao treasure. Saint 33 was in danger. After receiving the message, he grabbed with one hand, and the True Self Apocalypse sword landed on his heart. A large number of immortal pills flew out, and immortal power was injected into it. Go! The True Self World Annihilation sword slashed onto the five-colored sky lotus, a supreme treasure of the heavenly Tao. This sword slashed down, and the heavenly Tao treasure was sent flying for 1,000,000 miles before it stopped. Its phantom flickered and attacked again. This time, its power was stronger than before. Junior brother, what sword is that? It's too terrifying. Saint 33 spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't restrained himself, this sword would have used up all the immortal power in his body. After sending the heavenly Tao treasure flying, Saint 33 saw hope. The immortal pills in his body flew out again and turned into surging immortal power to replenish his consumed immortal power. At the very least, he could hold it. Saint 33 was most worried about the recoil from the heavenly Tao treasure. As long as he could dissipate most of the force, he would be fine. What sword is that? How can it be so powerful? Saint 33 is about to become a great emperor. The people in the void were shocked. The seemingly inconspicuous sword strike had shocked them. A sword with such power was able to resist the 90th ranked heavenly Tao treasure. At the same time, they noticed a black-clothed man standing in the void. Was he Lin Fei? It was rumored that Lin Fei had a powerful sword in his hand. It was his trump card. Now, they finally had the chance to see it. It was indeed terrifying. Clang, 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 with the help of the true self-apocalypse sword, Saint 33 could dissipate most of the attack even though he was vomiting blood. Coupled with the help of a large number of immortal pills, he finally managed to hold on. The five-colored sky lotus was sent flying by the true self-apocalypse sword and escaped into the void. The dark clouds that covered millions of miles started to dissipate. The terrifying might of the heavenly Tao treasure also disappeared. He had succeeded in becoming a great emperor. The dark clouds dissipated and immortal light descended. Saint 33, who was covered in blood, was bathed in the immortal light. After a tough battle, Saint 33 was extremely fatigued. After being bathed in this light, he only needed to stabilize himself, and he would become an immortal emperor. Saint 33, you are also qualified to become an emperor? In the void that spanned billions of li, a stairway of death flew across the sky. The deathly mist covered Saint 33. Saint 33 had just become a great emperor and was extremely fatigued. When the stairway of death crashed into him, his powerful immortal emperor body shattered. It was clearly a powerful emperor divine weapon. Someone is unwilling to see another immortal emperor appear in the Sacred Body Institute. I wonder who attacked him. The people in the void watched the show happily. The stairway of death shot through the void. Saint 33 was instantly heavily injured. He recalled the mountains and rivers to protect himself and attacked a second time. Who dares to touch someone from the Sacred Heavens Institute? The Stairway of Death was an Emperor Divine weapon that contained boundless, deathly energy. Saint 33's life force was devoured by this collision. His body was stained with deathly energy, which continuously destroyed his life force. Lin Fei was furious. Someone dared to attack. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Saint 33. He punched the death stairway with his left hand, and his main body unleashed trillions of dragon divine power. Trillions of dragon power poured out. Bang, bang, bang. Within a radius of billions of kilometers, a violent gale was stirred up. The expressions of the immortal emperors and demon emperors who were hiding in the void changed drastically. They took out their protective treasures, but they were also shaken to the point where their blood and chi were in turmoil. They coughed up blood repeatedly. The rumors were true. Lin Fei's battle prowess was unfathomable. Ordinary first step immortal emperors all vomited blood and didn't dare to stay. They escaped into the void and left this region. The stairway of death was smashed by the fist and was sent flying. Waves of god power exploded on the stairway of death and destroyed a large number of death runes. How could Lin Fei let the other party off so easily? Sword come. The true self-world destroyer sword turned into a stream of light and landed in Lin Fei's hand. He waved his hand and slashed. The sword light river was billions of miles long, and it struck deep into the void. There was a tremor in the void. A third of the stairway of death was broken by this sword and fell from the void. Lin Fei grabbed with his other hand, and a third of the stairway of death landed in his hand. The stairway of death disappeared without a trace. Clearly, that person had retreated. You're lucky. Lin Fei didn't chase after him. Senior brother Saint 33 was in a weakened state. It would be bad if he left and fell into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Fei turned back. Lin Fei used his fist to resist an emperor's divine weapon, and then he used his sword to break apart the stairway of death, breaking a third of it. They all saw this with their own eyes, and their hearts were filled with shock. That was an emperor divine weapon. How much power was needed to break it with one punch? It was unimaginable. Lin Fei's strength suddenly became unfathomable. The one who made a move just now was definitely a powerful immortal emperor. He came through the void and almost killed Saint 33. Senior brother, are you all right? Saint 33 said, Don't worry, I just lost some vitality. Some people aren't willing for our academy to produce another immortal emperor. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. The person who attacked just now didn't have it easy either. That sword of mine contained the power of god talismans. Those who dare to attack must know the price. Lin Fei didn't waste the past year. Through the system's analysis and research, he created a sword art. That sword earlier was one of the sword arts created by the system. It was called Blood Sword, to prevent anyone from attacking again. Lin Fei brought Saint 33 back to the academy. The Holy Sky Academy's array was also activated. After Lin Fei revealed that sword, no one dared to have any ideas. They couldn't withstand Lin Fei's terrifying strength. The might of that sword was enough to make them feel apprehensive. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. Not long after Saint 33 became a martial emperor, people sent gifts one after another to congratulate Saint 33 on his success. It could be considered their attitude. Holy Sky Academy had another immortal emperor, and its influence increased greatly. This was especially true for the scene in the sky. Someone had spread the news, and it had spread like wildfire. Another half a year later, Holy Sky Academy had another immortal emperor. Back then, Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang used the heavenly god fruit and the help of external items to become a second-step Immortal Emperor. He summoned 999 lightning bolts and 2 heavenly law treasures to successfully become a second-step Immortal Emperor. Great Metropolis World was in an uproar again after Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang became a second-step Immortal Emperor. Back then, Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang became a great emperor, but failed at the last moment. He barely became a first-step Immortal Emperor with average battle strength. Now, he broke through again and became a second-step Immortal Emperor. Holy Sky Academy's strength increased greatly. With 2 Immortal Emperors and the mysterious Lin Fei, their overall strength was on the same level as the top 10 factions. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Holy Sky Academy. Chapter 1204. Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, became one of the top experts in the Great Metropolis World after becoming a second-step Immortal Emperor. The Great Metropolis World was at most a lesser world, and the number of experts it had could be counted on one hand. The strength of a second-step Immortal Emperor was already very impressive. In the entire Great Metropolis World, a third-step Immortal Emperor was the founder of a sect. If a third-step Immortal Emperor did not appear, then a second-step Immortal Emperor would be extremely strong. After Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, became a second-step Immortal Emperor, the Sagely Heaven Academy became lively with people coming and going. Half a year later, a ray of light flew out of the Sagely Heaven Academy. It was Immortal Emperor Lin Fei. Due to the great increase in strength of the Sagely Heaven Academy, there were many experts and spies lurking in the dark, constantly monitoring the academy. When a figure flew out of the Sagely Heaven Academy, the spies recognized him. The strongest expert of the Sagely Heaven Academy. Lin Fei is going to the Netherworld Palace. A great battle is about to begin. All sorts of news were transmitted back. He's finally willing to come out. In the void outside the academy, a pair of resentful eyes appeared, and a face was extremely distorted. This person appeared in the void and disappeared with a sinister smile. He carried a death stairway on his back, and the power of death enveloped his entire body, obscuring his appearance. However, this person had a powerful name, Death Demon Emperor, an extremely powerful demon emperor. Moreover, Death Demon Emperor had another identity. He was a bronze plate assassin in the world of assassins. He was a first-step demon emperor, and after obtaining an Emperor Divine weapon, his battle power could reach the second-step demon emperor. On that day, Death Demon Emperor had attacked and suffered a great loss in the hands of Lin Fei. Over the past half a year, Death Demon Emperor had been lurking outside, waiting for Lin Fei to appear. Lin Fei must be going to the Netherworld Palace. This old man will take advantage of the battle to kill Lin Fei. No matter how strong his physical body is, the death stairway will devour his life force, and without it, he will still die in my hands. This old man might even have a chance to obtain the divine god fruit. Lin Fei strolled leisurely. I believe the Netherworld Palace must be frightened by the mere twang of a bow, right? As early as half a year ago, Lin Fei was ready to make his move. As long as the Nether Palace wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't feel comfortable. No one was willing to leave a hostile force alive. Half a year ago, Immortal Emperor Shun Kuang had advanced to the second step of the Immortal Emperor stage. In order to consolidate his strength, Lin Fei had to personally oversee the college and didn't go to the Nether Palace to cause trouble. Even though they hadn't fought for half a year, from the feedback from the outside, Lin Fei knew that the Nether Palace's forces were shrinking and the Mountain Gate's Grand Formation was also activated. They were on high alert to prevent him from killing his way in. Lin Fei had swaggered out of the academy today to tell the Nether Palace, "I, Lin Fei, am coming for you." Lin Fei turned into a beam of light, moving unhurriedly through the sky above the many mountain ranges. "Huh? Someone is coming for me?" The void in front of him fluctuated. In Lin Fei's vision, he saw a black warship appear out of thin air. Its colorful flag fluttered in the wind, looking extraordinary. On top of the warship, there was a huge word, Heaven. 2 years had passed. Lin Fei's eyesight and experience had greatly improved. At first glance, it was a peak-grade immortal artifact warship. At second glance, it gave off a terrifying aura. All in all, the value of the warship was extraordinary. I wonder who's looking for me. Being one step away from the Immortal Emperor stage, Lin Fei had a vague feeling that the person on the warship was looking for him. "Taoist Lin Fei, my master invites you on board for a chat." A figure flew down from the warship and appeared not far away from Lin Fei. He gave off the aura of an Immortal Emperor expert, and his tone was polite and respectful. "Your master is?" That person smiled. "My master said that you'll know once you get on board." Since he wasn't in a hurry to go to the Nether Palace, Lin Fei naturally wanted to see who wanted to see him. As for the danger for now, he didn't have any killing intent. There was no harm in meeting him. "All right, follow me." The interior of the warship was antique. As Lin Fei walked, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Who was the owner of this warship? 100 immortal kings, 30 immortal emperors, 10 half-step immortal emperors, and even 3 first-step immortal emperors. What huge lineup! Lin Fei remained calm. In his memory, he didn't seem to know such a big shot. "My master is inside." That person brought Lin Fei to a door. Lin Fei sniffed and a fragrance hit his face. "Taoist Lin, since you know who I am, why don't you come in? Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" There was a giggle in the room. Lin Fei pushed the door with both hands. Lin Fei already knew who it was. The woman in black that he had to deal with from Sky Cloud Tower. From the other party's words, Lin Fei knew who it was. Only Sky Cloud Tower could be so generous. After pushing the door open, Lin Fei saw a woman in black with a smile on her face. "Miss Liu, I thought you were going to deal with me since you brought so many people here." Lin Fei strode over and sat down next to Miss Liu. After sitting down, someone immediately served tea. "Taoist Lin, you are very good at lying. Who doesn't know about your glorious battle record? You are famous in the myriad heavens. The disciples of Thunder Palace are arrogant, and no one dares to offend you. You killed 3 of their disciples and fought with Immortal Emperor Lei Ao, causing him to vomit blood and go into seclusion. Don't tell me that this is all fake." Miss Liu's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei chuckled. "It seems that I can't hide anything from you." Sky Cloud Tower was one of the huge forces in the myriad heavens. Its influence covered every corner of the myriad heavens. Even a major power like the Heaven Alliance had to be polite to the Heaven Cloud Tower. Lin Fei took a sip of immortal tea and thought, why would a girl from Sky Cloud Tower look for me? I don't know why. She could drive so many people. This girl is not to be trifled with. I'd better be careful. From the first time they met, Lin Fei knew that this woman in black had a powerful background. I wonder why Miss Liu is looking for me. Lin Fei didn't want to spend too much time with this shrewd girl. Lu Ziyue chuckled. Fellow Taoist Lin, for better or worse, we've cooperated before. Why are you so direct? Isn't this little girl beautiful? She changed the topic and put on a serious expression. I came here today because I want to make a deal with you. Lin Fei was puzzled. Deal? I don't think I need any deals recently. 1.5 years ago, Saint 33 became a great emperor. Half a year ago, Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang became a second-step Immortal Emperor. With their talent, if it wasn't for external forces, they wouldn't be able to take this step in their lifetime. Taoist Lin, aren't you going to explain? Lu Ziyue smiled meaningfully. She's here for my heavenly god fruit. Lin Fei immediately understood why a colossus like the Heavenly Fate building would run to this kind of small world. The divine god fruit was the real reason. Chapter 1205. Wait. Lin Fei stopped the lady in black. The black-robed woman had come here because of her divine fruit. Based on what she had just heard, she could tell that the Tianyun Pavilion had conducted a detailed investigation, so any explanation would be meaningless. Don't you want to hear it? I believe it will be beneficial to you. Lu Ziyue said, we won't charge you anything. The Tianyun Tower didn't just sell items, they also sold information. It could be said that as long as you had money, you could know any information. The Tianyun Tower could sell any information. This was why the Tianyun Tower was so terrifying. The other reason was that the Tianyun Tower was smart. They didn't interfere in anything and were an independent existence. I heard that every piece of information from the Tianyun Tower isn't cheap. I'm afraid that I won't be able to accept it if you tell me for free. Lin Fei shook his head. Lin Fei couldn't afford to offend the Tianyun Tower for the time being. To be able to be independent of the major powers, one's strength was unimaginable. Otherwise, even a fourth-step Immortal Emperor would be tempted by a large amount of wealth. Lin Fei didn't want the lady in black to continue. There are important and unimportant pieces of information, so the price is naturally different. Lu Ziyue felt that Lin Fei was very interesting. You're different. You're already a famous person in the universe. You deserve a few pieces of information for free. Everyone who comes to the Tianyun Tower knows about this. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. I don't dare to accept it. He originally wanted to reject her, but it seemed that it would be difficult now. It wouldn't be appropriate to reject her again after the first time. Behind her was the Tianyun Tower. I know that you have a conflict with the Nether Palace. Between the two of you, only one can survive. I'm not lying, right? Lin Fei nodded. Continue. However, you probably don't know that the Nether Palace has already set up a trap and is waiting for you. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Everyone in the great metropolis world knew about the matter between him and the Nether Palace. Sooner or later, he had to put an end to it. The Nether Palace would definitely come up with a response, so it was normal for them to wait for him. I wonder what Traceless Nether has done. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as his curiosity was piqued. One of the people in charge of the Tianyun Tower was right in front of him. It would be a pity if he did not inquire about it. Fellow Taoist Lin, you really are a strange person. Didn't you say you didn't want to know? Now you want to know? Ziyue almost fell into your trap. Lu Ziyue looked at Lin Fei. So this girl is called Lu Ziyue. Only then did Lin Fei know the other party's name. Lin Fei's face did not turn red when he was asked this question. He said, didn't you say it's free? Of course I want to know. As for getting information from you, how is that possible? Lu Ziyue leaned back and didn't say anything else. She said calmly, in order to deal with you, the Nether Palace invited many experts to help. Right now, the Nether Palace has many experts. Lin Fei knew that Traceless Nether would not resign himself to his fate. Since everyone is here, I can kill them all at once. It will save me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and revealed his white teeth. His killing intent rose. Lu Ziyue thought to herself, the rumors are true. Lin Fei is very arrogant and kills people at the drop of a hat. Originally, I wanted to do him a favor and then try to buy the divine god fruit from him. Now, it seems that this guy is not easy to deal with. Also, I don't know how Traceless Nether managed to get in touch with the Hidden Dragon faction. They sent 3 dragon emperors, and each of them is a divine dragon. You are very strong, so you won't be able to deal with them in a short time, right? Also, the Netherworld Sword God arranged for 2 sword immortal emperors to go to the Nether Palace. They are waiting for you to come to them. Hidden Dragon, I know. Are they involved too? Back in the great divine dragon world, when he defeated the secluded cultivation faction, Lin Fei knew that he would offend them. Later, he specially went to find out more about the Hidden Dragon faction. He was not surprised to hear that the Hidden Dragon faction wanted to deal with him. The Netherworld Sword God? Could he be that sword immortal from the lower realm? Lin Fei was concerned about this person. Back in the lower realm, it was because of the sword immortal that a series of events happened in the upper realm. Lin Fei tried to gather information about this person, but it was to no avail. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Back then, you killed the sword immortal in the lower realm. It was a secret technique that the Netherworld Sword God cultivated. Unfortunately, you killed him in the end, causing the immortal technique to be incomplete and cutting off his future. That's why the Nether Palace was furious and ordered to hunt you down. Lu Ziyue said as if she was talking about an ordinary matter. I can also tell you that the Netherworld Sword God is not in the Nether Palace. You can't gather any information about him. He is currently in seclusion in some secret realm. So he arranged for 2 sword immortal powerhouses to come over. Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder he couldn't get any information. He thought to himself, the Netherworld Sword God has entered a powerful faction and is being nurtured heavily. Otherwise, he would have come back. I wonder which faction the Netherworld Sword God has entered? Lin Fei really wanted to know. Lu Ziyue said proudly, this information requires a price. The previous information was given to me for free. She was indeed a smart woman. Wasn't she just telling him where he was? What price? 30 million true spirits. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. So expensive. Lu Ziyue wanted Lin Fei to know how powerful the Tianyan Tower was. Is it expensive? This is the cheapest. Lin Fei really wanted to know which sect the Netherworld Sword God was in so that he could have a better understanding. Lin Fei directly paid 30 million true spirits. After killing a large group of experts, the most important thing was the true spirits. One piece of information cost 30 million true spirits, which was very expensive. 10 pieces of information would cost 300 million true spirits. After collecting the true spirits, Lu Ziyue said 4 words, Sword Immortal White Emperor. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie. The moment Lu Ziyue said these 4 words, he immediately understood, but his heart was still shocked. Sword Immortal White Emperor. In the 10,000 worlds, Sword Immortal White Emperor's attainments in the Sword Dao were unfathomable. If he said he was number 2, no one would dare to say they were number 1. Apart from that, Sword Immortal White Emperor was also a heaven-defying immortal emperor. Back then, Sword Immortal White Emperor killed 3 4th-step immortal emperors with 3 swords. Lin Fei didn't expect Netherworld Sword God's fortuitous encounter to be able to become a disciple of Sword Immortal White Emperor, the number 1 Sword Immortal of the Sword Dao. This was what everyone gave to Sword Immortal White Emperor. No wonder I couldn't get any information. So this is what happened. Lin Fei thought, Sword Immortal White Emperor, a heaven-defying 4th-step immortal emperor, can't scare me. Since he was going to deal with the Nether Palace, Lin Fei wouldn't be afraid. Thank you, Lady Lu, for answering my questions today. Lin Fei stood up. Lu Ziyue frowned, and a trace of displeasure flashed at her eyes. Dao friend Lin, you really have no conscience. You prepared to leave after getting the information. How can there be such an ungrateful person like you? Lin Fei looked over and saw that Lu Ziyue looked like a resentful woman. Lady Lu, is there something else? Lin Fei pretended to be confused. Lu Ziyue had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Fei before. She already told him some information, but he pretended to be confused and didn't know anything. We want to buy Dao friend Lin's Heavenly God fruit. Lu Ziyue didn't intend to speak so early. Lin Fei said with a smile, Miss Lu, you're too late. Originally, I still had the Divine God's fruit, but as you said, my senior brothers were able to achieve the martial monarch realm thanks to the Divine God's fruit. And those are my last 2 Divine God's fruits. Lu Ziyue didn't believe Lin Fei's words. They didn't talk for long, and Lu Ziyue knew that Lin Fei wasn't an honest person. He was full of lies. Lu Ziyue didn't believe that Lin Fei used up all the Heavenly God fruits. Lady Lu, if you want the Heavenly God fruit, find someone else. I really don't have any left. Lin Fei said seriously, Thank you for today, Lady Lu. I still have things to do. so I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Fei didn't want to stay any longer in case he exposed himself, because he still had 4 heavenly god fruits. Lady, are you letting him leave just like that? After Lin Fei left, a one-eyed old man appeared beside Lu Ziyue. His remaining eye flickered with a cold light. Do you want this old man to capture that kid? Lu Ziyue waved her hand. Not for now. Lin Fei's combat strength isn't bad, and he has a mysterious trump card. Isn't he going to the Netherworld Palace? We can go and watch the show. Lady, you want to do Lin Fei a favor when he meets Sword Immortal by D's 2 disciples? The one-eyed old man asked. Sword Immortal by D's disciples have a terrifying grasp of the Sword Dao. Each of them is a heaven-defying Sword Immortal. Lin Fei has a bit of fame now, but I'm afraid he won't be able to stop 2 Sword Immortal by D's disciples. Lu Ziyue said, as long as Lin Fei is defeated, we'll appear. He's smart, so he should know what to do. The one-eyed old man said in admiration, Lady is smart. The corner of Lu Ziyue's mouth curled up, revealing a bright smile. Lin Fei left the warship and headed straight for the Netherworld Palace. I'll try not to interact with Lu Ziyue in the future. Lin Fei was very clear that the Tianyan Pavilion was a colossus. Since they dare to look for him, they must know about the heavenly god fruits. As long as they don't make a move, I have nothing to worry about. Lin Fei said in his heart, the Netherworld Sword God is indeed troublesome. He was defeated by the number 1 Sword Immortal. Screw it. I'll destroy the Netherworld Palace first. Lin Fei wasn't worried about the number 1 Sword Immortal. Such a figure wouldn't make a move on him. Half a day later, the Netherworld Palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. Are they trying to stop me? In the Netherworld Palace's area, an array was activated in the sky above the city. When Lin Fei appeared at the border, he immediately realized that the Netherworld Palace wasn't simple. The cities seemed to be connected to each other. With his powerful divine sense, Lin Fei saw that each city was equipped with a destructive cannon that absorbed the energy of true spirit to activate a terrifying war weapon. Each of these war weapons was extremely expensive. Lin Fei died. The moment Lin Fei appeared, a half-step immortal emperor's cold voice came from the city in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1206. Beams of light filled the sky and destroyed the world. Lin Fei was immediately within range of the attack. Nether Palace is so rich. They've prepared destructive cannons in order to deal with me. They're really willing to spend a lot of money. Unfortunately, I'm not someone else. These destructive beams can't stop me. I'm going to destroy the Nether Palace. Lin Fei wasn't as strong as he used to be. He was famous in the myriad worlds. The Nether Palace's small tricks were nothing worth mentioning. Go! Lin Fei didn't dodge and faced the beams of light. There were experts stationed on each city to prevent the destructive cannons from being stolen. Lin Fei is so arrogant. He's too arrogant. He's using his body to block the destructive cannons. Does he really think he has a peerless immortal physique? Even an ordinary first step immortal emperor wouldn't dare to block this beam of light. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei was unstoppable. The destructive beams couldn't stop when they were 10,000 feet away and exploded. The beams of light couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. The shockwaves that could destroy heaven and earth spread out in all directions. Run. Oh no. The shockwave spread. Boom, boom. One city after another suffered calamity. Large swathes of buildings collapsed, and many immortals died. The destructive cannons were weapons used to defend cities, so the shockwave they produced was naturally extraordinary. Ordinary immortals had weak bodies and exploded when the shockwave touched them. Lin Fei is stronger than we thought. In the Nether Palace's hall, a large group of people were watching a light screen. Lin Fei used his body to block the destructive beams, and the rebound power destroyed the cities. This result made them frown. Peerless immortal physique. No wonder he has the courage to attack the Nether Palace alone. The people in the hall were all connected to the Nether Palace. They came to help after receiving the news. Traceless of the Netherworld frowned. When his gaze fell on a few figures not too far away, he thought to himself, with them here, No matter how awesome you are, Lin Fei, can you do anything? I thought I would exhaust this kid's celestial force, but I underestimated him. The war weapons installed on the city walls were the handiwork of traceless nether. The light cannon of destruction was a weapon of war. It was equivalent to an immortal emperor expert, and its power was much stronger than an immortal emperor expert. Normally, it would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Go! Lin Fei didn't trust Xian Yun. He flicked his finger, and the sword light was like a stream of light, like a rainbow. The immortal emperor who was commanding the troops on the city had his head chopped off with a single strike of the sword. Wherever the sword passed, no one was spared. All of them died under the sword light. Too weak. Lin Fei didn't care about experts below the immortal emperor realm, but if he wanted to destroy the Netherworld Palace, immortal emperors had to die. Block it, block it. The forehead of the half-step immortal emperor who spoke earlier was covered in cold sweat. His back was also covered in cold sweat. He kept retreating, and his scalp was going numb. The war weapon, Destruction Ray, couldn't even touch a hair on the enemy's head. Fight my ass. You screamed so happily just now. The half-step immortal emperor was very fast, but he couldn't catch up to Lin Fei's speed. Lin Fei appeared in front of him, which scared the half-step immortal emperor so much that he opened his mouth and spat out an immortal sword towards the enemy's face. His eyes were filled with fear. He saw the enemy raise his hand and slap the immortal sword away. The immortal sword was slapped away, and his head was slapped away. Killing a half-step immortal emperor was as easy as killing a chicken or a duck. Netherworld Palace, show me what you've got. Don't you want to kill me? Today, I've delivered myself to your doorstep. I'll let you kill to your heart's content. Ha ha. Activate the Netherworld Killing Array. Traceless Nether ordered and activated the Netherworld Killing Array. The Netherworld Killing Array was a powerful force of the Netherworld Palace. It was formed by immortal emperors. Each Netherworld Killing Array was formed by 108 immortal emperors. When these 108 immortal emperors used the Netherworld Killing Array, their battle prowess was comparable to a peak first-step immortal emperor. It was one of the trump cards of the Netherworld Palace. Traceless Nether did not want to Lin Fei a favor, since he could use this trump card to kill him. When the 108 immortal emperors appeared, they formed the Netherworld Killing Array. Their auras soared and they surrounded Lin Fei. Their auras locked onto Lin Fei as they attacked with all kinds of divine abilities. Lin Fei, you talk big. How dare you cause trouble in the Netherworld Palace? Have a taste of the power of the Netherworld Killing Array. In the Netherworld Killing Array, the leader of the half-step immortal emperors instantly burst out with the battle prowess of a first-step immortal emperor. He slashed with his sword. His sword Dao was strange and divided into thousands of parts. Killing Array? In my eyes, it's nothing. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. The Netherworld Killing Array was very powerful. Unfortunately, he was not who he was in the past. Blood-spurting sword. Lin Fei did not even look at it. With the true self world-destroying sword in his hand, he slashed at the Netherworld Killing Array. The sword light was like a long river, killing on the spot. This sword was upright, and the might of this sword contained 5 trillion divine dragons' divine power. Bang! Bang! The sword river slashed past. The impenetrable Netherworld Killing Array seemed to have encountered a violent storm. Flaws appeared on the spot, and it was drowned by the power. One by one, the immortal emperor's bodies exploded. The Netherworld Killing Array was broken with one sword. How did his strength increase again? Previously, Traceless Nether had peaked at it. At that time, his strength was far from what it was now. Now, he broke the trump card of the Netherworld Palace with one sword. It was unbelievably brutal. Traceless Nether knew that he would not be able to survive if he faced such brutal power. Fortunately, Sword God arranged for people to come down. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, what can he do? Traceless Nether ordered to open the Mountain Gate Array. This array was set up by the founding ancestor. Even if a second-step immortal emperor barged in, he would not be able to gain any advantage. His original plan of exhausting Lin Fei's strength could no longer be used. After breaking the netherworld killing array with one sword, Lin Fei headed towards the mountain gate. Humph! Do you think hiding in the nest is foolproof? I can catch them all in one go. After killing 108 immortal emperors with one sword, no one else made a move. It was as if they were afraid of Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that 108 immortal emperors were a huge trump card of the Netherworld Palace. Back in the Sky Demon Maze, the strongest group of elders had all been killed by him. Hiding? That was normal. Not long after, a cluster of palaces appeared in Lin Fei's vision. A huge black canopy covered the cluster of palaces. Rays of light hung down and protected the Netherworld Palace within the Mountain Gate array. Above the canopy, Traceless Nether appeared in the sky and looked at the black-robed young man from afar with a complicated expression. Fellow Taoist Lin, you've got guts. You actually dare to come here alone. Could it be that you think you can contend against the entire Nether Palace on your own? The nether cold wind blew behind Traceless Nether. From now on, Traceless Nether didn't dare to treat Lin Fei as a young man. Ha ha! Why wouldn't I dare to destroy the Netherworld Palace? Lin Fei laughed loudly. He raised his sword and slashed with a vast sword river. Blood spurted out from the sword. The system analyzed and simulated the simplest sword technique. Shameless fellow. Traceless Nether didn't dare to take it head-on. He turned around and entered the black canopy. The sword river crashed on the canopy. The sword river rippled and sword rain shot out. Puffed. Traceless Nether reacted quickly, but he was still shaken by the terrifying power. He vomited blood. Chapter 1207. Start a massacre. Lin Fei's words were full of heroism. Today, he was qualified to say such words because he was qualified to do so. Lin Fei, dressed in black, slashed with his sword. Heaven and earth shook. The black canopy shone brightly. Inside the Nether Palace, the ground shook and the buildings shook. This sword was too powerful. The power of one sword shook the black canopy. Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared above the black canopy. He appeared in the sky above the black canopy, and the entire Nether Palace was below him. He stomped down and landed on the black canopy. The power of the divine talisman exploded. Boom, boom. Terrifying power fell on the canopy. Puffed, puffed. Traceless Nether did not expect Lin Fei to be so unpredictable. He dodged the sword and hid inside the spell formation, but he was still shaken to the point of bleeding. Lin Fei stomped on the Imperial canopy again, sending Traceless Nether flying and crashing into a palace, sending dust flying everywhere. His strength. Traceless Hades climbed out of the ruins. Above the Imperial canopy, a scalp-numbing power continuously bombarded the canopy, causing it to shine brightly. Taoist Lin, don't waste your time. You can't break the array of the Nether Palace. Traceless Hades didn't dare to get close. Lin Fei's power was too domineering. The Nether Palace could become one of the top 10 forces. The array of the Mountain Gate had always been an important place for the major forces. Lin Fei had displayed an extraordinary level of power. Every one of Lin Fei's attacks could inflict serious damage on Traceless Nether. Traceless Nether was confident that he could block Lin Fei's attacks. Traceless Hades wanted to provoke Lin Fei. You want to destroy the Nether Palace? Don't even think about it. You can't even break the array, and you want to start a massacre? What a joke. Traceless Hades said this deliberately to provoke Lin Fei. Lin Fei was young and frivolous. He had used up all his immortal power. In the end, he would become a fish on the chopping board. Is that so? Lin Fei laughed. His long hair danced in the wind. Then he stopped. True self-world-destroying seal. The godly talisman transformed into a domineering fist technique and smashed onto the canopy. The power of this attack was even more terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. This was a fist technique condensed from the power of divine talismans. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, all of his power condensed into a single point and smashed onto the canopy, causing the entire canopy to shatter. Not good. He's going to break through with 1 point. Lin Fei's fists rose and fell. It was unknown how many times he had punched out, but each time he landed on the same spot, The Black Canopy's power was rapidly exhausted. Open! Another true self-world annihilation seal landed on the canopy. Hua hua hua. Dense cracks spread out from one of the points, covering the entire canopy. The center of the canopy instantly split open, revealing a hole. Lin Fei charged in like a god. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Old thing, your mountain gate formation isn't strong enough. Lin Fei soared into the sky and unleashed a true self-world annihilation seal at Traceless Nether. Sick. Traceless Nether was horrified. An opening in a mountain gate formation was unprecedented. In this moment of hesitation, a destructive power attacked. When this fist landed, all the power gathered into one point. Traceless Nether's physical body's hair stood on end. This huge seal was the only thing left in the world. His power blasted out, but it was all broken. My life is over. The true self-world annihilation seal landed on Traceless Nether's physical body. It rushed into his immortal body and planted a seed of power, instantly exploding from the inside out. This Grand Elder of the Nether Palace, Traceless Nether, had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Old thing, you didn't expect this, right? After killing a half-step immortal emperor with one move, Lin Fei was in a good mood. How could he not know that the old thing was provoking him? However, he had no idea how terrifying his immortal power and divine power were. He killed his opponent with one punch. In the Nether Palace, everyone on the palaces saw this scene and was instantly dumbfounded. The Grand Elder was killed by Lin Fei. The disciples of the Nether Palace raised their heads and looked at this scene with pale faces. Their Grand Elder had died just like that. Avenge the Grand Elder. Kill Lin Fei. Black shadows soared into the sky from the palace. Overestimating yourself. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Sword intent descended like an overlord and killed. The disciples of the Nether Palace had cultivated well, but they couldn't be compared to these sword intents that contained terrifying power. Everywhere the sword intent passed, corpses fell, blood splattered, and blood flowed like a river. Since he started a massacre, Lin Fei wouldn't be polite anymore. Lin Fei wasn't interested in these small fries. Immortal kings and immortal emperors were killed with one sword. People in the palace, you are not here to help. Come out and accept your death. Everywhere Lin Fei passed, corpses fell to the ground. He killed his way from the mountain gate all the way to the plaza. His spiritual sense told him that the group of people in the palace had not moved at all. In the sky above the Nether Palace, a battleship appeared out of nowhere. Lin Fei isn't just cruel. Lu Ziyue took a sip of tea. He killed all the immortal kings and immortal emperors. He wants to destroy all the forces of the Nether Palace in one go. He's ruthless. The one-eyed old man said, the Nether Palace is just an unranked force. Any heaven-defying first-step immortal emperor can do this. A heaven-defying immortal emperor can easily break the Mountain Gates array. Lu Ziyue said with a smile. His move is turning decay into magic. Lu Ziyue nodded. You can see it too. I don't know how Lin Fei cultivates. Not only is his immortal power strong, but his divine power is even more terrifying. I don't know if he can continue to fight against the disciples of Sword Immortal White Emperor. The two disciples of Sword Immortal White Emperor are very terrifying on the path of Sword Dao. It won't be easy for Lin Fei to deal with them. The one-eyed old man thought that Sword Immortal White Emperor's disciples had some advantages. Lin Fei killed all the way to the palace. Hua, a sword river slashed out and crushed the palace, turning it into ruins on the spot. The moment it turned into ruins, many auras rushed out. Everyone, Lin Fei killed the Great Elder. Please kill Lin Fei. The Nether Palace will reward you handsomely. The eyes of the remaining elders of the Nether Palace were bloodshot. Immortal kings and immortal emperors died in front of them. They were the backbone of the Nether Palace. They couldn't accept the death of the Great Elder. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the first Elder died just like that, losing his life to Lin Fei. The Great Elder died, and the disciples suffered heavy casualties. What was more vicious was that Lin Fei didn't let the immortal kings and immortal emperors go. He wanted to destroy the Nether Palace's forces. Lin Fei killed many immortal kings and immortal emperors along the way. They were all bleeding. Lin Fei, you're so ruthless. If you want to destroy the Nether Palace by yourself, you have to ask us first. These people had received benefits from the Nether Palace. Lin Fei's aura surged. They were all experts who had been famous for a long time. They didn't believe that they couldn't take down a rising star like Lin Fei. Kill. More than 30 people charged at Lin Fei. These people were all half-step immortal emperors. Their battle prowess instantly reached first-step immortal emperors. It was equivalent to more than 30 first-step immortal emperors attacking together. More than 30 half-step immortal emperors. Killing them will give me experience points. Lin Fei wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. He was like a beam of light, with mountains and rivers in front of him, charging into the crowd. The sword river flew out like a huge snake, swaying left and right, repelling most of the force. One sword blood flow. Lin Fei didn't hold back against these people. With the true self-world annihilation sword in hand, he slashed across the sky. The sword river spun 365 degrees. More than 30 half-step immortal emperors stopped. Their bodies shattered like porcelain pieces. More than 30 half-step immortal emperors died in an instant. How could the power of a half-step immortal emperor and a few hundred trillion dragon divine force withstand the tyrannical suppression of 5 trillion dragon divine force? Even though they were wearing immortal armors, the result was the same. The power of one sword was so terrifying. The remaining elders of the Nether Palace heaved a sigh of relief. There were more than 30 half-step immortal emperors. Each of them was strong and had treasures. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he would be at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 half-step immortal emperors died. Impossible, they looked at Lin Fei, who had become a terrifying demon king. You can go to hell too. Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed. The remaining elders screamed and fell into the sword river. They became unconscious corpses. Everyone run. The elders are all dead. The Nether Palace is finished. The disciples of the Nether Palace were scared out of their wits. When they saw the terrifying power of the sword, they felt as if their bodies were being crushed. They would never forget this scene. No one knew who shouted, but the crowd dispersed in an uproar, fighting to be the first to escape. At this moment, the Nether Palace was really finished. Most of the elders were dead. The deacons of the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor level and the outer sect elders did not escape. Lin Fei single-handedly killed the living forces of the Nether Palace. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from the ruins not far away. Lin Fei looked in the direction of the sound. There were 3 middle-aged men standing on the ruins. Each of them was like a mountain. Taoist Lin, you really shocked everyone. The middle-aged man who applauded said, "We didn't believe the rumors before, but now we do. 3 Dragon Emperors, you have been watching for so long. Aren't you going to make a move?" Lin Fei recognized them at a glance. They were Dragon Emperors, and they had the aura of divine dragons. "The Nether Palace invited us here to deal with you," the middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man said, "You're stronger than we imagined. Traceless Hades is dead, and the Nether Palace is almost destroyed. Offending a heaven-defying genius like you won't do us any good. We're not going to interfere in this matter. We'll leave now." The 3 Dragon Emperors were frightened. The 3 of them were first-step Dragon Emperors, and their divine power could reach 140 trillion Dragon divine power. If they used their full power, they could reach 200 trillion Dragon divine power. They were shocked by the power of Lin Fei's sword. They knew that they couldn't block it. It was not worth it to make a move. 3 Dragon Emperors, you can leave." Lin Fei smiled and said, "But you came all the way here. Don't you want to leave something behind?" The 3 Dragon Emperors were furious. They did not attack Lin Fei. They were already giving him face. "Lin Fei, don't push your luck." The Dragon Emperor on the left said angrily, "I'm pushing my luck. So what?" Chapter 1208. Blood spurted from the sword. Lin Fei slashed heavily with his sword. It was a fierce and powerful sword, blood spurting. He attacked as he wished. The three dragon emperors were shocked. Lin Fei did not follow the rules. They were all powerful dragon emperors. Lin Fei's sword was extremely overbearing. There was no pattern to it. It caught the three of them off guard. The three dragon emperors were not ordinary first-step immortal emperors. Black dragon scales appeared on their bodies. They were the size of a palm and covered their bodies tightly. The sword was too fast. The sword was too fierce. The three dragon emperors could only block it with their bodies. Hua hua hua, the sound of water could be heard. The sword river was like water. Huge waves appeared and crashed onto the three dragon emperors one after another. Instantly, the three dragon emperors were struck by a strong force. Their blood and chi rumbled nonstop. Dragon scales exploded one by one, turning into dust. The void behind them also exploded. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The three dragon emperors vomited blood and were flung backward. Everywhere they passed, the buildings collapsed. Good dragon blood. We can't miss it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He took out a big jade bottle and collected the dragon blood that he vomited. The blood of a first-step dragon emperor. Dragon blood. Bathing in dragon blood could strengthen one's body. The three dragon emperors could not defeat Lin Fei in one move. They were sent flying by the sword and smashed into a huge mountain near the mountain gate. The huge mountain collapsed. The dragon emperors of the great divine dragon world have strong bodies. My sword is extremely powerful. Be it a half-step immortal emperor or a first-step immortal emperor, they will all be severely injured or killed. Since the people of Hidden Dragon dared to interfere, Lin Fei would not hold back. It was not appropriate to kill them. He could teach them a lesson and get some benefits. Cough, 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 at the foot of the mountain. The three dragon emperors vomited blood. Their bodies were tattered, and their dragon scales were all over the place. It was a tragic sight. How can he be so strong? That sword strike, just now, almost took our lives. Luckily, our bodies are natural immortal physiques. That's how we survived it. Fear appeared in the eyes of the three. Their original form was that of a divine dragon. Their natural defense was ridiculously strong. Even with such a strong defense, they were still utterly defeated. Monster. Lin Fei did not know where this monster came from. Gentlemen, what do you think of my sword? The swift and fierce sword intent locked onto them. After the three dragon emperors witnessed it, their hair stood on end. In their hearts, they listed Lin Fei as an absolutely terrifying existence. Fellow Taoist Lin, hold on. We could talk things out. Dragon Emperor Long Qing was the first dragon emperor to speak up. There's nothing much to say. The Hidden Dragon clan is clearly trying to make life difficult for me by interfering in this matter. Lin Fei's tone was sharp. I'm not afraid of trouble. If you dare to come, I'll kill you and make you fall here. When Dragon Emperor Long Qing arrived, he was looking for a chance to kill Lin Fei. Killing Lin Fei was a piece of cake. In the end, they had underestimated Lin Fei. He had yet to become a great emperor, but his strength surpassed theirs. If it wasn't for his strong defense, the power of that sword would have taken their lives. If Lin Fei really went berserk, they would definitely die. As a dragon emperor Long Qing treated his dragon clan as a noble clan. Once their lives were at stake, he would put his pride aside. The three of them together were not a match for Lin Fei. Don't. Everything can be discussed. Dragon Emperor Long Qing said, we admit that we are at fault. We are Hidden Dragon's people. If you really kill us, Hidden Dragon's people will not let you go. They will kill you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. Is that so? Then let's see if I'm afraid. The long sword moved forward, and the sword intent enveloped them like a poisonous snake. No, you are strong. What do you want? Dragon Emperor Long Qing was very sullen, especially when the sword intent pressed forward. He was afraid that Lin Fei's sword would fly over. Lin Fei thought, everyone in the great divine dragon world says that people are crazy. Once you are stronger than them, even a crazy person will become a sheep. His strength is not as good as mine, and I have refined God's blood. The power of the God's talisman is specialized in breaking flesh. They have to be afraid of me. This feels so good, ha ha. Ha. The three of you are dragon emperors of the great divine dragon world. I am just someone from a small world. What would I dare to do to you? Lin Fei laughed. In fact, I am a good person. I never kill people. Good my ass. How dare you say that? The three dragon emperors looked at him in disdain. If he was a good person, why did he stop them? He could have just let them go. The more Lin Fei said, the more nervous the three dragon emperors became. What do you want? Lin Fei did not think of killing them. Since he was here, he had to leave some benefits. This is what you said. I did not force you. Lin Fei said seriously, I heard that the dragon blood in your bodies is good for body tempering. I have many people under me who need dragon blood to temper their bodies. Do you want to release the blood yourself? Or do you want me to do it? Shameless guy. He wanted to release the dragon blood in their bodies. They were all powerful dragon emperors. Dragon blood was heaven-defying. It was perfect for tempering their bodies. Lin Fei was the first to ask for dragon blood from them. Regardless of whether they agreed or not, Lin Fei took out a jade gourd. It was a spatial treasure. It was easy to collect a river. You win. Dragon Emperor Long Qing suppressed his anger. If he did not release the dragon blood today, he would not be able to leave this place. We will release the blood. They were helpless when it came to such matters. Who asked them to meet such a powerful fellow like Lin Fei? If they did not release the blood, they would die. The three dragon emperors released the dragon blood and injected it into the jade gourd. Enough! Don't push your luck. Lin Fei was delighted. The dragon blood of the dragon emperors was indeed extraordinary. Be it for refining medicine or tempering one's body, it was very effective. Who would be afraid of having too much of such good stuff? Only when the three of them were enraged did Lin Fei put away the jade gourd, feeling satisfied. He muttered, stingy. The three of you are dragon emperors. Isn't it just letting out some blood? Why are you pulling such a long face? The ancient said that letting out some blood is healthier. The three dragon emperors were so angry that they almost glared at him. Look at what he said. His face was not red at all. Did he really think that dragon blood was cheap? Taoist Lin, we will remember this. Afraid that Lin Fei would come up with another excuse, the three dragon emperors suppressed their anger and did not dare to stay any longer. They left after saying that. They had lost all their face. They did not manage to kill him, but they had to bleed. That was the blood of a noble dragon. The dragon blood of a dragon emperor is really good stuff. Next time, it is best to release it all at once. Lin Fei chuckled. His expression sank as he turned around and said to the depths of the ruins, the two of you are so patient. You are indeed the disciples of Sword Immortal by D. Lin Fei turned around, and he was like a sharp sword that could be unsheathed at any moment. Taoist Lin, you are so brave. Aren't you afraid that we will kill you? Chapter 1209. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be so daring. Which of the mystical dragons of the divine dragon great world isn't arrogant, condescending, lawless, and a lunatic when they make a move? In the end, they fell to Lin Fei's hands and were forced to bleed. In the warship above the Nether Palace, Lu Ziyue was even more interested in Lin Fei now. The one-eyed old man at the side said, to be honest, there aren't many who would dare to bleed a member of the dragon race. Lin Fei is one of them. From what I can see, he doesn't even care about Sword Immortal by D's disciple. He is extraordinarily arrogant. Lu Ziyue smiled brightly. You have a high opinion of him. The one-eyed old man was expressionless. When I was his age, I really couldn't compare to Lin Fei. I don't know how this guy cultivates. He benefited greatly from the eternal, immortal emperor's inheritance. He shouldn't have improved so quickly. Lu Ziyue said nothing. She looked up at the sky, her eyes flashing. No one knew what she was thinking. From the moment they broke through the mountain gate array, Lin Fei knew that the most dangerous person was not the helper, nor was it the Dragon Emperor of the Hidden Dragon clan. It was the disciples of Sword Immortal White Emperor. After entering, Lin Fei sensed two terrifying auras. They were the strongest in the Nether Palace. They hadn't made a move yet. That was why Lin Fei had dared to attack the Dragon Emperor, take the dragon blood, and wait for Sword Immortal White Emperor's disciples to make a move. Even though they did not make a move immediately, Lin Fei had already guessed it. Sword Immortal by D, the number one Sword Immortal, These 4 words made the disciples of the Sword Immortal by D look up to the sky, proclaiming themselves to be dragons. They would not take advantage of the situation. Lin Fei's guess was pretty close to the mark. Lin Fei's ears twitched when he saw 2 people walk out. They walked out with light footsteps. The wind blew, and they emerged from the ruins. So strong. 2 people appeared in Lin Fei's field of vision. 2 people, one on the left and one on the right. The person on the left wasn't very old. He had a sword box on his back, and as he took a step forward, the ground was covered in frost. Everywhere he passed, a pure white spread out. Run! The Nether Palace is finished. The disciples of the Nether Palace fled in all directions. A terrifying white light blew past them. The disciples of the Nether Palace stopped moving. Their bodies were covered in ice, and their faces were filled with fear. Ice sculptures were scattered all over the Nether Palace. What a terrifying power of ice! The Nether Palace's disciples' life force was drained rapidly. Even a first-step immortal emperor wouldn't dare to let the power of ice land on his body. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know that these disciples of the Nether Palace wouldn't be able to survive. The power of ice swept over like a wave. Cold. Everything was cold. The other person was surrounded by the power of fire, and he carried a sword box on his back. With every step he took, raging flames covered the ice, and the ice statues were burned into nothingness, leaving behind a pitch-black area. A moment later, the Nether Palace turned into a sea of fire, leaving behind a patch of blackness. Lin Fei was shocked. What is wrong with the disciples of Sword Immortal by D? Why did they wipe out the entire Nether Palace? Aren't they here to protect the Nether Palace? The power of ice disappeared. The power of fire disappeared. The Nether Palace was left with a burnt smell. Lin Fei, thank you. You've done us a great favor. The young man with the power of ice on the left was in high spirits. He looked down on the world and said, "From today onwards, the Nether Palace will no longer exist in this world. Senior brother, Sword God, can cultivate in peace without being affected by anything." Lin Fei understood. So this was what the disciples of Sword Immortal by D were planning. Cultivators were often affected by the outside world, and they couldn't focus on cultivation, which affected their growth. The 2 disciples of Sword Immortal by D were obviously helping Nether Sword God get rid of the last obstacle, so that he could cultivate from now on. What a generous move. The Nether Palace wasn't a small faction. They just watched it get destroyed and didn't help. How domineering, as expected of the disciples of Sword Immortal by D. Lin Fei couldn't cut off all ties to the mortal world for cultivation. We Sword Immortals have a firm heart of the sword and won't be affected by anything. Senior brother Sword God is a genius in the Sword Tao, but he couldn't cut off his ties to the mortal world. Junior brother, there's no need to say so much. He's about to die. Let's send him to hell. The young man on the right who controlled the power of fire said with a cold gaze. Kill. The 2 of them didn't attack alone, but together. They came here to complete one mission, which was to cut off Senior Brother Sword God's ties to the mortal world. The remaining mission was to kill Lin Fei. Large amounts of snowflakes fell. They were actually snowflakes formed by sword intent. As the snowflakes fell, the ground of the Nether Palace was filled with sword holes. The disciples of Sword Immortal by D displayed extraordinary sword skills, not something that ordinary immortal emperors could compare to. Snowflakes floated, and killing intent was everywhere. Lin Fei immediately realized how powerful this sword skill was. The snowflakes carried a terrifying and dangerous aura. What a terrifying disciple of the Sword Tao. If I'm not wrong, each snowflake can burst out with trillions of power. His sword intent is extremely dense and majestic, and his combat strength is heaven-defying. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person. Sword Immortal by D was the #1 Sword Immortal, but he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Even if the #1 Sword Immortal appeared, Lin Fei wouldn't even frown. Good. If you want to kill me, then let's see what you're capable of. Lin Fei's battle intense sword. His figure flickered, filling the sky with runes. The runes collided with the snowflakes, creating a huge shockwave. The The shockwave caused a large amount of snowflakes to explode. The air wave exploded, and the power of ice swept over, freezing the void and emitting endless sword intent. Swish, 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 the sword intent shot over like rain. Lin Fei's body was covered in white frost. It first froze his feet, then spread up, and more than half of his body was frozen. Lotus and Fire Bloom. The other one moved. It turned out that the two of them were telepathically connected. One of them suppressed Lin Fei, and the other killed him. A fiery red lotus bloomed above Lin Fei's head. The lotus spun, shattering the void, and headed straight for his head. This move was coordinated by the two of them. It looked simple, but it was actually a killing move. Lin Fei still underestimated his opponent. The one-eyed old man was still expressionless, as if he already knew this would happen. That might not be the case. Lu Ziyue shook her head. Didn't you notice that Lin Fei's battle intent soared to the sky? How can he be killed by such a small trick? The three of them are heaven-defying geniuses. If it was so easy to determine the winner, then Lin Fei wouldn't be qualified for me to come here personally. Xue Bing, Xue Hua, these two brothers are telepathically connected. It won't be easy for Lin Fei to deal with them. He hasn't used his sword yet, but his strength has already reached such a level. Once he uses his sword from the sword sheath, the one-eyed old man didn't continue. I still believe in Lin Fei. Ha! Lin Fei looked up to the sky and laughed. Disciples of the two sword immortals, you underestimate me, Lin Fei. This kind of killing move is useless against me. Facing the killing move, Lin Fei laughed. With a thought, the divine talisman exploded, and the ice on his lower body exploded. He rushed up and punched the lotus fiercely. The lotus trembled and turned into a fire dragon. It opened its bloody mouth, coiled around his arm, and bit towards Lin Fei's neck. Lin Fei, you think too highly of yourself. The sword sheath on Xue Bing's back opened, and a frost immortal sword flew out and landed in his hand. With a shake of the long sword, sword flowers fluttered in the air. A terrifying sword art was displayed from his hand, and he stabbed the sword towards Lin Fei's face. This sword was extremely fast. They had calculated that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to defend against the sword's change of move. Lin Fei opened his mouth and roared. The sound of his roar dispersed the moment the fire dragon opened its mouth. His figure moved, and he faced the other party. His iron fist smashed on the frost sword, and the terrifying divine power of 500 trillion dragon divine power smashed the long sword. Xue Bing retreated 5 or 6 steps on the spot. Her entire arm was covered in cracks, and blood was dripping. This is my first punch. Lin Fei pounced, and his second punch turned into a stream of light. Xue Bing was a disciple of the Sword Immortal by D. To be able to become the disciple of the Sword Immortal by D, her understanding of the Sword Tao was quite terrifying. She retreated, and she realized that she couldn't let Lin Fei get close to her. Whoosh, 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 the frost sea blasted over in waves. It was a combination of hardness and softness. They quickly distanced themselves from each other. Junior brother, we can't let him get close to us. Let's attack from afar and break his body. Lin Fei forced the other party to retreat with a punch. The power of that punch was enough to instantly kill a first-step immortal emperor. At the very least, it would severely injure the other party. This punch was mostly blocked by the frost runes on the other party's body. The original advantage was pulled away. The two of them distanced themselves from each other. The two emperors' divine weapons contained boundless emperor's might, and their power was instantly boosted. Sword rivers swept across the Nether Palace. The originally majestic Nether Palace was almost razed to the ground. The battle between the three of them spread from the Nether Palace all the way to the mountain behind. Lin Fei single-handedly fought against two Sword Immortal by D's disciples. Any one of them could instantly kill an ordinary first-step immortal emperor. Sword Immortal by D's disciple is indeed ridiculously powerful. He has an emperor's divine weapon, and he definitely has an emperor's divine armor on him. Furthermore, he knows how to avoid my close-range attacks. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a powerful opponent. His punch contained the god power of 5 trillion dragons, which was far beyond their level of power. However, he still couldn't find an opportunity to kill them. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Little did he know that Xue Bing and Xue Hu were more shocked than anyone else. When the two of them combined their emperor's divine weapons, they could unleash the power of 350 trillion dragons with the power of ice and frost. With ice and fire combined, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand 10 moves from them. Junior brother, Xue Hu transmitted, this Lin Fei is really hard to deal with. His god power is terrifying. For someone from a minor world to have this kind of power is truly terrifying. Even if he's terrifying, we still have to kill him. The two of us have exchanged a few hundred moves, but we still can't kill Lin Fei. Instead, we have to guard against Lin Fei getting close to us. This isn't a long-term solution. Let's go for the kill. The two of them didn't want to waste time. They needed to finish off Lin Fei as soon as possible. Invincible sword skill. 1 sword of reincarnation. After moving for so long, Lin Fei finally made his second move. The true self World Destroyer sword appeared in his hand, and he transformed into a black vortex that slashed toward Xue Bing. This girl's ice power was very troublesome. Boom! Boom! Chapter 12:10. Invincible Sword Art. 1 sword of reincarnation. This was the second move of the sword art that the system had created specifically for Lin Fei. The first move was powerful and powerful. The power of 1 sword reached 500 trillion dragon divine power, more than double that of Sword Immortal by Dee's disciple. Back then, when the system named it, Lin Fei did not even think about it and named it Invincible Sword Art. This was not Lin Fei being arrogant. In fact, there were very few people who had divine power at his level. With 18 primordial doppelgangers, Lin Fei had the advantage. He could continuously absorb divine power. Just this alone would make all experts who cultivated divine power feel numb. Lin Fei cultivated divine power and would not be troubled by the upper limit of his power. As his divine power continued to increase, the power of the sword art would also increase. That was very terrifying. Although the name Invincible Sword Art was a cliché, the meaning behind it was very deep. The second move, 1 sword of reincarnation. This move was not the main attack, but it had endless uses. Lin Fei used this move, and he was like a reincarnation vortex. Xue Bing and Xue Hu's eyes were solemn. They already knew that Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. His power was ridiculously strong. When Lin Fei used this move, the two were from the Sword Immortal sect, so they could see the difference between it, and it was a very profound attack. The two did not dare to hesitate. With Emperor Divine weapons in hand, sword rivers flew. 1 ice river, the other fire river, one on the left and one on the right, turned into a huge millstone and crushed over. 1 ice, 1 fire. The two powers were perfectly compatible. This move was extremely powerful, and the power was twice that of an attack. Let's use double kill. Let's see how Lin Fei can block it. Xue Bing said proudly. This move was the fusion of 2 great Dao powers, and it exploded with superpower. In the myriad worlds, we are known as the Ice and Fire Sword Immortals. Our greatest power lies in this fusion. Lin Fei is strong, but he is just a brute. How would he know the profoundness of the sword art? Xue Hu laughed. Blue and red blended, and the huge millstone crushed over. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous mountain range collapsed and became a flat land. Lin Fei, who was in the black whirlpool, did not even frown. He thought to himself, the disciple of a sword immortal is indeed powerful. The might of the sword from the fusion of these 2 great Dao energies surpasses that of my first move, Bloodstorm. Its strength is at least 6 quadrillion dragon divine force. The sword intent contains ice and fire, giving it great lethality. I can use it to test out the reincarnation sword that the system created. As the millstone pressed down, Lin Fei was in the middle of the black whirlpool. The entire black whirlpool gave off a spiraling force that clashed with the millstone formed from ice and fire. The power of ice and fire collided with the black vortex. As soon as these terrifying forces fell into the vortex, the powerful spiral force twisted them into pieces on the spot. What a great samsara! It can kill all kinds of forces. Lin Fei was overjoyed. The black vortex expanded, turning into a giant vortex between heaven and earth. It swallowed the large millstone in one gulp. The black vortex shook up and down before returning to normal. Xue Bing and Xuehua's expressions changed immediately. The strongest sword had lost contact with it and was destroyed by the vortex. Impossible! Even the experts on the Wind Cloud list would not dare to take this sword from our immortals of ice and fire. Lin Fei's sword had dispelled their attacks. That was not easy. Lin Fei's black whirlpool, the spiraling force, covered the sky above the two. They were in the middle of the black whirlpool for thousands of miles. Not good. The spiraling force. The twisting force has such terrifying power. The two were disciples of sword immortals and learned sword techniques the most. The moment they fell into the black whirlpool, their eyes flashed with shock. How could such an exquisite sword technique come from the hands of a young man? Within the vortex, there was a terrifying, strangling power. Every strand of strangling power contained about 5 quadrillion dragon divine power. Hu, the twisting force was like the wind. An ancient divine armor appeared on Xue Bing and Xuehua's bodies, wrapping around the two of them to resist the strangling power. He. Lin Fei charged out of the void like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. He appeared in front of Xue Bing and raised his hand to send a seal down. True Self-World Annihilation Seal. This seal was domineering and smashed onto Xue Bing's chest. Xue Bing spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying, crashing into the mountains hundreds of millions of miles away. Finally free, with one of the enemies gone, the pressure was reduced. You guys work well together. Let's see what you can do now that you're alone. Lin Fei charged at Xuehua like a stream of light. Junior brother. Xuehua's eyes reddened. The ice sword immortal of the ice and fire immortals was sent flying by Lin Fei. I'll fight you to the death. Xuehua had a fiery temper, and seeing his junior brother sent flying, his anger soared. You think you can beat me? Lin Fei's fist smashed onto the sword river like a meteor, shattering a large portion of it. He charged all the way to Xuehua and punched him in the face. Xuehua was wearing divine armor, and a large number of fire talismans shattered. The powerful force caused his blood to churn. So this is the disciple of Sword Immortal by D. 6 arms grew out of Lin Fei's back and slapped at him. Xuehua finally realized how terrifying Lin Fei was. Every punch was like an ocean, shattering a large number of runes. It was not something he could block at all. Lin Fei was having a good time, and every punch hit flesh. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the divine armor. Even so, Xuehua could not take it. The immortal power in his body was being depleted quickly, and the Emperor Divine Armor needed immortal power to support it. Let go of my senior brother. Blood dripped from the corner of Xue Bing's mouth as she charged back. Lin Fei did not even look back. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers flew out from behind him and blocked Xue Bing's power. Bang! Lin Fei smashed a seal onto his opponent's chest. The fiery red Emperor's divine sword in Xue was hand blocked over 100 punches. Then, the Emperor's divine sword flew out of Xuehua's hand. A figure charged out from behind Lin Fei. Before Lin Fei could react, the Emperor's divine sword landed in his hand. My divine weapon! Xuehua cried out involuntarily. He had spent 5,000 years and a lot of effort to refine the divine weapon. Now that he had lost the divine weapon, his strength was greatly affected. The one that flew out was the primordial chaos clone. Sword Immortal Disciple is so polite to give me the divine weapon. I'm really grateful. As Lin Fei spoke, he did not stop moving. His hands and feet moved up and down, causing Xuehua to vomit blood repeatedly. Even though Xuehua was wearing the Emperor's divine armor, he could not withstand Lin Fei's torrential attacks. Junior brother, let's go. Xuehua took out an immortal talisman and tore it with a pained expression. Lin Fei, you stole my divine weapon. I'll take it back myself sooner or later. Remember this. Lin Fei punched out, and Xuehua's figure turned transparent, vanishing in front of him. Xue Bing had left as well. Chapter 12:11. While Lin Fei is sighing, the expressions of Tianyin Tower's Lu Ziyue and the one-eyed old man changed. Unbelievable. The one-eyed old man sighed. Xue Bing and Xuehua, under the Sword Immortal, known as the Ice and Fire Immortals, can't do anything to Lin Fei, who came from Small World. Instead, their emperor weapon was snatched away. The two did not expect this result. In their imagination, Lin Fei is starting to gain some fame. Xue Bing and Xuehua are disciples under the Sword Immortal White Emperor. They specialize in the Sword Dao, especially the Sword Immortal. His combat power is terrifying. Lin Fei should not be able to defeat the two of them. It is indeed surprising. Lu Ziyue said emotionally, I originally thought that Lin Fei would be able to fight with the two Sword Immortals for a while. In the end, the Ice and Fire Immortals left and even used precious immortal talismans. Lin Fei is really savage. There should be a powerful Sword Immortal behind Lin Fei. The one-eyed old man said again. That sword just now broke the joint attack of the two. To be able to use such a sword technique, if he did not comprehend it himself, then there must be a powerful Sword Immortal behind him. Lu Ziyue and the one-eyed old man are not ordinary people. They have sharp eyes. They saw the defeat of the Sword Immortal's disciples very clearly. We made the right choice coming here. Lu Ziyue returned to normal. Who would have thought that in a small world, there would be a freak like Lin Fei? If Xue Bing and Xuehua were not wearing god armors, this lady is sure that Lin Fei would have killed them on the spot. I really don't know how Lin Fei cultivates. The one-eyed old man did not take Lin Fei seriously at the beginning. There are too many such existences in the myriad worlds. If they had to pay attention to every one of them, they would be exhausted to death. Lin Fei defeated the two Sword Immortals' disciples, causing their eyes to light up. Just based on today's battle results, if this news were spread, everyone would be dumbfounded. Miss, do you want to recruit him? The one-eyed old man frowned. If you want to recruit Lin Fei, I don't think it will work. From his sword skills, I can see that he is completely lawless and undefeatable. This kind of person won't be easily recruited. Lu Ziyue smiled mysteriously. Lin Fei is not an ordinary person. If I hadn't investigated him, I would have suspected that Lin Fei is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal emperor and has such extraordinary combat strength. Then what are you going to do, miss? The one-eyed old man was surprised. Their Tianyin Pavilion was a huge faction. Although they did not participate in the battles between the major factions, they still paid great attention to recruiting geniuses. Lin Fei has revealed his ferocious side. It's already impossible to recruit such a person. A strange light flashed in Lu Ziyue's beautiful eyes. It's precisely because we have to be on good terms with Lin Fei. Who knows, he might be of great use to us in the near future. The one-eyed old man's eyes brightened. Miss, are you talking about that matter? That chick actually left? Lin Fei looked up and used his divine sense to check several times. There was no one from the Tianyin Pavilion. She should have really left. Lin Fei thought. I thought that the chick from the Tianyin Pavilion would come down. It's good that she didn't. I don't have to deal with him again. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had sensed that someone was watching him from the shadows. After thinking about it, Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that it was the Tianyin Pavilion. That chick was not a simple person. Now that she had left, it was good. With a thought from Lin Fei, a fiery red immortal sword appeared in his hand. It emitted a fiery glow as it struggled to leave. Emperor's divine weapon. It's not like I didn't gain anything. From the beginning, Lin Fei didn't think that he could kill the disciple of a Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal White Emperor, the #1 Sword Immortal in the universe. No matter how many people there were, at least one thing couldn't be ignored. Sword Immortal White Emperor had the ability. If he didn't, he would have been killed long ago. What a pity. Lin Fei kept the immortal sword. After he had the true self-world destroyer sword, the Emperor's divine weapon was useless to him. He should be able to exchange it for a lot of treasures. If I could kill them just now, they would definitely have a lot of treasures on them. It's not easy to kill them with divine armors. Lin Fei turned and left. Nether Palace, one of the top 10 forces in the great metropolis world. It was now in ruins. Originally, when Lin Fei killed his way in, corpses were everywhere and the palace collapsed. Later, the two sword immortal disciples attacked, and the Nether Palace was almost razed to the ground. Lin Fei walked on the ruins. The scene was silent. What a pity for the herb field. Soon, Lin Fei found a herb field that had long been destroyed by the great Tao power. The herb mountains were all frozen and burned, and the herbs were completely destroyed. Lin Fei's heart ached when he saw this. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept it. Everywhere Lin Fei went, there was no place left intact. Lin Fei still cared a lot about the treasures of the Nether Palace. Not long after, Lin Fei broke a building and entered the treasury. That old fogey, Traceless Nether, is quite confident. He didn't take away the treasures. Now all of them are mine. Lin Fei slashed open the door to the treasury with his sword. There was a large pile of items inside the treasury. It turned out that Traceless Nether wasn't worried that Lin Fei would come after him after seeing the two sword immortal experts. He didn't expect that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. The treasures in the treasury were basically untouched. There were layers of formations in the treasury. It wasn't a place that ordinary people could barge in. Moreover, the Nether Palace was in chaos. Everyone was running for their lives. No one went to the treasury. It could be said that the treasures of the Nether Palace were all Lin Fei's. Good stuff. I'll take it. Lin Fei took out his treasures and stored them one by one. Only after collecting them did he realize that the Netherworld Palace had an enormous amount of cultivation resources. If these mountains of materials were converted into true spirits, it would be an astronomical figure. After collecting the cultivation treasures, Lin Fei spent an hour to search the treasury. Damn, the Nether Palace is indeed one of the top 10 forces. They have such a deep foundation. A rough estimate would say that they have at least 1 trillion true spirits. Lin Fei silently calculated. Some of the treasures were priceless. 10 trillion true spirits, just the cultivation materials, as well as some immortal pills and miraculous medicines, was a huge number. After plundering 1 trillion true spirits worth of items, this trip was not in vain. Every force has a deep foundation. The Nether Palace is one of the top 10 forces in the great metropolis world. I wonder what the other forces have. I really want to plunder them. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lin Fei only thought about it. He wouldn't do it. After destroying the Nether Palace and plundering the treasures, Lin Fei turned around and left. He finally had one less thing on his mind. Lin Fei is really lawless. He destroyed the Nether Palace just like that. The Nether Palace is one of the top 10 forces. How could it be destroyed so easily? Lin Fei is cruel. After we went there, no one from the Nether Palace survived. They all died in Lin Fei's hands. He's a demon. Chapter 12:12. The destruction of Nether Palace was definitely a big deal in the eyes of the great metropolis world. Everyone was paying attention to Lin Fei. Everyone knew that there would definitely be a battle between Lin Fei and Nether Palace. Who would live and who would die? The big shots couldn't guess. Nether Palace itself was very strong, and they definitely had a lot of life-saving trump cards. If they gathered all the power of Nether Palace to deal with Lin Fei, the chance of winning should be more than 80%. This was what all the big shots thought. Lin Fei's chance of winning was not high, only about 20%. Outside of the Nirvana world, Lin Fei killed the Sky Demon Monarch, then suppressed the Thunder Palace's immortal monarch Lei Ao, and shocked the Dark Forces. Any one of these events would be enough to make his name known across the world. Lin Fei came with invincible momentum. That's right, invincible momentum. In front of such momentum, even the big shots of the great metropolis world would have to think twice and not act rashly. Because of this momentum, Lin Fei had a 20% chance of winning. The big shots' guesses were finally overturned. Lin Fei came with an unstoppable momentum, and the colossal Netherworld Palace collapsed just like that. It turned into ashes and was completely erased from the great metropolis heaven. Awesome. While the big shots were still shocked by the destruction of Nether Palace, Lin Fei quietly returned to the school. Saint 33 and Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, heaved a sigh of relief. They had been worried for a long time. Nether Palace had been passed down for many years, and to overthrow such a behemoth alone, who had the ability to do so? Junior brother Lin Fei succeeded. Yes, it's all gone. After returning, Lin Fei said so, not mentioning Sword Immortal by D. He didn't want them to know for the time being. We're old. Saint 33 looked at Lin Fei's departing figure. Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, sighed. It's the world of the young now. Sheng Kuang, Immortal Emperor, couldn't see through Lin Fei, like a mountain that couldn't be crossed. Half a year later, the destruction of the Nether Palace was still spreading like wildfire. The major forces that had been bullied by the Nether Palace in the past gave him a thumbs up when they mentioned Lin Fei's name and said, "What a good man." As for how much of the good man was true, no one knew. It was unknown who went to the scene, but when they saw the ruins, they felt their scalps go numb. Lin Fei's methods were savage, and he was a natural-born demon king. There was no one else but him. The title of Great Demon King spread like wildfire. They invited me? After annihilating the Nether Palace, Lin Fei returned to the invincible peak of the academy and stayed in seclusion. I heard that they formed a temporary alliance. After Saint 33 became the Celestial Emperor, his prestige grew with each passing day. It seems like Junior Brother destroyed the Netherworld Palace single-handedly, which posed a threat to them. That's why they formed such a messy alliance. Lin Fei was dressed in black clothes. Divine symbols flickered in his left and right eyes like the deep starry sky. After hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. A bunch of cowards. Who asked Junior Brother to be so powerful? Saint 33 laughed. Senior Brother said that they formed a temporary alliance. If you don't go, they won't be able to rest easy. There are a few forces that hold a grudge against you for destroying the Nether Palace. You caused them to suffer great losses. Lin Fei really looked down on the big forces in the great metropolis world. A bunch of cowards, overcautious, and good-for-nothings. All right, I also want to meet those big shots, Lin Fei said straightforwardly. Saint 33 thought for a while and said, Senior Brother said that he's going to give up his position in a few days to roam the world. You will become the great elder of the academy and the dean. Me? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Roam the world? To think that he said that. I'm not only the great elder and the dean. Saint 33 laughed when he saw Lin Fei's deflated look. I'm just passing a message. If you want to say anything, go and find Senior Brother. Lin Fei really didn't want to be the dean. Boring. Lin Fei decisively made a trip. He ran away. Lin Fei looked around, but didn't find him. Instead, a servant brought him a jade slip. No one knew what it said, but after reading it, everyone heard Lin Fei cursing. I curse you to be impotent. Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang, who was traveling in another world, subconsciously yawned. He looked back at the depths of the sky and smiled smugly. After so many years, I can finally go out. I'll leave the academy to you, kid. I can rest assured. That kid must be cursing me. I have to go far away in case he finds me. Traveling was not a whim of Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang. It had been a long time ago. At that time, Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang couldn't let go of the academy. It wasn't until Lin Fei destroyed the Nether Palace that he was completely relieved. Lin Fei could rest assured that the academy would be handed over to him. Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang believed that the academy would truly flourish in Lin Fei's hands. It might even become famous in the myriad heavens and realms. That was the gap. After cursing out loud, Lin Fei could only accept this result. He became the dean. When he told the news to Lu Jiqing and the others, he was met with laughter. Darling, you're doing more work. To be honest, he really didn't want to be the dean. Immortal Emperor Sheng Kuang left without any burden. All the pressure fell on Lin Fei's shoulders. He believed that he was qualified to be the dean. All the elders of the academy agreed. How could they not be happy to have such an awesome dean? For example, now that the disciples of the academy were outside, all the forces had to respect them. Who dared to offend someone who could destroy the Nether Palace? Everyone was worried that Lin Fei, the devil, would come to their sex alone. The big shots wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Fei's destructive power. That was how it was decided. The position of dean was not a small matter. Lin Fei couldn't do it casually. He needed to send out invitations to let everyone know about it. The time was set for a month later. The sky-cracking gate is in front. 2 rays of light flew across the sky. Saint 33 pointed at the city in front. Lin Fei exuded a lazy aura. Let's see what they want to do. Hearing this, Saint 33's forehead was sweating. Even the immortal emperor, a big shot in the great metropolis world, faced with his junior brother, was like facing a ferocious tiger. They don't have the guts. Although he said so, Saint 33 didn't think that those big shots didn't have the guts. There was a rumor that the temporary alliance of the 9 forces was actually to suppress the Heavenly Academy. They had risen too fast. If it didn't suppress their momentum, it would be hard to guarantee that they would step on them one day. No one knew whether the news was true or not. Thinking about it, it was most likely true. Senior brother's arrangement is right. I can't do such a thing. I don't have the guts and courage. Saint 33 admired his senior brother's arrangement. Didn't they invite us? They arrived at the foot of the sky-cracking gate. No one came to welcome them. That was intriguing. Chapter 12:13. The Cracked Sky Gate. The leader of the great metropolis world's top 10 forces. The Cracked Sky Gate had 3 immortal emperors. Although it was one of the top 10 forces, the strongest force, and also the publicly recognized #1 force. These 3 immortal emperors were extremely powerful. Besides, this immortal emperor had a powerful backer behind him, firmly sitting on the throne of the #1 force. No one could shake his position. The significance of holding the meeting in the Cracked Sky Gate was obvious. In a palace in the Cracked Sky Gate. Sect leader, Lin Fei, is here. He's outside. In the back garden of the palace, 2 people were facing each other. Tea was placed beside them, and they were playing chess. Just then, a servant stood beside them and whispered. One of the middle-aged men put down a chess piece. He's here so soon. I thought he wouldn't dare to come. A screen appeared in the sky. The scene at the foot of the mountain appeared in the sky. Brother Xian, rumor has it that Lin Fei is cruel and ruthless. Aren't you afraid that he'll bear a grudge against you for setting him up? Another middle-aged man sat opposite him. Xian sect, one of the top 10 forces. The current sect leader of Xian sect could enter the top 5 in terms of overall strength. What's there to be afraid of? Xian Zong said disapprovingly. I'm just pressuring him a little to let him know that this isn't the Nether Palace. He can't do whatever he wants. That's true. The person opposite him nodded. Brother Wuhan, you were too cautious back then. That's why Lin Fei got what he wanted, causing the sect to be destroyed. What a pity. All right, you're not just going to ignore them, are you? Ignoring them is the first step, Xian Zong said. I've been friends with Wuhan for many years. No matter what, I have to get back at him. I don't want them to get any benefits, let alone become one of the top 10 forces. I've already arranged for someone to bring them to the Cracked Sky Gate's forbidden ground. Once they step in, they'll naturally be labeled as trespassers. Then, it'll be a good show. Brilliant, really brilliant. Zhuge Feiying placed a chess piece. Everyone knows that anyone who enters the Cracked Sky Gate's forbidden ground will definitely die. Lin Fei doesn't know what's good for him. Once he enters the forbidden ground, he won't be able to clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Ha ha ha! When Lin Fei and Saint 33 arrived at the sky-cracking gate, no one came out to greet them. They were given the cold shoulder. The sky-cracking sect has gone too far. Saint 33 said angrily. At the very least, we were invited here. How do they treat us like this? What kind of **T alliance is this? It's fine if we don't join. Saint 33 was infuriated. If it was in the past, Saint 33 would really be fearful of the sky-splitting gate. However, after stepping into the immortal emperor realm, his vision had changed and he had the confidence to say such words. The Heaven Splitter sect didn't come out to welcome them. No matter what the reason was, they were clearly here for them. Since we're here, why are we in such a hurry to leave? Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Someone is giving us a hard time. If we just leave like this, we'll probably fall into their trap. I'm going to the cracked sky gate. Let's go up the mountain. When Saint 33 thought about it, he felt that it made sense. With their departure, it was very possible that there would be unfavorable words coming from the Holy Heaven Academy. Yes, let's go up the mountain. Lin Fei swaggered up the mountain path. It was very quiet on the mountain path. The Heaven Splitter sect was the leader of the 10 major factions. The mountain path shouldn't be so quiet. Someone really wants to laugh at us. Saint 33 was resentful. After Lin Fei refined the god's blood and consumed the heavenly god fruit, he had a transcendent state of mind. He wouldn't be angry over such a small matter. It was just that no one came to welcome him. What was so strange about that? Someone's coming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the mountain path not far away, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Lin Fei's ears twitched. He stopped and looked up. Who are the two of you? The mountain gate is a restricted area. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter. 6 figures in red robes appeared in front of the mountain path and blocked Lin Fei's path. The leader of the group said sternly, "There's no need to ask. These two must be spies from other worlds. Who doesn't know that the Alliance is about to hold a meeting? They might be here to spy on the situation. Take them down first." The 6 were all immortal emperors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 turned into 6 rays of light and formed a spider web that covered the sky. "Brother Zhuge, is this your handiwork?" Immortal Emperor Xian Zong took a glance and put down another chess piece. "I set it up. Lin Fei isn't a fool. He might see through me trying to trick them into going to the forbidden area. I just need to play some tricks and Lin Fei and the rest will believe it." Zhuge Feiying said proudly. As an old force in the great metropolis world, Holy Heaven Academy rose too quickly. Saint 33 successfully became a great emperor, and Immortal Emperor Shengquang, the trash Immortal Emperor, also became a second step Immortal Emperor. Holy Heaven Academy had 2 powerful Immortal Emperors in one go. 2 Immortal Emperors gave people a lot of pressure. What was important was not them, but Lin Fei. This guy who hadn't become a great emperor, yet had unfathomable strength. That was why the top 10 forces would unite and prepare to take Lin Fei down a notch. In Holy Heaven Academy, the one who gave people danger was Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Xian Zong said happily, "Brother Zhuge, you're so meticulous. I almost missed the key point." Saint 33 was about to make a move, but was stopped by Lin Fei. "Let me handle this kind of small matter." Lin Fei squinted his eyes and revealed his white teeth. Sky-cracking sect is deliberately looking for trouble. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that they are the emperor. Scram! Lin Fei opened his mouth and roared. The roar was earth-shattering. The 6 immortal emperors vomited blood and were sent flying. They couldn't even withstand a single roar. This roar caused the birds and beasts to flee. Hee hee! Lin Fei chuckled and walked up. As for the 6 immortal emperors, after they were sent flying, their bodies exploded on the spot and they died. Lin Fei didn't feel anything after roaring the 6 immortal emperors to death. This roar caused the mountain path to be in complete chaos. Especially the immortal beasts. All of them ran away without a trace. "Hairball, you want to eat?" Now, Hairball looked ferocious and looked extremely ferocious. Her body emitted an ancient ferocious aura. Now, she was using her innate mystique, shrinking and lying on Lin Fei's shoulder. Hairball was naturally the primordial evil dragon. After eating a large number of corpses, Hairball's ferocious aura became more and more intense, like a terrifying existence. "Go!" Lin Fei smiled. Roar! Hairball let out a low roar, and the few immortal beasts nearby immediately stopped breathing. They had been scared to death. Furball, who was on his shoulder, disappeared. The mountain path quietened down. "You really let them go?" After seeing this scene, Saint 33 was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Hairball had a huge background. Primordial Evil Dragon was one of the strongest races in the ancient times, reputed to have eaten everything in the world. In Divine Heaven Institute, immortal beasts and pets often disappeared. They were all eaten by Hairball. Saint 33 didn't know about it and tried to capture them. However, he was toyed with and even had a few pieces of flesh bitten off. Speaking of this, he was very depressed later on, after Lin Fei told him about it. Hairball stopped eating the immortal beasts and changed to the mountain range outside the Institute. This caused the immortal beasts and ferocious beasts in the mountain range to suffer. Saint 33 remembered it clearly. Lin Fei chuckled. Since the people of Sky Fisher sect don't give me face, I dare not give them face. It's not a big deal that Sky Fisher sect lost some immortal beasts and ferocious beasts. Ruthless. Saint 33 knew how powerful Hairball was. If this continued, Sky Fisher sect would have a hard time. Hairball came and went without a trace, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Her void ability was at a great level. Even immortal emperors might not be able to stop her. Hairball used her innate mystique, turning her body transparent as she traveled through the void. The immortal beasts and ferocious beasts couldn't compare to the primordial evil dragon. Boundless evil chi crushed them to death on the spot, leaving them lying on the ground. Hairball had a picky appetite and didn't even look at them. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at a palace. With a flash of ferocity, she disappeared into the void, ignoring the formation outside. Steward Zhang, I'll have to trouble you with my war pet. This palace had a resounding name, Myriad Beast Palace. Skyfisher sect once obtained an ancient secret art in a secret realm. Through this art, one could tame immortal beasts and ferocious beasts and raise them into powerful war pets. Rumor had it that Skyfisher sect's immortal emperor had a powerful immortal emperor war pet, which was why he was so powerful. Myriad Beast Palace was a place for war pets. Seventh Young Master, don't worry. Your flying diamond ape will be as good as new in 3 days. Steward Zhang carefully accompanied a handsome young man. The seventh young master turned around and left. Little did he know that a pair of fierce eyes had appeared in the sky, staring at the stone houses and flying towards the nearest one. Huh, why is it so quiet? Steward Zhang frowned after seeing the young man off. This was different from usual. I guess the seventh young master's flying diamond ape's bloodline scared those war pets. Steward Zhang thought, wondering who to find to heal the seventh young master's war pet inside a stone house. The soaring diamond ape that Steward Zhang spoke of was a ferocious beast. Its combat strength was formidable, and its defense was even more frightening. Anyone who saw would be afraid. At this moment, this ferocious beast was trembling on the ground, shivering. Furball released a bit of its hostility. Ferocious was so scared that his legs gave way. Ferocious opened his mouth and swallowed the expensive battle pet. Then, Ferocious blinked and moved on to the next place. Taoist Lin, Taoist Saint, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. While Hairball was busy, Lin Fei and Saint 33 finally met the person who had come to greet them. It was a middle-aged man. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he was very enthusiastic as soon as he arrived. Lin Fei and Saint 33 were dumbfounded when they saw this. What was the Sky Fisher doing? Was he out his mind? Fellow Taoists, I was in the middle of something just now. Please forgive me if I made any mistakes. The sect masters are all upstairs. Please follow me. Chapter 12:14. These are the people arranged by Xian's sect's immortal emperor. They purposely brought Lin Fei to the Sky Fisher sect's forbidden ground. Everything had been arranged. All that was left was for Lin Fei and Saint 33 to take the bait. Once they reached the forbidden ground, things would get interesting. The middle-aged man was delighted. Accomplishing this would be a great merit. With the previous arrangements, the middle-aged man believed that Lin Fei and Saint 33 would definitely fall for it. You're from here? Saint 33 didn't move. Before the eldest senior brother left, he had specifically reminded him. Even now, he still remembered those words. Junior brother, remember this well. After I leave, you must respect Lin Fei in everything you do. Remember. Is there a problem? Lin Fei transmitted. There's a problem. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. I am indeed from here. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm appeared. The middle-aged man's immortal talisman appeared. This palm was too fast. The palm landed on the middle-aged man's face. This man was merely an immortal emperor. He was slapped away, and 3 to 4 bloody teeth fell out. The middle-aged man was clearly dumbfounded. You dare hit me? It took me a lot of effort to get up. Lin Fei smiled as he walked up and slapped. Another 3 to 4 teeth fell out. Mother of asterisk her, I'm slapping you. Lin Fei, have already given you a lot of face by coming here. Yet, you guys are giving me a hard time. If I don't slap you, who should I slap? Saint 33 couldn't help but laugh. He felt much better. The people from the Skyfisher sect deserved a beating. Who didn't know Lin Fei's influence? The Skycracking sect still dared to disrespect him. They deserved to be slapped. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly hid it. He was an immortal emperor expert, yet he was slapped by a young man. He cursed. Well done, Lin Fei. I'll endure the 2 slaps. When we reach the forbidden ground, I'll make you guys beg for death. Dao friend Lin, don't be angry. This is really my fault. I apologize. The middle-aged man squeezed out a smile. Something's wrong. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. There was definitely something wrong with the first wave of people who came looking for him. With a single roar, he had killed them all. Under normal circumstances, the people from the sect would definitely come looking for him ferociously. The result didn't appear. Instead, there was a guide who was unbelievably enthusiastic. Needless to say, Lin Fei knew that there was a problem here, a big problem. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. There was a conspiracy behind all of this. Lin Fei thought to himself as he raised his hand and slapped him, knocking him to the ground. Seriously, why did you have to run up here to be slapped by me? I don't know what you're thinking. After slapping the middle-aged man to the ground, Lin Fei walked up and kicked the middle-aged man, sending him flying into a mountain range. Lead the way. It's not like I don't know the way. Lin Fei chuckled. Slapping immortal emperors is really not satisfying. I wonder if any immortal emperors will come out today. Let me slap a few times. Saint 33 gave him a thumbs up. Not falling for it. Lin Fei didn't fall for it, and instead kicked the immortal emperor away. Xian Sect Immortal Emperor was surprised. Impossible, it shouldn't be like this. The rumors say that this guy is violent by nature. If he doesn't go to the forbidden ground, he won't be easy to deal with. Xian Sect Immortal Emperor wanted to borrow a knife to kill. This knife was naturally the Sky Splitter Sect. The Sky Splitter Sect placed great importance on the forbidden ground. No matter who entered, only death awaited them. Rumors said that there was great terror within. Xian Sect Immortal Emperor occasionally found out some of the secrets of the forbidden ground and tried to trick Lin Fei into it. No matter what, Lin Fei wouldn't have a good ending. To deal with a violent maniac, Xian Sect Immortal Emperor thought that using some tricks would suffice. Brother Xian, it seems like Lin Fei is suspicious. Zhuge Feiying Immortal Emperor said, this is the Sky Splitter Sect. There are many ways to deal with Lin Fei. We don't need to do it ourselves. Xian Sect Immortal Emperor pondered. That's true. Lin Fei destroyed the Nether Palace. Who else in the same generation could do that? I believe many people won't be convinced. As long as Lin Fei dares to make a move, the Sky Splitter Sect will naturally hold a grudge. After kicking the middle-aged man away, no one else appeared on the mountain path. Lin Fei and Saint 33 soon arrived at a plaza. The plaza was different from the silence on the mountain path. This place was bustling with noise. Flying swords flew across the sky, and auras soared into the sky. Who are you two? How can you come up here? Where are the disciples guarding the mountain? The moment Lin Fei and Saint 33 came up, they were quickly noticed. The 10 great sects appearing at the Sky Splitter Sect together meant a lot. The appearance of the two naturally attracted attention. Junior brother, you're right. There's something wrong. Saint 33 realized that something was wrong. Definitely. Rumors can't be baseless. Some people in the plaza stopped and looked in their direction. He's Lin Fei. Rumor has it that he destroyed the Nether Palace, leaving nothing alive. Someone suddenly shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many sharp gazes were directed at him. He's Lin Fei, the guy who was titled king of Invincible. the number one of our world's young generation? The plaza was filled with disciples of the Sky Splitter sect. They usually cultivated in the plaza. They would be the first to know what happened in the great metropolis realm. When Lin Fei destroyed the Nether Palace, he caused a huge commotion. An ancient sect was destroyed just like that. Since then, all kinds of labels were placed on Lin Fei, the number one of the young generation, the king of invincible. Many people were dissatisfied with these labels, especially the number one of the young generation. Many people suspected that the Nether Palace was destroyed by Lin Fei. They didn't see it with their own eyes. It was hard to say if someone did it on purpose. "You're Lin Fei?" A figure dashed out of the crowd and asked. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "That's right. I'm Lin Fei, the number one of the young generation you mentioned." "How arrogant. You think you're the number one of the young generation? Our Sky Splitter sect's eldest senior brother is the number one of the young generation. Who do you think you are?" Bang! Lin Fei's figure flickered, and he slapped down with his palm. The young man fell to the ground, coughing up blood and struggling to get up. "Let me go." "Lin Fei, what do you think you're doing? Let go of our junior brother." Everyone was furious, especially the disciples of the Sky Splitter sect. They'd seen arrogant people, but they'd never seen someone this arrogant. He dared to hit someone in the square. Lin Fei kicked him away, flicked his fingers, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "You people of the Sky Splitter sect have guts. Even your sect master doesn't dare speak to me like this. Everyone attack. This is the Sky Splitter sect's territory. Lin Fei can't be arrogant here. Teach Lin Fei a lesson." Everyone was unhappy with Lin Fei for daring to hit someone in public. Someone shouted, and the disciples in the square took out their swords and immortal weapons. Multicolored light filled the sky as they charged at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, let's see what you can do." Chapter 12:15. How dare he attack? He was courting death. All the sky-cracking sect disciples were unconvinced by Lin Fei's strength. More importantly, Lin Fei hadn't given them any face. He'd stepped on the sky-cracking sect disciples, thoroughly infuriating them. Cultivators, especially at this age, were full of youthful vigor and arrogance. Moreover, the sky-cracking sect was the top sect in the great metropolis world. The sky-cracking sect disciples' arrogance was understandable. Who was Lin Fei? He was a country bumpkin from the lower realm. Everyone knew his background. He'd obtained an inheritance in the land of eternal heritage, and his strength had increased greatly. He couldn't afford to throw his weight around in the sky-cracking sect. After someone instigated them, the sky-cracking sect disciples swarmed up, determined to teach Lin Fei a lesson and show him how powerful the sky-cracking sect was. Eldest senior brother, Lin Fei is really arrogant. Let's see how he'll explain himself once he attacks. On a mountain behind the square, a few youths were surrounding a white-robed youth, their faces filled with admiration and fanaticism. The white-robed youth was the sky-cracking sect's eldest senior brother, Dugu Outyin. He was also one of the experts on the wind cloud list. "You've got guts indeed." The white-robed youth stood with his saber intent raging. He was like a domineering saber, incomparably sharp, as if he could be unsheathed at any moment to kill. A bunch of uncultured fellows. Today, I'll teach you all a lesson on behalf of your sect master. I was invited here, but you? Fighting the sky-cracking sect disciples was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Fight first. Lin Fei moved and appeared in front of an immortal king. With a flick of his finger, the immortal sword broke into two and he flew out, crashing into the square. These sky-cracking sect disciples were no threat to him. Lin Fei's body was terrifyingly strong. With a shake of his body, he repelled the attacks and attacked with both hands. Everywhere he went, he punched and kicked the sky-cracking sect disciples away. Moments later, the square was filled with cries of pain. The sky-cracking sect disciples who attacked were all lying on the ground. If not for Lin Fei showing mercy, the ground would already be littered with corpses. Lin Fei, how can he be so powerful? Too strong. Even if we attack him together, we won't be his match. Are the rumors true? As the Sky Splitter disciples howled in pain, they began to believe the rumors. This Lin Fei was too strong. With just a flick of his finger, he could send them sprawling on the ground. There was no way to compare. There was really no way to compare. He had the strength to be arrogant. They didn't dare to look at Lin Fei again. In one breath, he had beaten them all to the ground. What if he killed them? Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, and they didn't dare to think about it. What a good Lin Fei. Let me have a taste of your moves. Buzz, the long sword in the sky, was unsheathed. The sound of a saber being unsheathed reverberated in everyone's ears. A saber river appeared in the sky, tearing apart the void layer by layer. A white-robed man stood on the saber river, holding a saber in his hand. Rumor has it that the first senior brother of the Sky Splitter sect walked the path of the Saber Tao. This should be the person in front of us. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Before coming, Lin Fei had gone to the Sky Splitter sect to understand the situation. Lin Fei already knew who the white-robed man was. Dugu Out Yin. The power of this saber had the strength of a first-step immortal emperor over a trillion dragon divine force. Quite extraordinary. You can't. Lin Fei shook his head. His true self-body had reached grand completion, and his defense was extremely strong. He moved his shoulder and slammed into the river. This was a saber strike from a half-step immortal emperor that could kill an immortal emperor. The saber river shattered like glass under the destructive force. So fierce. Dugu Out Yin's heart shook, and he was sent flying. He waved his saber and prepared for the second move. A finger appeared in front of his face. The round finger contained great terror. As long as I move, you will die and your Tao will vanish. Dugu Out Yin was very calm. You live up to your reputation. Your strength is indeed shocking. The Sky Splitter sect disciples on the square were just cheering. In the blink of an eye, their first senior brother had fallen into a hopeless situation. In the sky, Lin Fei's back was like an endless mountain. Dugu Out Yin, the Sky Splitter sect's first senior brother, was famous among the younger generation in the great metropolis world. He was defeated in less than one move. The difference was too big. Taoist Lin, have mercy! Before the crowd could react, the battle between the two was too fast. A middle-aged man appeared in the distant sky and hurried over. It was the Sky Splitter sect's deputy sect master, Immortal Emperor O Taijin, a first-step Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor O Taijin's forehead was full of sweat. Of course, this was due to fear. They knew everything that had happened outside. Lin Fei was a rising star, but in the blink of an eye, he had the strength to fight against them. No one would feel comfortable, whether it was the younger generation or the Immortal Emperor realm, with the idea of making Lin Fei suffer. The scene on the square happened. Dugu Out Yin was defeated in one move. Immortal Emperor O Taijin couldn't sit still anymore. It was rumored that Lin Fei was cruel. If he couldn't control himself and killed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immortal Emperor O Taijin immediately came over. Lin Fei retracted his finger. After swallowing the 3 heavenly god fruits, his divine power was terrifying. Crushing his opponent was a piece of cake. If he had just taken it and couldn't control his power, Dugu Out Yin would have been instantly killed. He wouldn't have been able to stand still and survive. Out Yin, what are you doing? Who told you to make a move? Seeing Lin Fei retract his killing move, Immortal Emperor O Taijin heaved a sigh of relief. His face sank, and he said, Taoist Lin was invited here, but you attacked without my permission. I punish you to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. Without my permission, you are not allowed to come out. Dugu Out Yin still held his saber. Prove your Tao with strength. Sooner or later, I will catch up to you. In a head-on fight, he was inferior to her. Dugu Out Yin knew this better than anyone else. From the close combat, he knew how powerful Lin Fei was. The number one person of a younger generation. Lin Fei didn't think much of it and let him leave. How could he not know what this immortal emperor was thinking? He was clearly protecting him, but he was afraid that Lin Fei would kill him. All of you scram. The injured disciples on the ground had their chi and blood churning. Their injuries weren't too serious, but the vice sect master's words scared them all away. Even their eldest senior brother wasn't a match, let alone them. Even the vice sect master was angry. If they didn't leave, they wouldn't have a good time. Taoist Lin, please come in. Immortal Emperor O Taijin's face turned dark. He was clear about Dugu Aoyin's strength. He was stronger than ordinary half-step Immortal Emperors, and he could even kill some weak first-step Immortal Emperors. Immortal Emperor O Taijin didn't want to mention the scene just now. It was too embarrassing. Junior brother, the vice sect master of the sky-cracking sect, is really thick-skinned. He didn't mention what happened before, but he still had the nerve to come out. Saint 33 was dissatisfied. Chapter 12:16. Beat him all the same. Luckily, Immortal Monarch O Taijin didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would be furious. Did Lin Fan really think he was invincible? Even if he knew, he wouldn't dare to make a move. O Taijin knew the sky-cracking sect's attitude towards Lin Fei better than anyone else. After Nether Palace was destroyed, the sky-cracking sect's upper echelon had a meeting specifically to target Lin Fei. At the meeting, everyone agreed to maintain a neutral attitude. Lin Fei was a genius, the #1 among the younger generation. At least in the great metropolis world, no one doubted Lin Fei's strength. The sky-cracking sect remained neutral, neither roping him in nor offending him. If he could destroy Nether Palace, who knew if he wouldn't attack other factions? Neutrality was the best. As long as he didn't provoke the sky-cracking sect, they didn't care what Lin Fei wanted to do. Killing and arson had nothing to do with them. They didn't expect Lin Fei to injure a disciple of the sky-cracking sect on the first day. Most terrifyingly, even Dugu Aoyin wasn't Lin Fei's match. Lin Fei is a brute. If the sect leaders didn't want to hold a meeting to suppress Lin Fei, they would have demanded an explanation from him. Immortal Monarch O Taijin thought, dissatisfied with Lin Fei's behavior. The sky-cracking sect was the #1 sect in the great metropolis world. Lin Fan was just a rising star. Even though his strength was unfathomable, he beat up a disciple of the sky-cracking sect in front of everyone. Just this alone showed that he didn't give the sky-cracking sect any face. No matter how arrogant Lin Fei is, he'll suffer a great loss later. Taoist Lin, the sect leaders are in front. Immortal Monarch O Taijin said as a grand palace appeared. The 9 bosses of the great metropolis world are all inside. I wonder what kind of show is about to unfold. Lin Fei's powerful divine sense moved slightly. The palace emitted 9 tyrannical auras, all Immortal Monarch powerhouses. 9 sect leaders. The palace doors opened automatically. Auras soared into the sky and intertwined at the entrance. Even though it wasn't intentional, these auras were deadly. Taoist Lin, please. Immortal Emperor O Taijin cupped his hands and said. Lin Fei laughed heartily. The 9 sect heads are waiting for a rising star like me. They are really too enthusiastic. As he spoke, he had already stepped forward. His aura was like a raging gale, a vast ocean, crushing down. Lin Fei stepped onto the stairs. Boundless emperor's might gushed over, wanting to crush him to the ground and make a fool of himself in front of everyone. The rumors are true. The 9 great sects aren't satisfied with me for destroying the Netherworld Palace. They're blaming me for breaking the balance. Lin Fei's body trembled. The mountains crumbled and the oceans dried up. He walked up the stairs step by step until he reached the main entrance. Who would care about a little emperor's might? Standing in the doorway, inside the palace, there were 4 immortal emperors sitting on the left and right sides, a total of 8 immortal emperors. Behind them stood a group of young people. On the seat of honor in the middle, a fair-skinned young man sat with a golden saber and a golden horse. He was very handsome. The strongest sects of the great metropolis heaven gathered together. Many gazes shot over. Lin Fei didn't even look at them. He stepped in, as if he had just done something insignificant. None of the 8 immortal emperors on the left and right spoke. They were all expressionlessly sizing up Lin Fei, the most ferocious guy recently. He killed his way into the Netherworld Palace alone and destroyed its orthodoxy. Young and vigorous, they were still cultivating hard at this age, trying to break through. How could they have Lin Fei's achievements? Young. So young. Lin Fei's biggest characteristic was that he was young. Ridiculously young was the most suitable word to describe him. All the big shots were slightly surprised. There were all sorts of rumors outside that described Lin Fei as a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. He looked ferocious and ferocious. After seeing him in person, they didn't think so. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to imagine that such a person could cause so much trouble that they had to personally come and suppress this young man. Holy Heaven Academy was really lucky. If they had recruited the other party back then, they would have become a super warrior. Although they sighed, they still had to suppress him. Everyone knew that Lin Fei had reached great success. He wasn't someone that could be easily dealt with. As for killing Lin Fei, none of the 9 big shots present dared to think that they could do so. If it was really possible, they would have to pay a huge price. This price wasn't something they could accept. If they didn't handle it well, they might even die. Taoist Lin, take a seat. Although they had to suppress him, they still had to keep up appearances. The young man on the main seat said indifferently. He was the sect master of the Sky Fisher sect, Immortal Emperor Xuanmantian. The difference between the name and the person was too great. Rumor had it that this sect master was the previous sect master. He met this sect master in a mountain of corpses when he went out. That was how he got the name Xuanmantian. Sit. Immortal Emperor Xuanmantian pointed. There were 2 empty seats on the left and right. Sit at the back. The back? Lin Fei didn't come to the Sky Fisher sect to make his presence known, but to tell them not to have any ideas about him in the future. If he really went along with them today, he might really fall into their trap. This wasn't what Lin Fei wanted. The 9 big shots were watching. Although it was just a small seat, it was actually a show of strength to Lin Fei. If Lin Fei was obedient, everything would be fine. If he wasn't, they might use some tricks to remind Lin Fei of their strength in the great metropolis world. I don't like those 2 seats. I think this one is not bad. The air is good too. Lin Fei didn't care about what they were thinking. He waved his hand, and a throne of divine power appeared behind him. Runes flashed as he sat on it. His saber was broad, and he leaned back, exuding divine might. Lin Fei did it on purpose. The hearts of the 9 bosses trembled when they sensed the divine might. All right, I'm here now. What do you have to say? Lin Fei said lazily. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, let's get out of here. Go back to your homes and find your mothers. Saint 33, who was standing at the side, secretly praised him. Facing 9 immortal emperors, Saint 33 couldn't do such a thing. He was only a first-step immortal emperor. Everyone here had cultivated for billions of years. Just their gazes alone made him feel pressured. When Lin Fei sat down, the young people behind the big shots weren't happy. They glared at him and wanted to charge forward to slash him. Lin Fei, how can you say that? A young man behind an immortal emperor said sternly. This is the Sky Fisher sect. You can't be impudent here. Oomph. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and saber intent shot out from his eyes. It was ferocious and terrifying. Without saying a word, he chopped down on the 2. Light flashed on his body, and the ferocious saber strike was like a mountain pressing down on them, terrifying them. Taoist Lin, my disciple only said 1 sentence, and you attacked him so ruthlessly. Aren't you not giving him any face? Although the 2 immortal emperors didn't say anything, they couldn't just watch their disciple die. They blocked the attack and protected their disciples. You are that person. I am the current sect leader of the Sacred Sword sect. My Dao name is Immortal Emperor Mingxian. Immortal Emperor Mingxian said sternly. Saint 33 transmitted his voice. Junior brother, this Immortal Emperor Mingxian is a first-step peak Immortal Emperor. Rumor has it that he can fight a second-step Immortal Emperor. He is very protective of his disciples. When you attacked just now, you scared his 2 disciples. This old fellow probably hates you to death. Hates me to death? What the heck? Sorry, I'm just a country bumpkin. I've never heard of you. Lin Fei shook his head. Why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? You're just an old thing. I'm here representing the Holy Heaven Academy, and my status is the same as yours. That disciple of yours doesn't have any quality at all and is not worthy of calling my name. He only has himself to blame for killing him with a single slash. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian snarled, You're courting death. That was too disrespectful. Who didn't know that Immortal Emperor Ming Xian cared about his reputation? Everyone called him Taoist Ming Xian. Now, Lin Fei called him an old thing in front of him. He didn't care about Immortal Emperor Ming Xian at all. Lin Fei laughed. Old thing, you're an immortal emperor. You can't even take a few words, and you want to kill me? Come and kill me if you can. If you can't kill me, you're just trash. Who knew that Lin Fei would be so overbearing right from the start? This was beyond their expectations. Things didn't go according to plan. Lin Fei was a brute. He wanted to kill an immortal emperor's disciple with just a few words. That was too ruthless. Taoist Lin, you've gone overboard. Another immortal emperor said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. You're that person again. Black Heaven Sect. My Taoist name is Black Sect, Immortal Emperor Xian said. Lin Fei could see clearly that some of the immortal emperors didn't say anything. They were obviously watching a show. Hee. It seems like they aren't united internally. Lin Fei thought to himself, that's great. You guys aren't qualified to suppress me. I know you're Immortal Emperor Xian Sect. Lin Fei stared at Immortal Emperor Xian Sect and said, Rumor has it that you and Traceless Hades have been friends for many years. Both sects have been communicating. Rumor has it that Black Heaven Sect want to find trouble with me. Lin Fei. I wonder if it's true. Cough cough, too direct. They had never seen anyone speak so directly. This was a slap in the face. Who would have said it when they knew that Immortal Emperor Xian Sect had his own thoughts? Lin Fei's words made all the immortal emperors present realize that Lin Fei wasn't simple. If he said it without thinking, it would be fine. Such a person wouldn't amount to much. However, if Lin Fei said it on purpose, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Immortal Emperor Xian Sect looked disgusted as though he had swallowed a fly. This Lin Fei was a piece of sh*t. How could he speak like that? Taoist Lin, you've misunderstood. You're the strongest person below the immortal emperors in the great metropolis heaven. How can you believe the rumors outside? They're all nonsense. Immortal Emperor Xian Sect obviously wouldn't admit it. One way in public and another way in private. They had to be kept separate. Lin Fei blinked. That makes sense. We really can't believe the rumors outside. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian couldn't stand being scolded by a junior disciple. Just as he was about to speak, Shui Mantian spoke. Chapter 12:17. Sky-cracking sect leader stopped him. What was going on? Sect leader Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian rubbed his temples. Lin Fei wasn't a good person. He was just here to cause trouble. He had never seen someone who didn't respect an immortal emperor. Speaking of which, did Lin Fei need to give face? No, he didn't need it all. Only then did Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian stop him in case something else happened. What a brute. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian evaluated. This kind of person didn't give face. I won't argue with you today. Lin Fei said arrogantly. If it was somewhere else, these two disciples of yours would have died for sure. Next time, teach them a good lesson. Don't let them be killed without even knowing it. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was infuriated. He suppressed his anger with great difficulty. Let's wait and see. The moment Lin Fei appeared, he had offended the sect master of the Sacred Sword Sect. Did Lin Fei care? Of course not. There was a saying that applied, well, to Lin Fei. If there were too many lice, one wouldn't be afraid of another. There wasn't much difference between one lice and a group of lice. An old fox. I don't know what he will say later. Lin Fei pondered. Let's wait and see first. If he was targeted at me, then I can't blame him for not giving face. After such a ruckus at the beginning, everyone knew what kind of person Lin Fei was. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was arrogant. Who asked Lin Fei to be on the side of reason? Immortal Emperor Lei Ao of Thunder Palace, who was fighting against Lin Fei, was a second-step Immortal Emperor. They had to address him as a Dao friend when they met. Lin Fei had the right to do so. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and Immortal Emperor Yasheng's disciples were indeed not nice. They were all privately warning the disciples behind them not to speak carelessly without their permission. Who knew if Lin Fei would use a killing move against them? Bullying the weak? Wrong, wrong, very wrong. The dignity of an immortal emperor could not be ignored. Those young disciples were all proud geniuses in their sects, and they didn't like Lin Fei at all. They wanted nothing more than to teach him a lesson. To be honest, they didn't have the guts to kill a disciple in front of their sect master. The difference was too big. All right, since everyone is here, we can begin. Immortal Emperor Xuemantian was very satisfied that Lin Fei gave him face. At the very least, Lin Fei knew how to do things. There are 3 things that I've gathered everyone here today. It turned out that this alliance had been around for a long time. Normally, it wouldn't be held. Once it was held, it meant that something big had happened. Firstly, the Netherworld Palace has been removed from the top 10 sects of the great metropolis world. Therefore, the top 10 sects will have to be replaced. If no one has any objections, the Sacred Heaven Academy will be one of the top 10 sects from now on. The 10 great sects. It was the highest honor in the great metropolis heaven. Because of what Lin Fei had just done, no one objected to this matter. The strength of the Sacred Heaven Academy was there for everyone to see, especially with Lin Fei around. From now on, the Sacred Heaven Academy will be one of the top 10 sects of the great metropolis heaven. It was decided just like that. They would announce the news to the public later. Top 10 sects, top 10 forces? Lin Fei didn't think much of it. After the Netherworld Palace was destroyed, everyone knew that the Sacred Heaven Academy had replaced the Netherworld Palace as one of the top 10 sects, even though it was just an academy. I thought they would send someone to fight in the arena. Junior brother, you're infamous. They won't dare to do that. Saint 33 smiled. Saint 33 was very happy about this position. Back then, the Sacred Heaven Academy was one of the top 10 sections. After the announcement, Immortal Emperor Xuemantian divided another piece of land. The top 10 sects would split the resources of the great metropolis world. Unsurprisingly, it was the Nether Palace's territory that was divided into a large area. After the battle between the Sword Immortal disciples, the Netherworld Palace was in ruins. The cities were empty, all plundered by the sects and turned into their resources. Resources and whatnot were all plundered. At that time, Lin Fei didn't even announce anything. After collecting the most valuable treasures, he didn't care about the remaining things. It could be said that the place had become a barren land. It was even cleaner than a place visited by rats. It was unimaginably clean. They've really gone too far. They've eaten everything and left a piece of barren land to us. The Holy Heaven Academy left behind some information on the spot. Saint 33 was naturally clear about the situation in this aspect. Giving the Netherworld Palace to the Holy Heaven Academy just so happened to connect it with the Holy Heaven Academy. Although the area was expanded, there weren't many benefits, so he was very unhappy. All the good things are in my hands. What's there to be unhappy about? At least our academy has expanded. Lin Fei didn't care. He really didn't care about a piece of land. Hearing that, Saint 33 felt that it was reasonable and his mood improved significantly. All the good things are in Junior Brother's hands. The cultivation resources of the Sacred Heaven Academy's disciples would increase by a lot. This was the benefit. Back then, our Sacred Heaven Academy was also very big, but we gave it up. Saint 33 said. In reality, they had to give up some land because they were suppressed by others. Old Ancestor Sacred Heaven's influence in the past was great, and his territory was even more so. Saint 33 seemed to see the Sacred Heaven Academy returning to its former glory. Luckily, Lin Fei doesn't have any objections. After the announcement, Xuemantian was worried that Lin Fei would cause trouble. Luckily, he didn't. His impression of him became much better. The great metropolis world was only so big. The 9 sects divided up the land. They all had their own interests and couldn't easily take it out. So, they could only take the Netherworld Palace. Speaking of which, they were indeed bullying others. Thinking about how Lin Fei took all the wealth of the Netherworld Palace, they felt indignant. Who knew that the Netherworld Palace would really be destroyed by Lin Fei? This was the most important thing. They regretted not going there personally. No matter what, they could have at least gotten some benefits. Even though they knew that Lin Fei took all the treasures, they really wanted to spit them out. During the battle with Lei Ao, Immortal Emperor, Lin Fei's strong combat strength made them very wary. Now, let's talk about the second matter today. Shui Montian's words made all the elders excited. Lin Fei had once sent people to investigate, wanting to know the specifics. Unfortunately, he did not hear anything. Something very important. Lin Fei pondered. Chapter 12:18. Realm Lord's Gate. Hearing this, the faces of all the big shots were especially excited. It was as if something had fallen from the sky. It looked completely different from before. Lin Fei suspected that he was seeing things. Senior brother, what is going on? Lin Fei had never heard of the Realm Lord's Gate. This was especially so when he saw that Saint 33 was in the same state. This was the first time Lin Fei saw Saint 33 like this. This was also the first time he heard about the Realm Lord's Gate. It seemed to be an extremely important matter. Saint 33 regained his senses. His face was filled with joy as he hurriedly explained, "Junior brother, you don't know about this. If it wasn't for our ancestors, basically no one would know about it. 100 million years. This period of time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, within 100 million years, many people would fall, some even die in meditation. This is the biggest event in any world." Saint 33 seemed to be reminiscing. Our world seemed to have many powers. Heaven Alliance, dark powers, they seem strong, but they aren't as strong as the Immortal Court back then. The Immortal Court back then was terrifyingly strong. Recently, Lin Fei had been reading many books to increase his knowledge and experience. However, be it the Realm Lord's Gate or the Immortal Court, he had never heard of it. It was as if it had completely disappeared. The Realm Lord's Gate is actually a sacred space to select the Realm Lord. Saint 33 spoke. A world overlord is the ruler of a world. For example, our great metropolis world once had a world overlord named the Heaven-Destroying World Overlord. At that time, the Heaven Splitter sect and the others were merely subordinates of the Great World Overlord. If it wasn't for the fall of the Great World Overlord, how could they have become one of the 10 great sects? There's such a thing. Realm Lord. Lin Fei understood. This was the same as the countries on Earth in the past. Every country had to have a president or chairman. Realm Lord should be such a situation. It was a high-level secret. If it didn't mention it, Lin Fei wouldn't even know about it. This Realm Lord isn't a title? Lin Fei asked. He thought quickly. This involves a big secret. You'll know when we get back. Saint 33 had lived for a very long time and knew many things. The Realm Lord's Gate has opened. Our great metropolis world is going to be troubled again. Lin Fei was curious. Isn't the position of Realm Lord fought over by the people of our world? No, you'll know once you hear it. Saint 33 shook his head. It's been 100 million years, and our great metropolis heaven has never had a Realm Lord overseeing it. Our influence has been growing weaker and weaker, and there are many things we can't participate in. Immortal Emperor Shui Montian sighed. Realm Lord, World Lord. He controlled the entire great metropolis heavens. If anyone dared to be dissatisfied, that would be equivalent to challenging the authority of the Realm Lord. Back then, when the Realm Lord was still around, the great metropolis heavens was still very powerful. They had the qualifications to enter many secret realms. Although they wouldn't be able to gain much, it was still possible for them to gain some scraps. Following the death of the Realm Lord, the great metropolis world could no longer prosper. All benefits were gone. Upon hearing that the Realm Lord's door was about to open, all the big shots present were extremely excited. This was a great opportunity. If they were lucky, they could ascend to the heavens in a single step and become the Realm Lord, the ruler of the great metropolis heavens. It could be said that the Realm Lord was supreme. That was why they were so excited. When the Realm Lord's door opens, experts from various worlds will flock here to fight for the position of Realm Lord. I have to say, it's a very cruel thing. Immortal Emperor Shui Montian's face was dark. Everyone prepare yourselves. There should be 10 years until the Realm Lord's door opens. 10 years. Not long. 10 years in seclusion was nothing to them. Everyone's faces darkened at the Sky Fisher sect leader's words. They were very depressed and bitter. Realm Lord. They'd originally wanted to come from their world, but now they were being targeted by others. Perhaps someone from the outside world would become the new Realm Lord. The eternal immortal Emperor's legacy had caused a great stir. The competition for the position of Realm Lord was also very fierce and had a great impact. The competition between the greater worlds was especially fierce and cruel. It was the same in every world. The position of Realm Lord was supreme. People from the outside world would come in and fight for it. The bigwigs present naturally objected. They wanted nothing more than to kill all the outsiders. Unfortunately, the experts from the outside world were already very strong. Even if they came out in full force, they might not be a match for them. It was obvious. Don't be discouraged, everyone. The competition for the position of Realm Lord is different every time. They might not be able to take it. That being said, no one knew what the competition for the position of Realm Lord would be like. There will be many people joining our great metropolis realm. Everyone, it's best to keep your disciples in check, lest they cause trouble. Immortal Emperor Xue Mantian naturally warned everyone. The Realm Lord's door was too important. Every time experts from the outside world came in, countless people would be unlucky. After becoming Realm Lord, with the power of the heavenly Tao, one would be invincible in a world. If the Immortal Court had existed back then, it would not have been so difficult to fight for the position of Realm Lord. Unfortunately, the Immortal Court had disappeared after the second matter was finished. Today's matter had been explained clearly. Lin Fei's Holy Heaven Academy had become one of the 10 great factions. It was no big deal when the Realm Lord's door opened. The Realm Lord's door was about to open, and they had to go back and prepare. The matter was too big. As long as there was a chance, they would not give up. At their realm, who did not want to become Realm Lord? As long as they became Realm Lords, they would be invincible in the great metropolis realm. They could intercept the power of a world and use it on themselves. According to the development, after arriving here, everyone could disperse and go home. Someone wanted to vent his anger on someone. Everyone, please wait. This old man has something to say. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said. His gaze shot towards Lin Fei. His meaning was self-evident. The big shots seemed to know what was going to happen. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said, Taoist Lin, rumor has it that your combat power is monstrous and unparalleled. You have such achievements at such a young age. It's really enviable. This old man has a presumptuous request to spar with Taoist Lin and learn from him. At the same time, everyone can see Taoist Lin's divine might. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was vengeful. Lin Fei, a rising star, wanted to kill his disciple in front of everyone. How could Immortal Emperor Ming Xian be willing? He had been suppressing his anger and wanted to learn from him no matter what. The big shots present were used to it. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was a vengeful person. Immortal Emperor Xian smiled. Old Ghost Ming Xian, this is not right. Taoist Lin is our junior. Aren't you afraid of losing face? He has a fierce reputation. It would be bad if he got hurt. Taoist Lin, don't you think so? Hypocrite. Lin Fei scolded Immortal Emperor Xian Zong in his heart. Chapter 1219. Spar? Finding trouble with him to vent his anger should be this old thing's goal. How could Lin Fei not know? He was impolite the moment he opened his mouth. All the big shots looked at each other. This Lin Fei was indeed not very tactful. He didn't give any face at all. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was the sect master, so who dared to not give him face? If an ordinary person spoke like this, they would have been slapped to death by an immortal emperor powerhouse. Lin Fei wasn't an immortal emperor, but his combat strength was comparable to an immortal emperor's. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was indeed prepared to find trouble. Taoist Lin, you are indeed the strongest expert of the younger generation. Just because of your words, I have to learn from you. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian sneered. He was determined to teach the other party a lesson. If he didn't teach such a person a lesson, what would happen in the future? Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was furious to dare to provoke him. However, sparring alone is too boring. Taoist Lin, why don't we add some stakes to liven things up? Immortal Emperor Ming Xian not only wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson, but he also wanted to take a bite out of him. This old thing was playing with fire. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was a peak first step Immortal Emperor. His combat strength was very strong, at least in the great metropolis world. Lin Fei didn't care about it at all. Stakes? I like that. Lin Fei patted his chest. Coincidentally, I have some gains recently. It's better for everyone to be happy than to be happy alone. Today, I will be the banker. Why don't we all play together? Such ambition. All the immortal emperors were shocked. Lin Fei was indeed bold. He dared to be the banker in this kind of matter. Thinking about it, the Nether Palace's treasures were in Lin Fei's hands. He was now rich and overbearing. No wonder he dared to make such a big claim. He had the ability. Dao friend Lin, since you were so straightforward, how can I lose my reputation? I'll bet 50 billion true spirits to win against you. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian waved his hand, and a small mountain appeared. The true spirit aura permeated the air. 50 billion true spirits could be exchanged for an emperor-level sacred art. It was indeed a big arm. Lin Fei casually glanced at it and shook his head. Old thing, you're still a sect master. Only 50 billion true spirits doesn't match your identity. No matter what, you need at least a few 100 billion true spirits. Contempt. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was indeed being looked down upon. 50 billion true spirits. You still have the nerve to take it out? Aren't you ashamed? This old man offers a few 100 billion true spirits. What do you have to offer? Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was so angry that he was blowing his beard. His eyes almost opened wide. As an immortal emperor character, when had he ever been looked down upon by others before? The other immortal emperors couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei was truly overbearing. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was indeed stingy. It was normal for a major character of a region to be despised by others for sparring with 50 billion true spirits. A blood-red flying sword landed in his hand. An immense emperor's might permeated the air, and everyone could feel the divine might of the sword. Emperor's divine weapon. Good heavens, where did Lin Fei get this immortal sword? What a dense power of fire. Extravagant, truly extravagant. Lin Fei didn't care about their gazes. He said to Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, Old thing, look carefully. This is an emperor's divine weapon. It's priceless. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll exchange it for 1 trillion true spirits. If I lose, you can take the emperor's divine weapon. If you lose, it's very simple. Just give me 1 trillion true spirits. I wonder if you have the guts? 1 trillion true spirits. Emperor's divine weapon. Because of these words, everyone no longer dared to look down on Lin Fei. He wasn't old, but his tone was extraordinarily arrogant. This Emperor's divine weapon was extremely outstanding, be it in terms of material or other aspects. A few sect masters present used immortal swords, and their hearts couldn't help but palpitate. If Lin Fei was willing to sell it, they would definitely take out 1 trillion true spirits to buy it. If you really took out 1 trillion true spirits, no one would sell an emperor's divine weapon. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't think that Lin Fei could take out any reliable treasures. He thought that he could suppress Lin Fei with a single sentence. However, when he took out an emperor's divine weapon, he was dumbfounded. Emperor's might pervaded the air, and it was genuine. Where did this guy find an emperor's divine weapon? While Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was shocked, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. He almost shouted, This old man already has an emperor's divine weapon. This emperor's divine weapon can be given to a disciple of my sect. If they can use 10% of its power, it will be very terrifying. 1 trillion true spirits was a huge number. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't think that he would lose. He had been famous for a long time. Although he wasn't considered much in the myriad worlds, he wasn't an ordinary person in the great metropolis heaven. Lin Fei was far from being able to beat him. Bet. Taoist Lin, you're really bold. 1 trillion true spirits, I'll bet. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was very decisive. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? 1 trillion true spirits was indeed not a small number. Everyone, I wonder if you're interested? Lin Fei asked everyone. 1 trillion true spirits had taken a bait. This was an astronomical number. If immortal Emperor Ming Xian lost, he would be heartbroken. He might even have to use the sex treasury. Immortal emperors who weren't especially wealthy would be considered impressive if they had a few 100 billion. The great metropolis heaven wasn't a great world. Ordinary immortal emperors had limited wealth. Lin Fei had the Netherworld Palace's treasury. It was without a doubt that he was a small tycoon. Taoist Lin, you're young and full of vigor. I'll bet 300 billion true spirits to liven things up. I'm betting that you're not as good as immortal Emperor Ming Xian. Immortal Emperor Xian smiled and transmitted his voice to immortal Emperor Ming Xian. Old man, are you confident? It's more than enough to take care of him. The rumors in the outside world are always exaggerated. Moreover, I've recently cultivated a powerful secret technique that allows me to unleash combat strength. At that time, Lin Fei will have no choice but to lose. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said proudly, as though he had already won against Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Xian Zong bet 300 billion true spirits. This was a huge number. I'll also bet 300 billion true spirits on immortal Emperor Ming Xian. Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying laughed. Among the 8 immortal emperors, 3 placed heavy bets. There were 5 who didn't. Immortal Emperor Xue Mantian sat at the seat of honor and thought to himself, this Lin Fei is really arrogant. He took out an emperor's divine weapon in one go. I wonder how strong he is. No matter which side I bet on, it won't be good. Taoist Ming Xian, Taoist Lin Fei, it's rare for you two to have a spar. I'll be the judge. Does anyone have any objections? Immortal Emperor Xue Mantian didn't intend to get involved. One old fox. This was what Lin Fei and Immortal Emperor Ming Xian thought. The remaining 5 quickly placed their bets. They placed tens of billions of true spirits for fun. Among the 5, only one bet on Lin Fei. His bet wasn't small either. He placed 100 billion true spirits. Compared to the other 4, it was much higher. These immortal emperors are really rich. They bet more than 100 billion true spirits in one go. It can be of great use at the crucial moment. Lin Fei wouldn't let go of such a huge amount of true spirits. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian walked down and faced Lin Fei. Taoist Lin, please. Lin Fei walked down readily. Chapter 1220. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was aiming for the Emperor weapon. It would be a lie to say that he was not jealous of an Emperor weapon. The quality of this Emperor weapon was extraordinary, far surpassing the Emperor weapon in his hand. No matter what, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had to obtain this Emperor weapon. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was very confident that he could defeat Lin Fei. Taoist Lin, you are a rising star. This old man will let you have 3 moves, lest people say that I am bullying the young, which will ruin my reputation. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said. Lin Fei almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. Let me have 3 moves? Did this old thing really think that he was invincible? Even if the 2 sword immortals from back then were given a chance to fight, they would not dare to say that they would let him have 3 moves. Old thing, let me have 3 moves. I'm afraid you will regret it. Lin Fei said seriously. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said, you are indeed arrogant. This old man said that I will let you have 3 moves, so I will. After 3 moves, you will definitely lose. It is not that this old man is looking down on you. Good, good. Let's see who will regret it then. Lin Fei would not pretend to be a good person. This old thing clearly wanted to make a fool of himself, so he would not be polite. Lin Fei's figure moved, and he appeared in front of the other party. His aura soared into the sky, and he punched with both fists. Runes filled the sky, and the array set up by Immortal Emperor Xue Mantian shook nonstop. Lin Fei's strength is too great. I don't understand. I really don't understand. This unparalleled divine power. Can he really kill whoever he wants? The power of this punch is at least 500 trillion dragon divine power. A peak first step Immortal Emperor is probably at this level, right? It might not even be possible. The expressions of the Immortal Emperors changed drastically. Master, You already knew that Lin Fei's power was unfathomable. The Immortal Emperor on the right, Immortal Emperor Wu Mu, had invested 100 billion true spirits on Lin Fei. A young disciple behind him asked in shock. Lin Fei is indeed very powerful. Everyone is underestimating Lin Fei's strength. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu said with a smile, "Old geezer Ming Xian, you made an error of judgment this time. You even said that you would give me a handicap of 3 moves. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the first move and will use a killing move." Probably not. That disciple was suspicious. Could it be that Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, who had the battle prowess of a first-step Immortal Emperor, could not block Lin Fei's attack? Wasn't the difference too great? Bang, bang, bang. The might of Lin Fei's fist could shake heaven and earth. After consuming the 3 heavenly god fruits, the surging god power was not something that just anyone could achieve. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's expression changed immediately. Allowing 3 moves? What's there to allow? When Lin Fei's attack arrived, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian immediately realized how horrifying it was. He was extremely shocked. At the start, he wanted to let Lin Fei have 3 moves. With just 1 move, the power had reached a terrifying level. A black immortal armor appeared, releasing brilliant light, forcefully taking on the other party's 2 fists. The blood within his body surged, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. No close combat. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian kept retreating. Lin Fei closed in again. Old geezer, that was just the first move. Whoosh, 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 Lin Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. His 6 arms were like flowing light. He did not use any moves at all. He attacked with pure god power, clashing head-on with his fists. 6 rainbow-colored lights destroyed the world. Secret skill. 6 paths of reincarnation. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian did not dare to take it head-on. Even though he was wearing an immortal armor that was not at the level of an Emperor Divine armor, it still could not block the overwhelming god power attack. Left with no choice, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian used the secret skill that he had just cultivated. Amazing. Too amazing. There was probably no other person in the great metropolis world who could use such a fierce attack. Even if it was them, they would not take it head-on when facing Lin Fei's fierce attack. It was simply too overbearing. This is the old geezer's secret skill, 6 paths of reincarnation. I didn't expect the old geezer to use his strongest secret skill so quickly. I heard that this 6 paths of reincarnation is a combination of offense and defense. It can obliterate all power. With this move, he can fight against a weak second-step Immortal Emperor. They could immediately tell that Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had used a secret skill to attack. For any Immortal Emperor, other than their own cultivation arts, they would also cultivate some supplementary secret arts. These powerful secret arts were all extremely terrifying. The stronger the secret skill, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Some secret skills required thousands of years or even hundreds of millions of years to cultivate. Once successfully cultivated, the power of the secret skill would be absolutely terrifying. With these powerful secret skills, the instantaneous attack power could skyrocket and break through the current cultivation level. 6 paths of reincarnation was such an existence. Whoosh, 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 6 light pillars shot into the sky, bringing with them a terrifying aura. In order to cultivate this secret skill, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had spent 2,000 years and only recently succeeded. With this secret skill, his combat power instantly increased. The 6 light pillars charged at Lin Fei. What a powerful secret skill. Let me see how powerful the secret skills cultivated by these immortal emperors are. Bang, 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 Lin Fei's 6 arms instantly clashed with the 6 pillars of light. The pillars of light exploded with immense power. The void in the space instantly crumbled. The power of one punch was so terrifying. The 6 light pillars resisted and radiated brightly. One of them entangled like a poisonous snake, while the other 5 fused together to form a huge whirlpool that shrouded the sky. Taoist Lin, this is my 6 paths of reincarnation. Although it is not the real 6 paths of reincarnation, it is still terrifying. No matter what body you cultivate, you can forget about breaking this 6 paths of reincarnation. Seeing the light pillars entangling him, immortal Emperor Ming Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The 6 paths of reincarnation did not disappoint him and suppressed Lin Fei. Against the 6 paths of reincarnation, the power was at least 7 to 8 quadrillion dragon divine power. It is indeed very strong. Lin Fei finally witnessed this powerful secret skill. The 6 paths of reincarnation formed by the light pillars contained great terror. As one's strength increased, the power of this secret skill would be more than enough to deal with a peak first step immortal emperor. However, it won't work against me. Lin Fei's body shook, and the light pillars entangling him were instantly shattered. He was sent flying and punched the 6 paths of reincarnation. The huge 6 paths of reincarnation was sent flying, but it did not shatter. This was within Lin Fei's expectations. When Lin Fei arrived in front of immortal Emperor Ming Xian, he saw a trace of fear in immortal Emperor Ming Xian's eyes. "Old thing, you have lost." 6 rainbow-colored lights slammed over, and every punch landed on immortal Emperor Ming Xian. The runes were destroyed. "This old man will not lose." Immortal Emperor Ming Xian waved his hands to block, but how could he withstand Lin Fei's torrential attacks? No matter how he wore the immortal armor, he vomited blood after a while. Lin Fei's attacks were brutal and merciless. One of immortal Emperor Ming Xian's arms flew away, and he even crushed immortal Emperor Ming Xian's head. Too brutal. Chapter 1221. This old man admits defeat. This old man admits defeat. Logically speaking, immortal Emperor Ming Xian should not have been defeated so quickly due to his extraordinary combat strength and immortal armor. However, the result was different from what he had expected. He was utterly defeated. Lin Fei's overbearing attacks did not matter who the other party was. He just threw punch after punch. After a while, immortal Emperor Ming Xian could not take it anymore and could not hold on anymore. "What did you say?" Lin Fei pretended not to hear it. The runes vibrated and hit immortal Emperor Ming Xian's body continuously, producing a large number of runes. "Fellow Taoist Lin, don't go too far." Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's left arm was broken, and he had lost quite a number of teeth. He spoke with a lisp, especially his front teeth. Previously, immortal Emperor Ming Xian had the demeanor of an immortal. However, at this moment, immortal Emperor Ming Xian was an old man in a sorry state. "If you don't admit defeat, let's continue sparring." There was another storm. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's body trembled nonstop, and he vomited a lot of blood. "Be** starred, too evil." Immortal Emperor Ming Xian cursed in his heart. "If I don't admit defeat, Lin Fei looks like he wants to beat me to death. What a cruel method. I can't let things go as he wishes. I definitely can't be beaten to death in this space." Immortal Emperor Ming Xian felt aggrieved. He was an immortal emperor, but he was beaten up by Lin Fei like a punching bag. This place was too narrow, and he could not move freely. No matter how he dodged, he would have to face Lin Fei's fists. If they were in an open space, immortal Emperor Ming Xian would not be in such a miserable state. "This old man admits defeat." This time, the voice was much louder. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was going all out. For an immortal emperor to say that he had lost was undoubtedly a slap to his face. It was not an ordinary kind of humiliation. "Speak louder. You're so soft, who can hear you?" Lin Fei punched out again, even more ferocious than before. The old thing did not admit defeat. Lin Fei did not mind killing this guy to let them know that he was not so easily bullied. "This old man admits defeat. This old man admits defeat." The sound grew louder and louder. The immortal energy in immortal Emperor Ming Xian's body was almost depleted. He was more anxious than anyone else. It was impossible not to be anxious. "What? I lost." Old Ghost admitted defeat. Lin Fei is indeed ferocious. No wonder old geezer Ming Xian admitted defeat. If it were this emperor would admit defeat as well. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Fei was really a ruthless person. Even immortal Emperor Ming Xian was beaten to such a state. All the big shots knew that immortal Emperor Ming Xian had lost all of his face today. He didn't even have the face to see anyone because he still had to pay a huge sum of 1 trillion true spirits. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said it earlier? Why do you have to care about face? Lin Fei stopped punching and said with a serious expression. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian spat out another mouthful of blood. You still have the right to say such things? Just now, who was the one who was unforgiving and almost got beaten to death by you? Of course, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian would not say these words out loud. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian pulled away the Grand Array. When Immortal Emperor Ming Xian came out, he was in a sorry state. He said coldly, 1 trillion true spirits. This old man will personally deliver it another day. Then he turned and left. He had lost all his face. What was the point of staying? Lin Fei didn't stop him. The words of a big shot like this were worth their weight in gold. He added, Old thing, don't forget the bet. If you forget, I don't mind paying you a visit and sitting in your territory. This old man will definitely not go back on his word. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's words were left far away. With Lin Fei's previous example, how could Immortal Emperor Ming Xian not be worried? After Immortal Emperor Ming Xian left, everyone felt bored. A large group of people originally planned to take a bite out of Lin Fei. However, after seeing Immortal Emperor Ming Xian being beaten up like a sandbag, they were completely in no mood. The big shots who lost took out their true spirits unwillingly. At the very least, they would not be able to participate in the auction for a period of time. They had no money on them. Taoist Lin, you are very capable. Immortal Emperor Xian took out 300 billion true spirits and cursed Lin Fei in his heart. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. How can I earn money if I am not capable? I have to work hard. Immortal Emperor Xian was also in no mood. He took out 300 billion true spirits and left after saying a few words to everyone. The others were the same. They were not willing to stay. When they saw Lin Fei, they felt as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian, who was sitting on the main seat, had a calm expression. He thought, Lin Fei is indeed ferocious. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian has been famous for a long time. He was beaten up like a sandbag and even forced to admit defeat. According to Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's character, this is a death grudge. Luckily, I did not place a bet. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was very proud of his judgment. At least, he was not like them, who had to pay a large sum of true spirits. They had to go on expeditions to replenish their true spirits. I am Wu Mu. Thanks to Taoist Lin, I earned some money. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu smiled and walked up. 100 billion true spirits was a good harvest. This person could be roped in. Lin Fei evaluated him in his heart. I was just lucky. Lin Fei took out 100 billion true spirits and handed it to Immortal Emperor Wu Mu. This Lin Fei is quite straightforward. He is not a narrow-minded person. He took out 100 billion true spirits just like that. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu thought, Taoist Lin, there is no need to call me senior. Just call me Taoist Wu. The two exchanged pleasantries. Before leaving, Immortal Emperor Wu Mu invited Lin Fei to be a guest when he was free. Lin Fei naturally agreed. Taoist Shui, the matter is over. I shall return. After keeping the true spirits, Lin Fei was happy. He had gained true spirits on this trip. Where else could he find such a good thing? Come and visit when you are free. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian said politely. Lin Fei could not help but say that he was going to become the dean and invite him to watch the ceremony. Only then did he leave Sky Fisher Gate with Saint 33. After gaining more than 200 billion true spirits on this trip, Lin Fei was in a good mood. Junior brother, you were really impressive today. You beat up Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and made him hold back his anger. Saint 33 was tough. He beat up an old immortal emperor with his bare hands and admitted defeat. Anyone who saw this would feel delighted. Lin Fei smiled and said, a bunch of old things. They think they are high and mighty. If I don't torture them, they will think that we are sick cats. I believe that after this time, they will not dare to mess around. Even if immortal Emperor Mingxian did not say anything, Lin Fei would. If he did not show his might, Lin Fei would not be satisfied. They had heard about the destruction of the Nether Palace, but they did not know the specifics. After today's battle, they would realize how powerful it was. They would have to think thrice before doing anything. Junior brother, you made them spit blood. When the time comes for the ceremony, it's hard to guarantee that they won't hold a grudge and cause trouble. Saint 33 reminded. Chapter 1222. The sky-cracking sect's leader heaved a sigh of relief after Lin Fei's departure. What a violent guy. That was immortal Emperor Shui Montian's comment. Of course, that was just his impression. One day later, something big happened in the sky-cracking sect. The battle pets of the Palace of Beasts had disappeared without a trace. That was a great loss. Everyone in the sky-cracking sect had battle pets that could work together to improve their overall strength. It could be said that the sky-cracking sect was much stronger than the other forces. An unimaginable event had taken place in such a large force. The master of the sky-cracking sect had gone there in person to check on the situation. The battle pets he had been guarding were all gone, except for the weaker ones that had survived. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was enraged and ordered a thorough investigation. The biggest mystery was who had broken into the sky-cracking sect after losing so many battle pets. Even though immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had ordered a lockdown on the news, it still spread and caused a stir. Who did this? Everyone was guessing. Those who had once opposed the sky-cracking sect became restless, afraid that they would become the target of suspicion. Hairball, did you enjoy your meal? Halfway there, Hairy Ball returned, his belly protruding as he lazily walked around. Hairball burped in satisfaction. Lin Fei chuckled. He wanted to maintain a neutral stance. Dream on. Fortunately, he had let Furball go. Without anyone knowing, he had caused the Skyfisher sect to suffer a huge loss. Hairball spat out a large amount of herbs. Every one of them was over 1,000 years old. They came from the Herb Mountain. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted all of them. Furball was truly generous. After eating his fill and even bringing back some herbs for him, Lin Fei was in an incredibly good mood. Saint 33 was also astonished. Hairball was indeed a monster from the primordial era. The sky-cracking sect was the #1 sect in the great metropolis world. They could come and go as they pleased. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Back at the Holy Heaven Academy. That night, Saint 33 came to find Lin Fei and took him to the library. The book collection pavilion stored a large number of ancient books, including all kinds of records of anomalies. Basically, anything that one wanted to know would be stored in the book collection pavilion. No immortal would miss out on such a chance. Saint 33 brought Lin Fei all the way to the innermost part and opened the sealed space. Only the higher-ups of the academy can enter the ancient books inside. The ancient books inside record some of the secrets of the higher-ups. It's not beneficial for ordinary people to know about it. Saint 33 explained as he walked. Lin Fei really didn't know much about this place. He had been to the library a few times, and all the books he read were from the outside. A large number of manuals were sealed within the space. Saint 33 told Lin Fei the method to open the seal and told him to stay behind to read it slowly while he left. So there are so many books in the academy that I haven't seen before. Lin Fei did not open the seal. He walked around casually and stopped. Although the ancient books were sealed, he could still feel the ancient aura emanating from them. All right, let me see what is recorded in these books. I'm still very interested in understanding the secrets of the myriad worlds, especially the realm lords and the immortal court. Lin Fei grabbed the nearest ancient book. The space was very quiet. Lin Fei looked very carefully. It was just as he said. The ancient books stored here were all secrets that he had never heard of before. On this day, Lin Fei retracted his consciousness from the ancient books and sighed softly. So that's how it is. The waters of the myriad worlds aren't just ordinarily deep. After reading for a few days, Lin Fei's understanding of the myriad worlds deepened a lot, especially the records of the higher-up secrets. Back then, old ancestor sacred heaven, was a famous character. What shocked Lin Fei the most was the existence of the Immortal Court. If he did not read the ancient books, he would not be able to find the connection. The mighty Realm Lord was actually a feudal official, a high official of a region. However, as the Immortal Court was besieged, the Realm Lords of the various worlds proclaimed themselves as kings. No wonder everyone attached so much importance to the position of Realm Lord. Lin Fei put down the ancient book. He was really shocked. It turned out that the most powerful force in the myriad worlds wasn't the World Alliance or the Tianyan Tower, but the Immortal Court that dominated the world in the past. The Immortal Court was overseen by the Lord of the Immortal Court. His strength was earth-shattering. The myriad worlds were ruled by the Lord of the Immortal Court. The Realm Lords were the feudal officials. The previous Lord of the Immortal Court had the Taoist title Skyless. The myriad worlds became the Skyless Emperor dynasty. The ancient book did not record the origin of this Lord of the Immortal Court. It only recorded that he ruled the myriad worlds for a total of 10 chaos years. 1 chaos year was 2 billion years. That Lord of the Immortal Court was an ancient existence that lived for a total of 12 billion years. He ruled for 10 chaos years. In the end, he was killed by an expert. The Lord of the Immortal Court fell, and the huge Emperor dynasty was destroyed. Before this Lord of the Immortal Court died, he seemed to have foreseen such a calamity. He sealed the Immortal Court in a certain place and left behind a rumor that when the Immortal Court reappeared, he would return to the world and become the Lord of the Immortal Court, ruling over the myriad worlds. After that, this Lord of the Immortal Court died. As for whether he was really killed or because of other reasons, the ancient book did not record it. This was not something that ordinary immortal emperors could know. Only ancient fourth-step immortal emperors could possibly know the secret. This Lord of the Immortal Court is really scheming. Rumor has it that the Immortal Court is refined from a supreme treasure. It can communicate with the heavenly Tao. Those who sit on the throne will have a huge increase in battle strength. They are said to be invincible in the myriad worlds. I wonder if this is true. This secret news shocked Lin Fei. He also understood why only the higher-ups could read it. This kind of thing was too ancient. Rumor has it that this Lord of the Immortal Court died for a total of 20 chaos years. The supreme existence of the Immortal Court is still missing. Otherwise, the feudal vassals of the myriad worlds would fight for the position of the Lord of the Immortal Court, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. The Immortal Court had disappeared, but Lin Fei could still imagine the power of the myriad worlds in the past. The Lord of the myriad worlds. Lin Fei was very curious. Ascending to that position, one's battle strength would be absolutely heaven-defying. It was unknown how many people were mobilized in that battle to kill this great existence. Soon, Lin Fei threw these things to the back of his mind. These things are too far away from me. Lin Fei shook his head and kept the book. This Lord of the World, just the sound of it sounds impressive. No matter what, I have to fight for it. This position was really a temptation. Even if he did not fight for it, others would fight for it. Sitting on this position would definitely have its benefits. In the book, there were some secrets recorded. After becoming a Lord of the Immortal Court, one would be qualified to enter many secret realms. Back then, during the War of the Immortal Court, many secret realms were destroyed. Now, they became treasure hunting grounds for people. Without becoming a Lord of the Immortal Court, one could not enter any of these places. Chapter 12:23. Father is too much. He keeps me in the school and doesn't let me out. It's so boring. A beam of light flew across the sky. I won't listen. Let's see what Father can do to me. In the sky was a lady in white. Her realm wasn't high. She giggled, and her beautiful eyes were shining with joy. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize her. This person was none other than his daughter, Lin Yu. Lin Yu had been cultivating in the school ever since she came to the upper world. With the help of a large amount of resources, she kept breaking through. At such a young age, she had already reached the peak of primordial unity Black Immortal and was just a step away from the golden immortal realm. Although she was only a primordial unity Black Immortal, Her overall combat strength was comparable to that of a golden immortal. Lin Yu stayed behind. Father said that the great metropolis world is a small world and isn't famous in the myriad worlds. I'll wander around first and play to my heart's content this time. Lin Yu was a demoness in the lower world. After coming to the upper world, she was still a demoness. Especially now that her father was about to become the dean, her title as a demoness was even more real. The school disciples loved and hated her at the same time. Lin Yu was enjoying the scenery along the way. This was her first time out, and she was very excited. She wandered around here and there, having a lot of fun. During this period, some ignorant people tried to approach her, but were easily chased away by Lin Yu. Senior brother, I heard that Demon Lin's daughter snuck out. Is that so? If that's true, it's best to capture her and teach Demon Lin a lesson. That's right. Demon Lin is strong, and we aren't his match. Dealing with his daughter is a piece of cake. In the sky, a few beams of light flew across. They were all disciples of the Sacred Sword sect. The sect leader had lost to Lin Fei at the hands of the Cracked Sky sect. Not only did he lose face, but he also had to pay 1,000,000,000 true spirits. The higher-ups wanted to hide it, but it was leaked somehow. The disciples of the Sacred Sword sect were furious. Senior brother, what do you think? A skinny young man asked the leader. Zhong Su was their senior brother, and he had come out to gain experience. After hearing the news, he pondered for a moment and said with a ruthless expression, Demon Lin doesn't give face to our sect's old ancestor, so we don't have to give face to him either. Teach his daughter a lesson and let everyone know that he's strong, but it doesn't mean that his daughter is strong. At the very least, we can win back some face for our sect. We're here to gather information. Senior brother, we found out that Demon Lin's daughter went out alone. There was no one beside her, and she didn't hide her tracks. We found out right away. Zhongsu was very satisfied. Let's go and teach Demon Lin's daughter a lesson. Zhongsu was an immortal king who had comprehended the laws. Knowing that Demon Lin's daughter was only at the Tai Xian immortal realm, he didn't hesitate anymore. Swish, swish, swish. A few silhouettes broke through the air and left. One day later, Lin Yu was blocked by someone. With the strength of a primordial unity, mystic immortal, Lin Yu did not encounter any great danger. Even if he encountered a small thief, he could deal with them easily. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Lin Yu's expression changed. The people in front of him gave off a strong aura, and the leader was at least an immortal king. The rest were all golden, celestial experts. You are Demon Lin's daughter, Lin Yu, right? Someone jumped out and said sternly. So his father had gotten the name of a demon outside. Lin Yu had a demon's nature, and she inherited her father's personality, Lin Fei's. In the blink of an eye, panic appeared in her eyes. Are you all mistaken? I am not Demon Lin's daughter. At this moment, Lin Yu was really deceiving, and she was just short of tearing up. Everyone was stunned. This girl wasn't Lin Yu? She looked really pitiful and pitiful. No matter what, they couldn't connect her to Demon Lin's daughter. Speaking of which, when Zhong Su brought people down the mountain, he didn't have a deep understanding of Lin Yu. He only knew her name and hadn't seen her face. He just received news that Demon Lin's daughter would pass by. Thus, Zhong Su brought people over. Was there a mistake? Even Zhong Su suspected himself. In this region, people came and went, so it was normal for there to be a mistake. Are you really not Demon Lin's daughter? Zhong Su said sternly. I'm not. Lin Yu replied weakly. However, I seem to have seen a girl dressed similarly to me. She seemed to have gone to a dangerous place nearby. Senior brother, we must have made a mistake. As a celestial king, Zhong Su wasn't worried that she was lying to him. Maybe she really was mistaken. Since you know her, then lead the way. If you do well, I will recommend you to become a disciple of my sect. Zhong Su said calmly. Thank you, senior brother. Thus, Lin Yu led the way. After turning her head, a cunning look flashed in her eyes. Not long later, on a swamp. You dare trick us? A tragic voice spread out from the swamp. The Saint Sword sect disciples all landed on the swamp and struggled. Lin Yu giggled. You dare to be disrespectful to my father, so why should I be polite to you? You are Demon Lin's daughter. Zhong Su clenched his teeth. He was careless and was tricked by a girl. She brought them to a swamp, and they were attacked by a group of tentacle ferocious beasts. Like father, like daughter. You are not stupid after all. You are courting death. Zhong Su blocked left and right. After being rebuked by Lin Yu, he lost all his face. With a loud shout, golden laws swept across, breaking through the tentacles and rushing out of the swamp. Xiao, the sword technique, was extremely fast. The sword stabbed towards Lin Yu's forehead. Attacking in anger, this sword was extraordinary. Lin Yu still underestimated the power of the Celestial King. There was a huge gap between them. Falling into danger, he turned into a vast body of water, allowing the sword light to land on his body. Water element immortal body. After Lin Yu recovered, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The sword of a Celestial King was not easy to bear. He is actually fine. Zhong Su's eyes widened. Father is right. Without reaching the Celestial King realm, self-preservation will be a problem. Lin Yu schemed against a Celestial King. She did not expect that Celestial King was more powerful than she imagined. Go! Lin Yu's eyes moved. A sky full of water, arrows shot out. She turned into a stream of water and soared into the sky. Zhong Su was in Celestial King. After being schemed against, he was already holding back his anger. How could he let Lin Yu escape? Without a second word, he chased after Lin Yu, wanting to capture the little girl alive. Not far away, Zhong Su saw Lin Yu standing beside a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Zhong. Seeing this, Zhong Su smiled and thanked the other party. Halfway through his words, the sturdy middle-aged man flicked his finger. Great fear assaulted him. His expression changed and his body exploded. And Celestial King bullying the weak. You don't have any manners. Lin Yu, who was standing at the side, gasped. This person was too powerful. And Celestial King died with a flick. Let's go somewhere else. Lin Yu was unhappy. He bared his fangs and claws. I am not leaving. What are you going to do? Chapter 12:24. How many times have I told you? You can't go out until you become an immortal king. On Invincible Peak, Lin Fei scolded his daughter. His daughter had been rebellious since she was young. She was called the Little Demoness and would run out whenever he wasn't paying attention, especially when he heard that a golden immortal and an immortal king expert had been tricked into a trap. Lin Fei really didn't know what to say. It was fortunate that the disciples of the Sacred Sword sect were so easily tricked. Lin Yu lowered his head and kept quiet. Lin Yu was still very afraid of his own father. Forget it. Immortal Emperor Ji Kuan smiled. Your daughter is very powerful. Lin Fei glared at him. You only know how to get into trouble. Of course, he was still very proud of his daughter for tricking a Sacred Sword sect disciple. At his age, he didn't have the mental fortitude to trick an immortal king. Go back and face the wall. Don't come out until you break through to the golden immortal realm. To prevent his daughter from running out again, Lin Fei wanted his daughter to cultivate. Lin Yu pouted unwillingly, but was pulled away by his mother. It's just breaking through to the golden immortal realm. Father, you must keep your word. Your daughter is not bad. After Lin Yu left, Ji Kuan smiled. Lin Fei was very proud. His daughter was very similar to him. Senior Ji, don't tell me you like my daughter? Lin Fei smiled. Even though Ji Kuan was Lin Fei's follower, Lin Fei didn't dare to put on airs. Ji Kuan was a fourth-step immortal emperor. Even though he wasn't as strong as before, it wouldn't take long for him to recover to his peak. Unless Ji Kuan changed his mind. I want to take her as my disciple. Lin Fei was shocked. Take a disciple? Righteous or demonic? Lin Fei didn't have much of an opinion. Really? Your daughter's character is very similar to a disciple of mine. Ji Kuan didn't continue. Yes or no? Just say it. You can ask my daughter yourself. Lin Fei didn't agree directly. He shifted the question to his daughter. No matter what the outcome was, he didn't have any opinion. It's a deal. Senior Ji, did you find anything in the inheritance ground? Accepting a disciple was just one thing. At this moment, Ji Kuan arrived. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, the strength of the Divine Sky Academy was still too weak, especially when it came to top-notch experts. For example, the Immortal Emperor. In the entire academy, other than Saint 33, there was only him. As for the Immortal Emperors, the Fiend Celestials he had subdued back then were all at the Immortal Emperor realm. They could be considered as a core force. This was not enough. Ji Kuan's arrival was undoubtedly another top expert. An ancient existence has revived. Ji Kuan was very direct. He should be in the inheritance ground. Once you break out of seclusion, your strength will soar by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei had already heard of this rumor. That mysterious nameless. Then, he thought about War Sky, who was also mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps he had some sort of connection with Nameless. Do you know which ancient existence it is? I'm not sure. He has never used his true abilities and only used ordinary methods. He hid himself really well. Ji Kuan shook his head. Based on my deductions, that person should be an ancient existence that fell back then. He has a huge background. Lin Fei didn't continue to ask. This wasn't something that just anyone could figure out. Even Ji Kuan didn't discover anything, much less others. Senior Ji, I wonder how much of your strength has recovered? Third step, Immortal Emperor. What a fast recovery speed. Third step, Immortal Emperor. Along with Ji Kuan's strong physical body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be a top third step Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei relaxed. In a martial arts field in the academy, the two of them were exchanging blows. Their fists were so fast that one couldn't even see their shadows. The few people watching were dumbfounded. Two monsters. Saint 33 sucked in a cold breath. If he went up, he would have died long ago. I'm not fighting anymore. You refined the god blood. It's really unbelievable. Very soon, the two of them stopped on the martial arts field. One of them waved his hand and stopped attacking. His body was already in tatters. Looking at the other party, he was also in tatters. The one who waved his hand was Immortal Emperor Ji Kuan. His strong physical body couldn't take Lin Fei's violent power. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Only you heavenly demons have a physical body that is strong to this extent. Lin Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a thought, his physical body returned to its original state. This was the first time his physical body was so satisfying. Ever since he swallowed the heavenly god fruit and refined the god blood, the power of his fist reached 50 trillion dragon divine power. This power surpassed a first-step Immortal Emperor. Back then, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't dare to take it head-on as he was afraid of being killed on the spot. Your strength is increasing too quickly. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on. Ji Kuan took a deep breath and his wounds healed. Even a second step, Immortal Emperor wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Back then, Ji Kuan casually used his strength and Lin Fei had to risk his life. But just now, Ji Kuan didn't use any sacred art and relied on his physical body's divine power to fight. The two of them fought to a draw. Of course, Ji Kuan had the upper hand. He was a third-step Immortal Emperor, and only then did he have the upper hand. Ji Kuan knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. After all, Lin Fei hadn't become an emperor yet. Once he did, with the support of the heavenly Tao, his divine power would reach a terrifying level. It's just SOSO. Lin Fei removed the array. You have accumulated a lot, and your strength is comparable to a second-step Immortal Emperor. When will you become an emperor? Ji Kuan asked. Become an emperor? Within 10 years. Lin Fei said seriously. The experience needed to upgrade the system was almost there. Lin Fei wanted to increase his divine power to the upper limit before he became an emperor. At that time, he would be confident of fighting for the position of Realm Lord. The day you become an emperor, I will become your follower, Ji Kuan said seriously. However, it will be very difficult for you to become an emperor. After all, your accumulation is too deep. Only ancient experts had such accumulation. I really don't know how you cultivate it. Ji Kuan couldn't understand this problem. Divine power needed a physical body to store, but the physical body's storage was limited. If he became an emperor, it would be fine. His body would be modified and his storage capacity would be greater. However, Lin Fei didn't become an emperor. This was the strangest thing. I know. Without needing Ji Kuan to say it, Lin Fei knew. 10 years later, I have to participate in the Battle of Realm Lords. Battle of Realm Lords. After sparring, Immortal Emperor Ji Kuan was in charge of Holy Heaven Academy. He didn't go out usually. Lin Fei took out large amounts of resources for him to cultivate and recover his strength to that of a fourth-step Immortal Emperor. 10 years. Not very long. Once the Battle of Realm Lords started, all sorts of experts would swarm over. It wouldn't do without experts. Lin Fei felt immense pressure. Chapter 1225. Ji Kuan's arrival made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. There's finally an expert in the Holy Heaven Academy. I can focus on becoming a great emperor. I have to become a great emperor within 10 years. He had no choice but to be anxious. Once I become a great emperor, Immortal Emperor Ji Kuan would become my follower. Unlike now, Lin Fei couldn't command Ji Kuan for the time being, even though Ji Kuan was already on his side. You want a third-step Immortal Emperor and a fourth-step Immortal Emperor to follow an Immortal Emperor? Ji Kuan's suggestion of Lin Fei reaching the Immortal Emperor realm was undoubtedly a way for him to step down and become a follower. Lin Fei was excited at the thought of becoming a fourth-step Immortal Emperor's follower. On the Invincible Peak, after spending half a month with his wife, Lin Fei went into the secret chamber. Becoming a great emperor within 10 years will definitely cause a huge commotion. The 9 sects won't let me become a great emperor so easily. They will definitely act secretly to stop me from becoming a great emperor. Lin Fei sat in the secret chamber with his legs crossed. If I want to become a great emperor, not only do I have to deal with the 99 lightning bolts, but I also have to deal with the attacks from the Heavenly Tao treasure and the people in the dark. I have to accumulate my strength to the limit. I can't give them any chances. Lin Fei said that he would become a great emperor in 10 years, so he had to be prepared. Accumulate. That was the first point. To become a great emperor, he had to become a heaven-defying first-step Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei took out the remaining Heavenly God fruits as it was the best way to accumulate his divine force. I still have 4 Heavenly God fruits with me. Once I consume them, my divine force will probably increase to an unprecedented level, right? An existence with 18 primordial chaos avatars was like a bottomless pit. Up until now, each avatar had at least 2 to 300 trillion divine dragons God force. In other words, the battle power of each clone was between an Immortal Emperor and a half-step Immortal Emperor. If each of my 18 primordial chaos avatars has the God force of over 10 million dragons, or even more, who in the universe can do anything to me? As his dragon god power continued to increase, Lin Fei finally realized how terrifying the 18 primordial chaos avatars were. Each of the 18 primordial chaos clones had a dragon divine power of over 1 trillion dragon divine power, which was equivalent to 18 first-step Immortal Emperors. Their battle strength was truly unparalleled. To swallow or not to swallow, Lin Fei was in a dilemma. The effects of 4 Heavenly God fruits were unimaginable. In the end, Lin Fei put away the Heavenly God fruit. 10 years is still a long time. There's no rush. In the myriad worlds, there should be a way to raise one's God force. 10 years later, during the World Overlord battle, even if the great metropolis world is just a minor world, no one would want to miss out on the chance to become a World Overlord. As for me, to raise my strength, I will have to depend on these 18 clones. Holy Heaven Academy, Library Pavilion. Lin Fei came over again. This time, he planned to read through the rest of the books. There should be some secrets about divine power. As expected, there were indeed many secrets regarding divine power recorded in Elysium. These secrets were very old. Divine Power Spring. Among the many books, Lin Fei found many secrets. Unfortunately, many of these secrets were hearsay and not very reliable. Most of them were made up out of nothing and couldn't be trusted. Only the last secret, Lin Fei thought was more reliable. Back then, I was lucky enough to see the divine power ocean in the primal chaos world. I wonder if I can go there and collect some? Lin Fei rolled his eyes, and an idea came to him. Heaven-defying space. Lin Fei came to the heaven-defying space again. Stepping into the heaven-defying space, the endless pressure was no longer effective. Lin Fei walked in the heaven-defying space, and his powerful divine sense swept out. With his strength greatly increased, the heaven-defying space was still incomparably huge under his divine sense. Lin Fei became more and more curious. Where was the heaven-defying space in the past? Why did such a powerful existence live in it? Great perfection and divine power. He still didn't have confidence in facing that behemoth. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei kept searching, but in this half a month, he didn't see even a shadow. It was as if the shadow had disappeared into thin air. Left? This time Lin Fei frowned. This was not good news. Lin Fei came to the heaven-defying space because he wanted to know about the divine power spring. Lin Fei was unwilling to give up and started searching again. Another month passed. Lin Fei stood on the mountain peak and frowned. He thought to himself, did he fall asleep? After 1.5 months of searching, he still couldn't find the shadow. After such a long time, Lin Fei believed that he wouldn't be able to find the shadow no matter how hard he searched. All right, in this 1.5 months of searching, the area I covered has been expanding. With my strength, no matter how big the place is, I will reach the end. Why did I wait until now? That's right. Lin Fei realized a problem. The heaven-defying space was too big. It was terrifying. It was probably like those great worlds. Not finding the shadow, Lin Fei once again realized that the heaven-defying space was extraordinary. Lin Fei relaxed and walked deeper. He was curious about what it would be like if he kept going deeper. The heaven-defying space had terrifying gravity and pressure. If he wasn't careful, he would be smashed into pieces. Lin Fei flew forward just like that. His strength was increasing every day. 3 months later, Lin Fei slowed down. The power in the air was like mud, filled with stickiness. He couldn't pass through it. Heaven-defying space is really not simple. With this pressure, even a first-step celestial emperor wouldn't dare to enter. Lin Fei relied on his true self-body to reach here. Another month passed. Lin Fei couldn't fly anymore. He walked step by step. With every step he took, the pressure surged over and crushed his body. Lin Fei's expression was normal. He allowed the power to surge over and hit his body. He thought to himself, this power can block one of my punches. It really isn't just one punch. This power did not come from one direction, but from 360 directions. It was an attack that attacked indiscriminately. Half a year later, Lin Fei's body was tattered. Blood flowed like a river, and he was bathed in fresh blood. He took a step forward with great difficulty. The power of the boundless ocean made Lin Fei spit out large mouthfuls of blood. This power exceeded the limits of what he could handle. This wasn't the first time he experienced such a fatal attack. Even second-step celestial emperors and third-step celestial emperors wouldn't dare to be in such an attack. Lin Fei lasted in such an environment for 2 months. He faced terror every day. If not for his strong body and large amounts of true spirit, he would have been defeated long ago. I can't take it anymore. Lin Fei took in deep breaths as he resisted the attacks. If this goes on, I really won't be able to hold on. What kind of place is this heaven-defying space? After my true self-body reached great completion, even though it wasn't perfected and Ji Kuan could only heavily injure it, the power here is just too terrifying. Lin Fei couldn't see the end, but the power kept on increasing. Lin Fei originally wanted to find out what was going on with the heaven-defying space. But this power was almost unbearable. Large amounts of true spirit burned and turned into celestial power. He had harvested a large amount of true spirits from the Nether Palace, and a large amount from the Sky-Cracking Gate. Do I really have to leave? Lin Fei was really unwilling. There must be something big within the heaven-defying space. Another half a month passed. The power of the storm made Lin Fei take 3 steps back for every step he took. The power nearly caused his body to collapse. 10 days ago, the power turned into a strong gale and landed on his body like knives. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that even a second-step immortal emperor would be heavily injured or even die. After walking for 10 days, Lin Fei couldn't take it anymore. His body had reached its limit. If he didn't go back, the wind knives would drown him. The wind in front of him was like a saber, airtight. It struck Lin Fei's physical body, leaving behind many wounds. Blood flowed freely. In the howling wind, Lin Fei saw a black shadow. Roll! Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers flew out and swept towards the black shadow. The black shadow was dragged over and fell into the mountains and rivers. Isn't this the primal divine stone from back then? When Lin Fei held the item in his hand, he recognized it, revealing an expression of pleasant surprise. Good stuff. Lin Fei recalled that the primal chaos alien race gave him the primal chaos divine stone, which allowed him to cultivate the primal chaos right hand, which was comparable to an immortal artifact. Lin Fei would never forget this scene. It was definitely good stuff. So, the primal divine stone appeared in this place. The primal divine stone in his hand wasn't as big as the one in the past, but its use was unimaginable. Lin Fei kept the primal divine stone and looked over. In the howling wind, another primal divine stone appeared and moved with the wind. These wind knives could heavily injure second-step immortal emperors, but not this primal divine stone. If one appeared, it would be a coincidence. If two appeared, it wouldn't be a coincidence. Lin Fei frowned and wondered if these primal divine stones would float over from the front. If that was the case, Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine. If he obtained a mountain of primal divine stones and used it to temper his body, it would far surpass those supreme immortal physiques. Even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. But the primal chaos divine stone in front of him was the biggest problem. What should I do? Lin Fei vaguely found something good. That damned primal chaos divine stone was a roadblock, and this made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. Lin Fei realized that if it was as he guessed, it would definitely raise Holy Heaven Academy's strength to a terrifying level. It wouldn't be a problem to create a batch of immortal emperors. The primal chaos divine stone contained terrifying power. Lin Fei was in deep thought. The immortal energy in his body was constantly burning to repair his body. Lin Fei kept on thinking about what to do. Another gust of wind blew over. I wonder if my heaven and earth smelt can refine these primal chaos divine stones. With a flash of inspiration, Lin Fei thought of the God Power Pill. These primal chaos divine stones were visible to the naked eye and contained terrifying power. Only now did Lin Fei think about the heaven and earth smelt. If only it could be refined. Thinking about it, if he wanted to enter, he had to refine these primal chaos divine stone. Without these terrifying primal chaos divine stones, he would have a chance to enter. Let's give it a try. With the mountains and rivers blocking in front of him, he took out the heaven and earth smelt. It turned into a giant whirlpool and swallowed the primal chaos divine stone. Refine it for this, Daddy. Whether or not I succeed will depend on this.